the way. For the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DepDev, we have Secretary Arsenio Balisacan. Good morning, sir. For the Department of Finance, we have Secretary Ralph Recto. For the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we have Governor Eli M. Romolona Jr. And for the Office of the Special Assistant to the President for Investment and Economic Affairs, or OSAPEA, we have Yusek Maria Angela Ignacio. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Committee Secretary. I understand that Senator Recto has an opening statement and also a continuation of, no more continuation of the presentation. I think yesterday. I think there was si Yusek, yeah, we can proceed with the presentation, and then after, if Secretary Balisacan has any presentation or comments, we can
Sure.
we can proceed with that.
I thought you presented yesterday. Okay.
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Chairman?
yeah.
Thank
Go
you
ahead,
very much.
Secretary Recto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to brief the Senate about our fiscal position. It feels good to be back in these halls, which served as my second home for decades. Whereas before, I would be excited to see what advocacies of mine have been funded in the budget. Now I dread doing the same. This is all because I am now the government's chief fundraiser. It is us in the DOF who must raise the money to build the roads that connect us, to ensure every Filipino has access to quality education and to healthcare, to secure our food supply, and to create opportunities for all to dream bigger. In a word, we fund the nation's progress and bring us closer to Ambition 2040, a prosperous middle-class society future where poverty is eradicated. But before we begin to discuss how we intend to fulfill our duty over the medium term, let us first take a step back and look at where this administration began. For our fiscal outlook can only be fully understood within the context of these circumstances we inherited and the global trends that heavily influence our course forward. So allow me to provide this briefly. To start with, this administration came at a time when we needed to rescue an economy flatlined by the pandemic. Bumagsak ang ating ekonomiya ng 9.5%, pinakamababa mula World War II, and the past administration left us with a massive debt of 12.8 trillion pesos. And against this backdrop, we navigate an ocean of global uncertainties. Nariyan ang Russia-Ukraine war, El Nino, Israel-Gaza war, Israel-Iran war, geopolitical tensions with China, a Cold War, and now the rise of trade wars. Around the time we crafted the first medium-term fiscal framework in 2022, the world still hoped for a smooth post-pandemic recovery. But these geopolitical tensions interrupted this recovery. That is why when I took on the Finance Secretary hat, my first move was to recalibrate our growth and fiscal targets. We now review these targets regularly to keep them attainable, realistic, and adaptive to global headwinds, while staying firmly anchored on sustainable growth. Our refined fiscal program now charts a realistic path to reduce our deficit and debt while creating more jobs, raising incomes, and lifting millions of Filipinos out of poverty along the way. And crucial to this is ensuring that every peso collected or borrowed by the DOF will be stretched to deliver the biggest bang per buck for the Filipino people. To put it into perspective, the 2025 national budget stands at 6.35 trillion pesos, of which only 4.64 trillion pesos are supportable by revenues. Ibig sabihin, ang gastusin ng gobyerno ay aabot sa 17.4 billion piso kada araw, but only 12.72 billion pesos per day will be financed by revenue collections, Monday to Sunday, every 24 hours, kada 24 na oras. At nagpapasalamat po kami sa ating mga taxpayer, lalo na sa ating middle class, para sa kanilang sipag, tiyaga at ambag para umasenso ang ating bayan. And against this Herculean task of funding a gargantuan budget, the DOF also needs to scout for more resources without inflicting new taxes or bequeathing debts to be paid by future generations. That is why the DOF hiked GOCC dividend rates to 75% from 50%, which is now one of our major sources of non-tax revenues. And that is why we are privatizing more underutilized government assets. The BIR and BOC have also stepped up with higher collection performances through digitalization, strict enforcement, and plugging of leakages in the tax system, especially from e-commerce. So far, we are on track to meet our targets, with revenue collections growing by double digits for the last 3 years at an average of 13.8% annually. Tax collections have also consistently expanded at an average of 11.5% annually. In fact, in 2024, we achieved a revenue effort of 16.7%, the highest in the last 27 years. We are also on course to meet our fiscal program for the year, having already achieved half of our targets. As of mid-year, our tax collection continued to post double-digit growth, totaling 2.03 trillion pesos. This is 10.7% higher than last year. This robust performance places us among Asia's top revenue to GDP ratios at 16.7% for the first half of 2025. Our expenditures also grew by 9.5% in the first half of the year, reaching 3.03 trillion pesos. Meanwhile, our fiscal deficit for the first half stood at 765 billion pesos, within our mid-year target. As a percentage of GDP, our deficit remains manageable at 5.7% for the first semester, but our full-year target is 5.5%. With tax collections projected to grow by an average of 10.2% annually from 2025 to 2028, total revenues are on track to hit nearly 6 trillion pesos by the end of the President's term. By 2030, our total revenues will hit 7 trillion pesos. This means that we are asking the BIR and BOC to work harder and boost efficiency at a faster pace. Our projections also took into account the additional revenues from recently enacted reforms, including the VAT on digital services and the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act. We also expect more revenues from the rationalization of the mining fiscal regime and explore the possibility of having a general tax amnesty. With higher government revenue collections and improved expenditure management, our fiscal deficit is projected to drop from the pandemic high of 8.6% in 2021 to 5.5% in 2025 and down to about 4% by 2028. It will further drop to around 3% by 2030. And crucial to this is ensuring that we prevent wasteful expenditures. Kaya naman kami sa DOF ay mariing nagkukondena sa mga anomalya sa mga flood control projects na inimbestigahan ng ating Pangulo at ng Senado. Raising revenues is no joke. Tapos makikita mo lang na hindi ito napupunta sa mga tamang proyekto at sa kapakanan ng taong bayan. Yung iba naging multo pa. Dahil sa mga ghost projects, nawalan po ang ating ekonomiya ng 42.3 billion hanggang 118.5 billion piso mula 2023 hanggang 2025. Katumbas po nito ang 95,000 hanggang 266,000 na trabaho na sanay na pakinabangan ng ating mga kababayan. That is why we fully support the President's directive to closely scrutinize the national budget. We prepared the NEP with the President to ensure that the projects to be funded in 2026 have the highest multiplier effect. walang ghost project dapat, walang korupsyon, walang sayang na piso. In the DOF, we always champion two crucial principles. Una, ikalkula na mabuti ang revenue target kasi expenditures ay hindi naman open bar yan sa isang restaurant. Tapos ang bill ibibigay sa tax collecting agencies. Pangalawa, spend taxes well. Because if we demand a receipt for goods sold, the people are also entitled to the resibo of government projects financed by the taxes they pay. For good spending is the best way to encourage tax compliance. People are naturally resistant to taxes, but their tax obedience can be won if they will see how the taxes they paid are spent for the right things at the right price by the right agency at the right time. That is exactly why we are allocating funds to where it matters most. 5 to 6% of GDP for infrastructure spending, 4% of GDP to education, and roughly 4% of GDP to health, agriculture, and social welfare to uplift the lives of Filipinos. We also continue to manage our debt according to the highest standards of fiscal discipline, for we are very vigilant not to max out the Philippine National Credit Card. What people need to understand is that when the Marcos Jr. administration took over in 2022, minana po namin ang 12.8 trillion pesos na utang ng mga nakaraang administrasyon. And we are still repaying these large debts incurred during the pandemic, while continuously investing in our people. And even with this, we are making improvements on our debt matrix. If you compare it with our neighbors, our debt is relatively lower than that of most countries in Asia. Japan's total debt is 485.94 trillion pesos. India at 116.84 trillion pesos. Singapore at 53.68 trillion pesos. South Korea at 46.89 trillion pesos. Indonesia at 31.37 trillion pesos. And Thailand's at 17.73 trillion pesos. We are in the middle of the pack in terms of our national government debt and general government debt to GDP ratios, which calculate our ability to pay. About 69% of our outstanding debt is domestic. Kaya hindi po kayo dapat mabahala. Dahil ang utang na ito galing po sa sarili natin. Ibig sabihin, karamihan ng interes ng ating binabayad ay napupunta rin lang bilang dagdag na kita ng ating mga kababayan. We also strategically favor long-term obligations to reduce our reliance on short-term debt. And we will continue to adopt a borrowing mix in favor of local sources to take advantage of domestic liquidity and mitigate foreign exchange risks. Overall, we will make sure that the economy will continue to outgrow the country's debt to ensure our ability to pay for our obligations. If we strictly adhere to our medium-term fiscal program and maintain efficient spending, the size of the economy is projected to reach 42.6 trillion pesos by 2030, while keeping our debt at 24.7 trillion pesos, equivalent to 58% of GDP. This is well within sustainable levels. And you have every reason to be confident that we are managing our obligations prudently, that our financing strategy is clear. In fact, global credit rating agencies affirm this. This is the reason why we earned a credit rating upgrade from RNI, an outlook upgrade from S&P, and consistently high grades from other international agencies. They see what we are seeing: strong macroeconomic fundamentals, prudent debt management, high growth potential, moderate debt burden, and a stable banking system. As I wrap up my presentation, let me assure the honorable members of the Senate that we are making good, steady progress on our economic goals, and the impact of our policy decisions is now being felt. Around the world, inflation is expected to average 4.2% this year, But in the Philippines, we already brought it down to just 0.9% in July. The global economy is forecasted to grow by only 3% this year, but the Philippines is expected to expand at almost twice that pace. In fact, for the last 3 years, since President Marcos Jr. took office, we grew at an average of 5.9%, among the fastest in Asia. Considering the heavy debt we inherited, the higher policy rates, and the global headwinds from geopolitical tensions and trade wars, growing by 5.9% is no small feat. This is the highest among the past administrations, second only to the Aquino III administration, which started with a lighter debt load. We are also creating more jobs than ever. Since we took over in 2022, we have created roughly 6 million jobs on average, the highest compared to the past administrations. From just 33 million employed in 2006, we now have a record of 50.5 million Filipinos at work, and 31.8 million of them have formal, stable jobs. Ibig sabihin, patuloy na lumalakas ang ating middle class. As opportunities grow, so too does our consumer market, our people's quality of life, and our fight against poverty. By 2030, inaasahan ng Pilipinas ay magiging 13th largest consumer market sa buong mundo, with roughly 80 million in the middle class. Today, more or less, nasa mga 40 million. In 2023, we have already lifted 2.5 million Filipinos out of poverty since the pandemic. And we will make sure to lift 8 million more Filipinos out of poverty by the end of the President's term. This means dropping our poverty rate to single digits, or 9%. This is the be-all and end-all of all our efforts, as this is the definitive indicator that our growth has translated into real improvements in the lives of Filipinos through more and better jobs, higher levels of education, and healthier lives. But we cannot achieve this all on our own. Kailangan po natin ang tulong, gabay, at suporta nyo sa Senado. To the honorable members of the Senate, the 2026 proposed budget of 6.793 trillion pesos that you will enact will help us get there. So let's ensure that it is a budget that works as hard as the people who fund it, the taxpayers. Let us operate within the parameters of the medium-term fiscal program that reduces our deficit and that gradually creates jobs, increases income, and decreases poverty. And above all, let us never lose sight of our core mission to deliver on the promise of a better life that every Filipino rightfully deserves under Bagong Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang Bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Senator Recto. Secretary Recto pala. Nasanay na ako, Senator Recto. Secretary Balisacan, do you have any opening statements?
No, we made our presentation yesterday, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Yes. All right. To continue our question and answer portion, yes, with the indulgence of our colleagues, yesterday some senators came here to register their intention to ask questions. However, due to lack of time, we didn't manage to call them. So we will, in order, we will recognize Senator Tulfo, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Hontiveros, and then yours truly, the chair, will ask their questions to finish the first round, and then we will proceed with the second round, starting with Senator Lacson and so on. All right. So we recognize Senator Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to take this opportunity, with the indulgence of the committee, of course. I wish to raise what appears to be either a serious lapse in judgment or a deliberate maneuver in the 2026 National Expenditure Program. I noticed, I was looking at it last night, nakita po namin, o nakita ko po, na may mga tila flood control projects sa Antique at Iloilo. Same amount, 149,750,000 each, at hindi man lang ginawang 149 flat O isa na lang sa 150 para may pangkape. Pare-pareho po ang halaga hanggang sa huling piso. Nilagyan pa ng butal para hindi po halata. My question now, I will direct this to the DBM. Can you explain, Madam, bakit nagkaroon po ng exact duplication of amount for flood control projects in Antique and Iloilo? Hindi po ba dapat iba-iba ang costing depending on the terrain, materials, and scope of work? Mr. Chair?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, sir. Ito po, nanggaling po to sa proposal ng DPWH. Hindi po kaya ng DBM i-check, wala po sa mandato ng DBM i-check isa-isa lahat po ng projects na binibigay. The volume of DPWH budget has 700 plus pages, and the total line items is about 15,000. Malinaw po sa budget call na special ang nature ng project proposal pag DPWH po. Nakalagay po sa budget call na sagot po yan ng DPWH given that they have the expertise and the people to check. Sila rin po ang bumababa sa grounds with their district engineers hanggang sa RDC level po. So pagkatapos sa RDC level approval, that's when they give it to the central office, and then the central office is the one who finalizes the proposal to DBM. Ang DBM po at DBCC po ang nagbibigay lang ng level for DPWH of their budget. Yung level lang po kung magkano yung budget nila. Like for this year, roughly 875 billion pesos. Yung loob po, we don't touch it. Nakasama po yan sa budget call. Given po na wala po kaming expertise or even engineers to check each and every project sa DPWH.
So what you're saying, Mr. Chair, ito po ay request ng DPWH tapos isinumite po sa DBM na aaprubahan. Bakit hindi po, ang tanong po natin, hindi po ba napansin ang identical figures? Wala po ba tayong technical working group or people to check yung pong sinumite sa inyo ng mga budget na pare-pareho na po ang itsura up to the last peso? Kasi ang susunod po ng tanong ko dyan, hindi po ba naitanong ninyo or ng mga tao niyo, pero sabi niyo nga po, wala po kayong kakayahan to check on this. Kasi my next question would be, were the scope of work also identical? Kasi po, pare-pareho yung budget, ibig sabihin po, pare-pareho po yung scope of work. Siyempre, tapos, pero I don't think so, kasi iba-iba ho ito yung nandyan po yung sinasabi, yung terrain, nandyan po yung costing. Sa dalawang provinces po, magkakaiba po yung sinasabing, what do you call this, costing po niyan. Kasi iba-iba naman po ang terrain, iba-iba naman po ang sukat, pero pare-pareho po ito, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair.
Wala po kami, Mr. Chair, wala po kaming ganong expertise to check. We assume that the DPWH already knows what they're doing given their mandate and then given the number of employees that they have, the professional background and experience that they have. So hindi po namin alam po ang program of works ng mga projects ng ito.
The President po already stipulated or stated yesterday, I think, or the other day, na may nakikita po siya suspiciously na he believes are insertions. And I've also received reports because we are already investigating these flood control projects na may mga questionable po. May mga balita po kasi natatanggap na dito po hahabulin sa NEP, hindi po sa BICAM because nabulgar na po yung BICAM, yung Bicameral Conference Committee, na doon po nagkakaroon ng insertions. Hindi po kaya susubukan ngayon ng mga ahensya na dito ikarga ngayon sa NEP para hindi po maghinala ang dalawang kapulungan. Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, I cannot answer po dun sa mga insertions na yan. I leave that to the department. So tomorrow po, actually the other day, because of what's happening. Nag-usap na po kami ng bagong kalihim ng DPWH at pinapa-check na po sa kanya isa-isa itong mga proyektong ito po. Kung paano po ipinasok ng mga taga DPWH at saka ano ang ginamit nilang formula at kung paano po nila na-identify itong mga proyekto na to na pinropose po nila sa National Expenditure Program.
All right. Mr. Chair, sa DOF naman, Department of Finance, how do you justify releasing funds for projects, Mr. Chair, with suspicious uniform costing? Doesn't this open a window for corruption or overpricing, Mr. Chair? Let me just say this outright po. This looks dry, very suspicious. In engineering, you don't get the same costs to the last peso on two different projects in two different provinces. Unless, of course, you are copy-pasting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The DOF collects revenues. We do not release money. We only release money if there is an NCA or a SARO request or NCA in terms of cash pag hiningi ng DBM.
All right, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I have 3 more questions.
Mr. Just to pursue the point being raised by Senator Tulfo, with his permission, of course, this is related to Secretary DBM. What do you propose that Congress should do to address this problem? Because definitely, these are major red flags. We counted, yesterday we were discussing this with the chairman, Senator Gatchalian, and we counted from NCR to Region 3 alone, flood control management 1, nasa mga 500 items. Yung exact amounts, similar amounts of 75 million each, 100 million each, 120 million each, 150 million each. Red flag po ito eh. So I'd like to propose that by your leave, Mr. Chairman, that we should schedule an executive session. Way forward po ito. Kasi with your guidance, we are willing to amend and delete all these similarly parang costed projects, yung similar cost, but we want to know ano yung direction ng national government, saan namin dadalhin if we delete all these items. Kasi yung huling bilang namin, yung 100 items, 373 items na tigwa 100 million, that's already 37.3 billion. So as of our initial count, nasa mga 50 billion pesos na yung pare-pareho, yung red flag. So maybe, Mr. Chairman, we can schedule an executive session para i-guide nila tayo ng executive branch kasi they cannot do anything about this anymore. We're already in the authorization phase of the budget process. Tapos na yung preparation phase eh. Ngayon, para i-allow namin kayo makialam ng konti, at least you can give us the proper guidance or direction. Kung i-delete namin lahat itong red flag na ito, na mga items, saan namin dadalhin? Para naka-align doon sa inyong direction under the PDP, medium term. Okay?
Sir, yes, sir. Mr. Chair, we agree po. Actually, we already had initial talks with the chairman.
Siya po siya una nakadiscover noon, yung similar. Kaya
yes po.
nagulat din kami kahapon nung pinakita niya yung iPad niya. Hindi matapos-tapos siya pang scroll sa dami.
Opo.
Thank you.
And then maybe may iba pa pong makikita si Secretary Vince because Secretary Vince is already investigating ito pong mga doble-doble, pare-parehong pangalan. We will sit, I think today po, kakausapin niya yung mga senior officers niya. And then we'll meet tomorrow and hopefully in the next week po siguro meron na siyang report which he can share po to the committee.
You know, Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, pag yung mga contractors have invaded the House of Representatives and congressmen have invaded the contractor construction business, ito po yung outcome. Kasi NEP pa lang, pinapayagan na sila ng DPWH to make insertions. Ang tama po sa atin dito, hindi po isang WAMI, hindi double WAMI, hindi triple WAMI, quadruple WAMI. NEP may insertion, House Gov may insertion, Senate version may insertion, BICA may insertion. Quadruple WAMI po ang tama ng Pilipino rito, if you agree.
We agree po,
Yeah, thank you.
definitely po.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chair.
And Senator Tulfo, maraming salamat.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, additional information with the indulgence of Senator Erwin.
Go ahead.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Sana po ang DBM sa paghahanda para sa executive session or sa pagpapatuloy ng line of action na inagrihan kasama ni Chair to seek also the assistance of other offices, particularly DENR, Water PMO, at saka yung River Basin Control Office. Kasi ito po yung mga may technical capacity at mandate na mag-certify. Sila yung nagpa-provide ng check and balance sa DPWH para i-certify na yung mga proyekto sa NEP at sa GAB ay consistent dun sa mga approved river basin at saka flood master plan. So, sana po yung DBM makumbinsi din or ma-encourage itong ibang mga opisina i-assert yung kanilang mandato. Salamat, Mr. Chair at Senator Erwin.
Secretary, you want to respond?
Yes po. Yesterday po, we made mention of a new program po together with NEDA, yung convergence budgeting po. And number one on the priority po is yung mga flood control and water resource management projects po. Para po hindi piecemeal yung approach and budgeting ng mga flood control projects. Siguro po talagang kailangan na pati po NIA, and then good yung suggestion niyo po kanina, it was also raised by Senator Marcoleta during the first Blue Ribbon Committee na hindi po nasasama yung river basin yung office po na yon. Opo. So while Secretary Popolotilla sits in the convergence budgeting, I think it's also wise to invite that office po.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
Yes,
Senator.
Mr. Chair, I have 4 more questions left. Gusto ko po sanang maniwala na hindi po double appropriations po yan, pero doon ho lumalabas mukhang ilang taon na po nangyayari in double appropriations. But anyway, let me move to the allocations by province.
Sir, from our end lang po, just to add lang, meron po kaming proseso sa DBM po, assuming po na even sa GAA, magkaroon ng double appropriation, hindi po yun marirelease.
All right. Let me move on to the allocation by province, Mr. Chair. Ayon po sa NEP, here are the figures. Nueva Ecija, 3 billion po ang flood control. Apayao, 2.2 billion. Kalinga, 2.7 billion. Mr. Chair, the question now is, ano po ang criteria ng DBM in allocating this flood control budgets? Bakit sobrang laki ng pondo sa ilang probinsya, samantalang mas flood-prone areas po, gaya ng Metro Manila, Pampanga, Bulacan at Cavite ay hindi kasing laki ang nakukuha. Do these provinces even have the absorptive capacity for projects of this scale, Mr. Chair?
Same way po, yung pag-identify ng flood control projects, nagsimula po yon sa DPWH from the district engineer, the regional offices, and then umakyat po sa RDC, and then pag-approve po sa RDC, dinadala po nila sa central office, and then it is the central office who prioritizes po the identification of these projects po. So, kasama din po yan dun sa pag-aaralan po ng DPWH kung itutuloy pa yung mga proyektong yan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, kasi kung titignan po natin, parang hindi po tugma ang allocation sa actual vulnerability po sa baha. Now, can the DBM categorically state under oath na wala pong political influence dito? Because the numbers look highly irregular po. 3 billion for Nueva Ecija, 2.7 billion for Kalinga, 2.2 billion for Apayao, and yet these are not even among the top flood-prone provinces. May way forward po ba ang DBM now to check baka yung NEP nakargahan, baka doon sa NEP nagkaroon ng insertion? Kasi nga po, nag-iimbestiga na tayo ngayon, na nagkakahulihan po ngayon na doon mukha sa BICAM nagkakaroon ng mga insertions. So, hindi kaya baka dito sa NEP nagkaroon ng insertions? Because I have received reports na susubukan ng ilan na magpasok o kargahan, magkaroon ng insertions sa NEP pa lamang. Mr. Chair?
Sir, yung oath, baka hindi ko po kaya kasi hindi po akong nag-identify, hindi po DBM ang nag-identify ng mga proyekto. Baka bawal, baka hindi po, baka ako magka-problema because I really don't know po. No? I'm not a lawyer and I don't think it's proper for me to yung oath na yon. But moving forward, meron na po kaming ginagawang guidelines and nag-usap na po kami together with my team and then we'll come up with a baka IT system po and yung submission ng DPWH baka kailangan early on para we'll have more time to really check each and every project. Moving forward, rest assured po that we will try to do something po para maiwasan po yung mga ganitong problema. Uupuan po namin to ni Secretary Vince Dizon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to make a statement, then I will just ask the next round. Mr. Chairman, let me now raise what many of us have been whispering in the halls. These are not allocations based on the need. These look like political insertions. And mind you, hindi po ako ang nagsabi niyan. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. himself, in public statements, acknowledged that certain insertions in the 2026 NEP, especially for flood control, were questionable. Mr. Chair, these figures do not inspire confidence. Kung may mga kopya-kopyang project cost at highly uneven distribution of flood control budgets, ang tanong po ng taong bayan, saan talaga napupunta po ang pera? Are we protecting the communities or are we protecting political interests? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. We call on Senator Hontiveros. You have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Just a brief opening remark, Mr. Chair, bago tumuloy sa mga tanong ko. Magandang umaga po sa ating mga kalihim ng DBCC. Diretso na po ako. Nung nakaraang taon, no ang boto ko sa 2025 budget. Bakit? Kasi kinaltasan at ginawang zero ang pondo para sa PhilHealth. At kapag pinagsama-sama sa kabuuan ay 100 bilyong piso ang nabawas sa pondo ng Department of Health, sa 4Ps ng DSWD, sa budget ng DepEd at CHED. Kaya ang tanong ko ngayon para sa 2026 budget, simple lang. Gusto kong malaman kung sa inyong pagmamanman sa proseso ng budget at sa pagvito ng presidente ng mga items at pati sa budget execution, ano sana ang pwedeng ginagawa ng bawat isa sa inyo. Sa House DBCC hearing, ay para kasing sinabi nyo lang na kung ano ang gagawin ng Kongreso ay yun na yun. It's out of your hands. Ang tanong ko, talaga ba? Sa dulo, Kongreso naman talaga ang magpapasa ng budget at pwede nga namin i-overturn kahit ang veto ng presidente. Pero napakalakas ng bargaining power ng presidente at kayo ang kanyang mga sugo. Kung habang pinagpapasapasahan at pinag-aagawan na parang bola ang pera ng bayan nang walang referee na gumitna at nagsabing foul, ito sa tingin ko dahil hinayaan ng Pangulo at bilang mga sugo niya ay hinayaan ninyo. Pero naririnig nating lahat mula sa sona ng presidente na kahiya-hiya ang nangyari sa budget ng 2025. Bilang ensayo, alamin natin ngayon kung ano nga ba sana ang mga pwedeng ginawa ng DBCC executive team na ayon sa kani-kanilang mandato. If you don't feel it yet, let me say it. The bridge of trust that connects government to its people has collapsed. With every excuse and every evasion of accountability, the government drifts further from the reality of a desperate and angry Filipino populace. Our job now is not a mundane one of merely approving budget items. Our most urgent task is to build that bridge back to the hearts and minds of our people. So, sa tanong ko na po, Mr. Chairman. Unang-una po, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po, Chair Gatchalian. At kinikilala ko po ang inyong paglulunsad ng budget portal ng Senado. Magandang hakbang ito at magbibigay buhay sa diwa ng Joint Resolution number 1 na inihain ng minority kasama sina Senators Kiko at Bam at ating inaprubahang Concurrent Resolution number 1 para sa isang mas bukas na proseso ng budget. Para sa kaalaman ng DBCC, ang Joint Resolution 1 ay layong maglabas ng isang dokumento o matrix na nagkukumpara sa mga pagbabago ng NEP at sa ibang mga version sa pagdaan nito sa House at sa Senado pati na sa BICAM. Maglabas agad ng komprehensibong minutes ng mga meeting na magiging bukas din sa publiko at ila-livestream sa ating mga pulong. Sa diwa ng transparency na ito, inaasahan ko po na kapag tinanong ng publiko, ay sasagutin din po natin ang mga ukol sa General Appropriations Act ng 2025. Pwede po ba nating hingiin ang commitment ng DBCC na mabilis silang sasagot kapag tayo ay mag-call a friend sa issue na pag hindi natin alam ang sagot tungkol sa pagpapatupad ng kasalukuyang budget, Mr. Chair? Maasahan po ba natin sa DBCC?
Definitely, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Secretary at Mr. Chair. Siguro patulong na rin po tayo, Mr. Chair, sa COA kapag tungkol sa mga mas nauna pang budgets ang tanong po. Alright, Mr. Chair, para lalo nating i-operationalize ang transparency initiative natin sa budget process sa taong ito, nag-imbita or mag-iimbita din po ba tayo, Mr. Chair, ng mga CSO at NGO bilang mga bantay budget para sa mas inklusibong talakayan ng national budget? Halimbawa, simula dito sa DBCC briefing, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Chair, para sa atin po itong tanong. Nag-imbita po ba tayo ng mga civil society organizations at NGOs dito sa DBCC briefing, Mr. Chair?
Sorry, Senator Risa.
It's all right, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
we're planning to hold another hearing to invite, formal hearing, to invite CSOs,
Okay.
budget experts, people who can help us analyze the budgets, to give suggestions, and even criticize the budget. So on a separate hearing, we will invite them.
Salamat para doon, Mr. Chair. At dahil ganun, may I move that the committee invite also, or in particular, CSOs or NGOs like the Alternative Budget Initiative and or Social Watch Philippines to that succeeding budget hearing, among others, Mr. Chair. Dako na po ako sa 2025
With
NEP.
the permission?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator
With the
Kiko.
permission of the chairperson and Senator Ontiveros.
Yes, Mr.
Just
Chair.
on that point, in that separate hearing, will the heads of agencies, likewise the DBCC, be present?
We will invite them.
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
President.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. Regarding the 2025 NEP realignments, tanong ko po para sa NEDA or DepDev. Secretary, part of your job is ensuring that all government programs must align with the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, for which DepDev is the primary steward. And this was also the spirit of the President's latest SONA, albeit after several years of misalignment between the plan and the budget. Nung nagkaroon halimbawa ng mas malalaking pagbabago sa prioridad ng 2025 budget, anong naging assessment ng NEDA o ng DepDev? Nagmemo po ba kayo sa Pangulo na baka taliwas na ito sa layunin ng Philippine Development Plan? At kung hindi na po align sa inyong obserbasyon, kaya pa bang ihabol ang mga pagkukulang dito sa panukalang 2026 NEP naman, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the 2025 NEP, we did have the opportunity of reviewing the alignment of the programs vis-a-vis the Philippine Development Plan. But what came out later, that's the one that surprised us when when the GAA was already enacted, because many of the priorities of the president's programs were already deprioritized, meaning their funds, these projects their funds are already put in the unprogrammed budget. So it's so in the beginning, it was there was a good alignment of the NEP vis-a-vis the PDPs, and so we would like to see that in the moving forward, Mr. Chair, in the 2026, that clearly a closer collaboration, a much closer collaboration between the executive and Congress would have to be there to ensure that these priorities are not distorted, especially that those priorities were already concurred by Congress when the medium-term fiscal program was approved by Congress by way of resolution in 2022, and that's the one that we were following.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. At nung nagulat nga kayo sa ganyang observation o assessment, nag-memo ba kayo kay Presidente to also call his attention to that? At dun sa mga hindi na na-carry forward in the budget process, kaya pa bang habulin sa kasalukuyang pinag-uusapan nating 2026 NEP?
With respect to the 2025, Mr. Chair, we did have a couple of meetings with the President and with the DBCC regarding the matter. And with respect to the 2026, in the preparation of that NEP, we had a number of meetings. Especially quite extensive meetings between us and the members of the DBCC, ensuring that at least, especially for our DepDev, we are so concerned about aligning the regional development priorities with the national priorities, because that has been our weakness over the years, that RDCs have prepared their own development priorities, with especially infrastructure, but when it gets to when the GAA comes out, there's only a very little alignment already. And so what we have been doing over the last 2-3 years, Mr. Chair, is to strengthen that process of realignment between what the RDCs prioritize and what the final form of the NEP would look like. Last year, for the first time, we were able to get all the chairs of the regional development councils meet with the president and the lead government agencies to agree on those top priorities, Mr. Chair. And I think that's the whole process that we would want to strengthen in the 2026 and 2027, that increasingly we have those priorities of the local governments, of the RDCs in particular, increasingly reflected in the NEP and eventually in the GAA.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Sana po pwede niyo pong i-advise kami sa Finance Committee through our chair kung ano yung nakikita niyo pong current misalignments na yon, para pwede rin po kaming magabayan moving forward. And just to make a note, Mr. Chair, na in fact yung binanggit po ninyo, Secretary RC, tungkol sa dapat masigit na alignment sa mga priority programs identified ng mga regional development councils has often come up, even outside this Finance Committee hearings, kahit po sa mga plenary, halimbawa interpellations sa mga privileged speeches. At pinasok po natin yan bilang amendment sa batas na naglikha sa DepDev. So Chair, Secretary, dun pa rin sa 2025 NEP realignments, DBM has often stated naman, moving now to DBM, but on the same topic, DBM has often stated that tracking the thousands of realignments made by Congress is a complex and opaque process, making it difficult to produce a clear audit trail in real time. The bicameral report shows a net effect of a 373 billion peso increase in unprogrammed appropriations. From what specific items in the GAP and in the NEP was that amount deducted? And to what specific items was this 373 billion pesos subsequently allocated or inserted? At what is the status now of the programs that were defunded to create this fiscal space? Please do submit the detailed report in digital format through our chair. Pero baka pwede po kayong magbigay ng summary sa hearing ngayon, Mr. Chair, Secretary.
Yes po, we can submit po to the committee. But during the budget process po, up until when the time that natapos po yung BICAM and it was ratified in both houses, medyo may difficulty pa po sa amin kasi wala pa po yung libro. Tama po kayo, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, that what we only see initially are the totals. Yung movement po from one agency to another. But we know po that inside the agency, there are still movements na nangyayari. I mean, for example, hindi naman po to sekreto. Like yung DPWH po, for example, kahit po, for example, 400 billion po yan, no? Kahit hindi po yan naging 450 billion, we know that there are items inside also na gumalaw. With that, sa ratified version ng Senate, ng House at saka ng Senate, hindi po namin, sa enrolled bill, hindi pa po namin makikita yan. Kasi, ideally, neto, walang movement because it's the same level. The only time na makikita lang po namin yung detail is pag meron na po kaming enrolled bill, yung GAA na pipirmahan ng Pangulo.
I think, Secretary, mas concerned po ako dun sa yung tumawid talaga ng hindi lang expense or hindi lang within but across agencies. Halimbawa po kahapon sa unang hearing nitong DBCC briefing na pag-usapan na yung FAPs which were funded.
Yes po, opo.
I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Nakaka-upset talaga ito. Sorry about that, Senator Bam. Yung FAPs nilipat sa unprogrammed allocations.
Po, yun po makikita po namin yun, ma'am. For example,
Yes.
ang mere glaring po dyan is yung sa DOTR and DPWH na mga foreign assisted projects.
Okay.
So makikita siya na nawala doon sa, kasi malalaki po yung mga amount na to eh. Makikita po siya na wala sa program ng department.
Opo.
And it was moved to unprogram. Yes, we can provide that to the committee, Madam Chair, Mr.
Opo.
Chair.
Is there a quick summary na pwede niyong sabihin in open hearing ngayon, apart from the digital detailed report? Bukod sa FAPs, ano pa yung specific items na dinedukta ng total of 373 billion tapos inilagay sa unprogrammed appropriations?
Medyo marami.
Medyo marami.
Medyo
Alright.
marami po, ma'am.
So
But,
more than a page pala.
Generally
Okay.
po, pwede namin po sabihin is
Yes.
kung yung amount po ang kailangan, we've been very open about this. Yung total na move mo sa buong budget is about 800 billion. Almost 800 billion pesos po.
800 billion.
From NEP to GAA po.
Alright.
Medyo makapalang po yung...
It's okay. Then please submit that through our chair in digital format, please. Tapos in general, ano yung status ng mga programang na defund para maglikha ng fiscal space?
Yung foreign assisted projects po kasi we need to pay our commitment to our creditors. Yesterday I mentioned that we already received a certification from the Bureau of Treasury. And then yung ibang proyekto po doon, nag-request na rin po yung agencies na kailangan na po bayaran yung mga foreign assisted projects. So hinahabol po namin lahat ng payments, both government counterpart at saka yung loan proceeds po. And at the same time, yung sa DepEd, meron po kasing nabawasan din po sa DepEd na budget. We were able to fund it na po dun sa unprogrammed appropriations po.
And aside from FAPs and the DepEd?
DA din po. May
DA din po.
natanggal din po sa DA and then nag-release na rin po tayo based on the certification. But all of this po kasi na kinukuha po siya sa unprogrammed appropriations, which means po, there are triggers, kailangan po makakuha tayo ng additional revenue. As to the loan proceeds, hindi po kailangan ng additional revenue, but it will, our deficit will be affected po, tataas yung deficit natin.
And aside from the FAPs na hinahabol yung pag-fund at yung DepEd at DA na funded, in general, ano pa yung status ng ibang mga program na nilikaan ng fiscal space by defunding them?
Yung iba po kasi pag wala pa pong certification, hindi po namin mapondohan. The other agencies naman, they are now trying to review po. Baka kasi pwede po nilang i-modify, no? I-modify yung kanilang mga programs doon sa priorities nila. But it will take some time.
Secretary, what percentage would you say ay dahil wala pang certification, hindi pa mapondohan? Is it more than half of those which were defunded before, previously?
Medyo marami po, Madam Chair, but nag-identify lang po kami ng, of course, we have limitations in terms of the additional revenue. Ang naka-prioritize po namin is mga 176 billion. But of course, we don't know if the Bureau of Treasury will be able to raise that fund. Pero 176 billion po sana yung kinakailangan pa para at least these projects na na-displace, mahabol po natin.
With the permission.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Secretary
with the permission,
Ralph.
yes. The limitation is based on two things as far as the program for this year is concerned. One, excess revenue collected by the Department of Finance. And two, we have a deficit target. So, generally speaking for the year, if we release, let's say, 60 billion in unprogrammed, we should not release 60 billion in the program so that we hit our deficit target for the year. So that's part of our cash management.
I understand,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, good Secretary. But of course, kung itong mga funded items ay hindi dinifund at nilipat yung amounts nila sa unprogrammed appropriations, then we would not have the problem now na kailangan
Correct.
maghanap ng excess revenue or
Correct.
kailangan bantayan yung deficit
Correct.
target natin.
And just to
Opo,
point out
Mr. Chair.
that movement came from Congress and not in the executive.
I understand,
Yes, thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, good Secretary. But very important din yung mga tanong na ni-raise ng mga colleagues kanina na yung tanong na baka sa NEP pa lang may mga insertions na. So this is I think this is an important and quite urgent learning moment, not just for the legislature, but for the executive as well. At yun yung na-appreciate kong dagdag na halaga nitong hearing natin, Mr. Chair. I think the Chair is about to tell me that, yes, I'm down to 1 second. Although, if quick clarification lang, Mr. Chair, baka naman pati yung maiksing opening statement ko, nagtitik na yung oras ko.
Actually, hindi ko nakita.
Kasi kung ganun, baka, it was only 1 page, baka 2 minutes was lopped off and I could have another 2 minutes.
Actually,
If
it
the
was-
Secretariat noticed po.
Yeah, it was included, Miss, but we have a round 2 naman.
Opening statement pala, Mr. Chair, natatanggal din sa questioning.
Okay.
Kasama yon.
raw. I think by tradition kasama.
Kasama naman lahat. Okay, in that
Mr.
case.
Chair.
Okay.
With the permission
I
of
submit,
Senator
Mr. Chair.
Ontiveros, with
Yes,
the
Mr.
permission of
Chair. Yes, Senator Lauren.
Ontiveros, yes.
Go ahead, Ma'am Lauren. Senator Lauren.
Yeah, amidst your confusion over her time, I just wanted to take off from what Secretary Recto mentioned. I think that's a very important point when he said, and I think parang nawala sa confusion, that he said it did not come from the executive, it's Congress. So may I just kindly clarify, at what point in the congressional process did it happen, if you know, Secretary Recto, Mr. Chair?
My understanding is that those amendments were done during the bicameral conference committee.
Yeah, so that it's clear.
Yes.
Because to be fair, we sometimes always blame DBCC. I mean, blame because it's our duty to exercise oversight. But to fully understand the process from NEP and the submission of the departments and agencies to DBM, yes, we'll scrutinize every line. But to be fair to DBM, how can they also know? And then from DBM, the NEP, there's a NEP 1 and a NEP 2, right? We know that in Congress, there are initiatives to put in, and it's not a sin, hindi masama, you put in initiatives to help the people, right? And then the GAB, and then the GAA, and then the BICAM. So, per the question of Senator Ontiveros on the unprogrammed and programmed funds, why was the foreign assistant moved there? Because there was a need for a fiscal space to accommodate the amendments of lawmakers. Then the Secretary mentioned that it did not come from the executive. So, para lang maintindihan natin lahat yung proseso ng budget process. So, naka-clarify ngayon, on record, sa BICAM nangyari. Maybe others would like to propound more questions. What happened in the BICAM? Who were members of the BICAM? I did not sign the BICAM report. Just for the record, because I was not... Ba't ako pinapatayan pag mahalaga? Kasi hindi ako sang-ayon na natanggal ang DepEd at ang PhilHealth sa BICAM. Just for the record. So, hindi ako pumunta sa BICAM, sa Manila Hotel o sa Kongreso, at hindi po ako pumirma sa BICAM report. So, I'm just taking off from the question of Senator Ontiveros and the answer of Secretary Recto. It did not happen in the executive, it happened in Congress. When I say Congress, both houses, in the BICAM. So, whoever is privy to what happened in the BICAM, then maybe that would answer the question of Senator Ontiveros. Thank you. I just wanted to put that on record, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Lauren, for sharing our perspectives about the budget process. But at the same time, Mr. Chair, I do feel that every step in the budget process could stand improvement. And I think this particular year, 2025, na binubuo natin yung 2026, kaya nga na-timingan din ng ating mga resolutions at yung Senate budget portal. So, I'm always excited about the budget debates every year, and particularly this year, for these reasons, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Hontiveros. And before we go to round two, with the indulgence of our colleagues, allow the chair to just propound some questions so that we can proceed to the round two. So, I'll go back to the basics, Secretary Mina. Paano nakakapasok ang projects, and let's focus on flood control, from DPWH to NEP? Paano ang process niyan?
They submit the proposals online. There's a system that pinapasok po nila yung mga proyekto. Iniisa-isa po nila. Opo.
So pinapasok nila, and then...
Alam po nila, sa kanila po galing yung 15,000 project line items.
And then ang DBM will analyze the projects na pinapasok nila, di ba?
Wala po kasi, medyo iba po kasi yung nature ng projects ng DPWH eh. As previously mentioned po, wala kaming capability to analyze the 15,000 projects. Otherwise, baka wala pa po kami ngayon NEP. Kung iisa-isahin po namin, we need people on the ground, we need engineers. I think yung 1,200 na staff po namin sa DBM are mostly, wala, kahit isa po yata walang engineer or architect po sa amin. So,
but merong basic analysis because I saw in your budget...
It's the core mandates po. Yun po yung meron. Yung maintenance, sasabihin nila yung level.
Because
it's also their commitment.
Doon sa National Budget Memorandum number 154, I'll flash it on the screen. Slide 46. Part of the...
153.
154. Paki-flash na sa screen. Yeah. Na you have this acronym called ASAF, of which you analyze the alignment with priorities of the current administration. Dapat shovel-ready siya.
Yes,
Implementation readiness. Agency absorptive capacity. Available fiscal space set by the DBCC and prioritization. So, short for ASAP. In the shovel readiness o shovel ready, meron doon feasibility study, detailed engineering. So, in other words, all of this, kahit na tabletop, dapat meron kayong records nito. O at least may checklist man lang. Tama?
Sa other departments, meron po. Pero sa DPWH po, meron po sila, sa kanila po to, hindi po sa
But
amin.
this is your budget memorandum, National Budget Memorandum 154.
Yes po. Pero sila, hindi po sila nagsasubmit separately.
Bakit hindi sila
Ah.
nagsasubmit? It's in the budget memo.
Again, kasi po, may special nature po yung mga projects nila na hanggang baba, nila-identify yung mga projects pataas. So,
Yeah, but that
Maybe-
special nature, yan ang source ng corruption. Yan ang naging source ng corruption dahil hindi nyo sinusundan yung sarili nyong budget memorandum. Dahil kung may feasibility study, especially detailed engineering design, tama si Senator Erwin, hindi yan magiging round numbers. Because the detailed engineering design will give you exact detail and exact cost of the project.
Mr. Chair, may I just interject? Kasi parang yung, ano ito, ibibigay lang yung budget sa presidente without checking kung transparent ba or may dagdag na lulobo. Ganun lang ho ba yan, Mr. Chair? That's my question, na binibigay na lang sa Pangulo without even checking it. Ang kawawa po, ang Pangulo kasi magmumukha pong parang niloloko. Di po ba?
ang
Yung
meron
Pangulo
po sa...
humarap sa tao.
Mr. Chair, ang meron po sa DPWH ay yung BP, anong form? BP 202, which they include the project profiles of each and every project na ang
Yeah, but
ano, nakapasok na po lahat tong mga to doon.
But ang punto ko, ito dumadaan sa DBM, you do some tabletop analysis, kahit na hindi nyo titignan yung project, at least may feasibility study, check. May detailed engineering, check. Diba? At least meron kayong idea doon sa mga project na pumapasok sa inyo. Kaya I don't buy that idea or I don't buy that answer na nasa DPWH lang at wala kayong
Yes
kinalaman
po, dahil
sa
nga po,
pagpasok sa NEP.
Mr. Chair, dahil nga po iba yung nature nila, dun sa budget proposal po, kasi because yung mapakadami, dun po sa form na sinasagutan nila sa amin, meron po silang checklist na dumaan sa NEDA board, may certification ng DPWH, meron siyang memo, may clearance, may consultation, may list of location, may status, may ayun.
Pero
Meron
dumadaan
pong
po
ganon.
sa inyo bago
Yes
yung pinapasok.
Po. Yes
diba?
po. Meron,
So,
pero in a form of checklist.
Yeah, pero may taong tumitingin one by one bago nila pinapasok sa NEP.
In
diba?
a form of
Physically.
checklist. Check ba? Opo.
Tama? So, ibig sabihin, may taong nakakaalam ng proyekto one by one. Kahit papano, may idea siya.
Not the project list.
Not the project list,
Just the sub-program.
But the project itself, the project description itself,
Nakikita ba? Hindi. The list. Hindi po.
hindi nakikita niya. Paano pa, sino nagtatype sa NEP?
Sila po. DPWH
Correct. So,
po.
nakikita niya one by
Yes,
one, diba?
nakikita po namin yung sa checklist kung kompleto yung mga requirements.
Kasi sa akin pag-analisa, dumadaan to sa DBM. Meron kayong checklist, titignan nyo kung pasado sila, tapos itatype nyo sa NEP, di ba? So makikita nyo one by one yung project sa NEP. Correct?
Ina-upload po yung listahan na binigay ng DPWH.
Correct. But who types in the NEP? Sino nagtatype physically sa NEP?
Si DPWH po.
Yung libro na
We
binibigay...
have same form po eh. Pagka-type nila doon, i-mirror. I-upload.
Ba't kayo nagsasubmit sa amin?
Opo,
Correct.
na-NEP siya.
So,
Oo.
ibig sabihin, dapat nakikita nyo rin yung laman sa loob, accurate.
Yes po.
Correct?
Opo.
Kasi
Nakikita
kayo
po namin
accountable
lahat ng listahan.
DBM is accountable to the National Expenditure Program.
Yes, nakikita po, we are, but the department is also accountable to the projects that they
Yes.
include in
But at least
in
naman,
their
but
proposal.
My point here, at least the projects na dumadating sa amin, vetted to and may sense of accuracy. Tama? Or sa
Semblance,
at
yeah.
least semblance.
Ang
So,
nakikita
semblance.
po namin is that ito lang no, during this administration, kasi yung before I cannot, hindi ko po yung si Senator Lacson pa po yung nasa Congress pa po siya, we were made aware of the double and multiple entries. Yun po, nung
go ahead, sir.
na-raise po yun ni Senator Lacson, yun po yung nagiging unang parang criteria na sinasabi namin sa DPWH. Make sure na walang multiple or duplication dun sa mga entries nila.
Very quickly, Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Wag na yung mga details, kasi mahirap talaga yon. Pero man lang yung red flag, sana napansin nyo, bakit puro 100 million itong pagkarami-rami? Yun lang, yun siguro ang point ni Chairman Sherwin, na at least man lang yung red flag nakita nyo, kasi napaka-pronounced Hindi bali na yung mga specific details na iisa-isahin nyo pa ba naman yung proyekto na yan. Pero pag nakakita kayo ng 500 items na exact amounts, similar, medyo red flag yun.
And
Po sila dun sa amount. Ang sagot daw po nila is that lumabas din po to sa hearing ni Senator Marcoleta sa Blue Ribbon. Kasi po, depende po kung sino magpapa-bid ng project. Whether district, whether region, or central office.
Nasabi nyo kanina yung pagpasok ng project, hindi nyo alam, diretso ang DPWH nagpapasok ng project sa NEP?
Oh, there's a file. There's a system.
So kahit maglagay sila doon, ABC, papasok sa NEP, tapos di-deliver nyo sa amin? Walang vetting
Yung
process?
duplication po ang navivet namin. But as to the integrity and the amount, and kung present po ba dun sa location na yon, yung road na yon or yung bridge na yon, hindi po namin yung talaga makikita.
Ganito, I borrow the term of Senator Lacson. And we found out there are 6 types of red flags in the budget. I'll show you. Kasi inumpisahan na namin yung number 1, red flag, walang station number. So you want us to analyze each and every project. Pero saan namin nahanapin to? Walang station number. Yung iba may station number, isa walang station number. So even though we enjoin the public, we encourage the public to look at that, hindi nila makikita kung nasaan construction of breakwater, Quezon. Saan sa Quezon? That's number 1. Number 2, may mga projects na duplicate. Exactly the same. Ito pinakita ko kay Senator Lacson yesterday. Rehabilitation of dike along O'Donnell River, Package 2, DS, Bueno Bridge 1, right bank Kapas, Tarlac, parehong-pareho. Buong budget, maraming ganito. Yan, no? Red flag number 3. Bakit? Naka-divide into phases. Parehong-pareho number pinakita kanina ni Senator Erwin. The same project description, iba-ibang phase, pare-parehong number, pare-parehong amount. Ang daming ganito sa budget, sa NEP. Next. Tapos may ibang term, may package naman. May phase, may package. Ito, ganun rin. Construction of flood control structure along Agos River, Package 10, Infanta, Quezon. Tapos isa, Package 11, Package 10. Bakit hindi na lang ginawa isang package? But dinivide into different packages. The same river, the same barangay, the same municipality. Red flag. Next. Yung round amounts, sinabi ni Senator Erwin, kung meron siyang detailed engineering, hindi siya magra-round amounts. Hindi siya magra-round amounts. Iba lang, parehong barangay, iba lang yung sitio, pero the same amounts. Next. Next ito, red flag number 5. May makita kami mga items na merong specific code names. Yung ibang project walang code names, ibang project may code names. So, hindi consistent in other words. Next. And lastly, I think this is the worst. Ito yung the worst. It's the same project na sa GAA 2025, the same project in nasa NEP 2026. Yan, the same. In 2025, construction of flood mitigation structure, Agoo River and Allied Rivers Package 1, Rosales, Pangasinan. In NEP 2026, ganun na ganun. Construction of flood mitigation structure, Agoo River and Allied River Phase A, Rosales, Pangasinan. The same amounts. So ang tanong ko, hindi naman po siguro clerical error to. Diba? Sinadya to ilagay sa NEP. Diba? Ang punto ko, DBM should be more should reform its process and maging mas detalyado sa pag-a-analyze ng mga projects na pinapasok sa NEP. Ang nangyayari kasi, dinadala dito na lumalampas sa scrutiny ninyo. Dapat mag-scrutinize pa kayo ng maigi kasi very obvious naman to eh. Diba? Hindi siya clerical error, sinasadya itong ganitong panloloko ilagay sa NEP.
Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
Over here.
Senator Erwin and then
Yes,
Senator
yes, sir.
Sa akin, sandali lang. Baka sabihin nila, Mr. Chair, multi-year yan. Hindi natapos ka.
Mr. Chair, one quick question lang po. Because parang napapansin po natin, parang this is a deja vu. Well, lahat po naman kayo dito sa executive, wala pa nung panahon po ni Napoles. Pero what we are seeing here is parang mga pork barrel po ito. In short, this is pork barrel. Plain and simple. Kasi ang nangyayari ngayon, flood control programs, parang deja vu po ng pork barrel scam ni Napoles. Mas malala nga ito dahil itong mga budget sa anomalya, mga infrastructure projects, ay bilyon-bilyon na baka umabot pa nga na trilyon. Paano tayo makakasiguro ngayon, Mr. Chair, na walang pork barrel dito sa 2026 NEP, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
just a quick comment.
Will Senator Bam first, then Senator Lauren, then Senator Kiko.
Mr. Chairman, ilang araw na rin po natin itong pinag-uusapan kay Secretary Bunoan bago siya nag-resign. At ngayon, challenge natin to sa ating DBCC yesterday. Let's refuse to accept this DPWH budget, Mr. Chairman. There's an ongoing investigation. Inaaral yung mga proyektong ito. There are so many questions, so many red flags that you have already pointed out with Senator Lacson. Wag ko natin tanggapin ito. Ibalik natin to sa executive. You have 4 months to give it back to us na maayos na. Wala nang mga ghost project, wala na pong mga flood control sa mga lugar na wala namang flooding. I know it's uncommon, it's an uncommon process, pero Mr. Chairman, I think for this year, we can make an exception to the process where we return the DPWH budget and they have a few months to come back to us, present it again, na maayos na at wala nang, sabi nga ni Presidente, mahiya naman kayo, let's come up with a DPWH budget, a real flood control budget, na may pagmamalaki po natin at di ho natin ikahihiya at wala na po dapat na red flag, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, if
Go
I
ahead.
can po. Unfortunately, while we want that to happen, wala po yan sa Constitution or sa rule na otherwise, ang pwede po siguro is that ibalit ng buo. So that's why the budget process is that the executive proposes and then the legislative
No.
can amend
Yes, Mr.
and
Chairman,
disposes of the
My
budget.
suggestion is since we have a new DPWH secretary, there's an ongoing investigation in the House, in the Senate, in the agency, and I heard that there will be another group pa investigating. The subject of that, the output of that investigation should come back to us as proposed amendments and where we can amend the DPWH budget. Kasi Mr. Chairman, I don't think we can push through with the budget process na ang raming mga problema at ang raming mga sabit at ang raming iniimbestiga pa, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
There's
Mr.
a-
Chair, yun po yung napag-usapan namin ni Secretary Vince Dizon. They will check each and every, kasi parang pinag-resign na rin po niya lahat yung mga tao sa office, sa department. So they will check each and every line item po ng mga projects and programs, and they will provide a report po. So yung mga kinakailangan palitan, okay siya, papalitan nila in a form of a department amendment. Of course, we also need safeguards pagdating din po doon, no? And at the same time po, pwede rin yun naman po bawasan din yung level ng DPWH. Kung 800 billion siya ngayon, if you're not comfortable dun sa buong flood control or dun sa buong you can bring it down to 500 billion or 400 billion.
Senator Legarda.
Yes. Thank you. I have some suggestions, but of course, I leave it to the chair and to the body. First, we can actually delete the whole DPWH budget. Huwag kayo ma-shock because there are different numerations. And allow the new secretary to do a new budget, so he will submit a supplemental budget. That is allowed by the process. Okay. If the body is not agreeable to that, the House, I believe, were all congressmen here, can propose errata to the respective districts so that the red flagged projects like flood control can be converted to elsewhere, either DPWH still or even another department, to classrooms. If I were the congressman, I would build more classrooms or perhaps health centers. So, but that's to their better discretion. So either supplemental budget or an errata to a certain extent. But then again, if you don't have influence over any district, then you're correct to mention that it will come here anyway. And we can change that as our amendments to the extent that the chair will allow. And as chair, Senator Gatchalian has the power to change the complexion. But of course, depending on the interpretation of the President's message when he said, we must not touch the NEP. So I'm just concerned about the President's initial message that as much as possible, we must respect the NEP with the way we received it. So that's where the balance that we should do. Do we accept the NEP the way it is, but we see a lot of defects and red flags? Do we delete DPWH and allow the new secretary and his new team to come up with a supplemental budget while we proceed with the other departments? Or do we just do errata on red flag items, and then when it comes back here, we can do our own amendment? So just 4 or 5 suggestions, Mr. Chair, but I leave it to the body. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
ang ano ko lang po is that, of course, nasa sa inyo po yan, nasa Kongreso po yun, no? Ang ano ko lang po is that, although this was already also raised by the Congress now, ang dadating po kasi dito sa inyo na kopya, hindi na po NEP. HGAB na po yung dadating sa inyo. So, HGAB na po ang papalitan nyo. So, ang mangyayari po from our end, kami po ni Secretary Vince Dizon, is to provide that correct one, assuming, no, doon sa Kongreso po, sa House of Representatives. Because it emanates from them as an amendment, as an errata. Ang errata po kasi hindi nanggagaling yan sa Congress, sa department po yan nanggagaling. So para, I understand also, because the good senator po made mention that syempre as much as possible, we want the NEP to be, di ba, to be as is. But of course, may mga ganitong problema. So si Sec Vince po, aayusin po niya, it will be a department errata which will be provided to the House of Representatives. Pero I cannot answer naman po sa House if they will accept it wholeheartedly kung lahat po, di ba? Kasi ang aakyat po dito sa Senate, it's the HGAB. It's no longer the NEP.
Mr. Chair.
Hindi naman department ang nagbibigay ng errata, di ba, sa NEP? Ang
Department po.
Hindi, ang presidente.
Yan po ang nagbibigay ng errata. Opo.
Alam ko, ang errata.
Hindi po nagbibigay ng...
Ang eratang NEP galing sa Pangulo.
Hindi po. The Secretary.
Sure ka?
Senator Kiko.
Yes
Hindi
po.
presidente bibigay.
Hindi po nagbibigay ng errata ang Pangulo.
Iklaro lang natin ang sistema.
Department po ang nagbibigay.
Senator Kiko and then Senator
Let's just
Hontiveros.
clarify. I'm sorry to interrupt. Pero clarify.
Anyone? Pagtapos nila.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
It's the
Chairperson.
president's budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a, palagay ko this is subject to the Blue Ribbon Committee hearing rather than here, but I'd just like to put it out for the, for the consideration of our colleagues. Kasi sabi ni Senator Gatchalian, tungkulin ng DBM ang maghanda ng NEP, no? Kaya binubusisi. So, pero yun na nga, dahil dito sa mga 7 o ilan red flags, no? 6 na red flags, baka dapat you do an internal audit also of your processes, Secretary.
Yes po.
Dahil ang tanong dyan meron bang mga nanghihimasok sa level ng DBM para payagan na lang itong mga pinasok? I don't know, no? I don't have the... Of course, you will deny it, you will say no. Bakit nyo naman aaminin, no? But whether it's true or not, I think you have to go through an internal
Yes,
audit, no, of your processes. Dahil yung mga basic, meron bang mga politiko na lumalapit sa DBM? O kaya, of course, meron ng maliwanag na mukhang modus operandi sa DPWH. Pero may saklaw din ba sila? May tentacles din ba sila hanggang sa DBM para itong mga red flags ay hindi na lang papansinin? I don't know the answer, but
Yes, po.
all I'm saying is, obviously, there were some gaps. Moving forward, let's do an internal audit of your own processes.
That's true, Mr. Chair. We agree po na kailangan po, given all of these issues happening now, the executive committee of the DBM already sat yesterday. So moving forward, we'll have something to fix po what the situation, and then we'll sit down also with again with Secretary Vince of DPWH as to the yung sa loob po, at least from our end po, ang magandang naayos po namin is that this administration po, lahat po ng nasa NEP, sigurado po namin request ng ahensya. Wala pong pumapasok from the DBM itself. Request po yan ng ahensya. That's why we welcome the recommendation of Senator Win na sabi niya, if we want transparency sa step 0 pa lang po, pati sa pag-request pa lang. So we are already working on our system. Siguro bago matapos yung itong budget process natin, yung step 0 po nasa website na po ng DBM.
Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Antiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Definitely gusto nga natin at gusto namin mula sa step 0 pa lang, klaruhin at linisin kung may insertions dyan na hindi bahagi ng budget process from the NEP all the way up to the GAA. And I don't see, Mr. Chair, I support the direction in which we seem to be going na makapag-submit ang DPWH at ang DBM ng tingin nilang priorities nila sa pamamagitan ng errata, at tayo dito sa Senado ay i-correct natin, no? Palitan natin yung items batay dun sa isusumiteng errata. And I don't see any contradiction between that, what we seem to be going in the direction of doing, at yung sinabi kahit ni Presidente sa SONA niya tungkol sa NEP niya at yung gab ng Kongreso. Because after he spoke about the NEP and the gab sa SONA niya, sinabi niya yung mahiya naman kayo. So we have our own sense of indignation dito sa Senate sa mukhang pinagagagawa dito, and I support the direction in which we seem to be going to correct yung mga kahihiyan na yun and to prevent them from ever happening again moving forward. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Senator Amy, do you have any, I think you have a comment on the errata?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the procedure. As I understand it, the NEP is the President's budget as submitted, regardless of what it contains, its defects, its deficiencies. Any change in the NEP will be considered a congressional or legislative initiative. Diba yun ang understanding natin? Any errata submitted regarding the NEP should be endorsed by the President. Is that the correct procedure or has it changed?
There's no actually standard procedure. Wala rin po nasusulat sa batas about errata. Naging tradisyon na lang po ng mga ahensya as the alter ego of the President to submit errata to the Congress. Sa House of Representative, meaning agency initiative. Bago po, sa HGAP.
Pero nagiging
Sa HGAP po.
CI na yun. Magiging CI na yun, magiging congressional initiative. I mean, just logic dictates. If you're going to amend the President's budget, it has to be the President to agree. I think, Antonio, okay, this is not trivial and not merely procedural. Secretary, intindihin po ninyo na bitaw kasi ng salita ang Pangulo. Ang sabi kasi niya, I want the NEP intact. Ngayon, pinag-uusapan natin yung errata ng NEP. Bakit hindi pumayag ang Pangulo? Kahit palpak at kung ano-ano nang na-insert dyan sa NEP, bakit hindi siya pumayag ang pagkaintindi siya? Logic dictates that the President is the only one who can change the budget that he submitted in the first place. Yun ang problema ko.
I'll make the representation po to the President that since merong mga problema po sa DPWH, pwedeng magbigay ng errata ang DPWH.
Hindi lang po sa DPWH, marami pang ahensya na parang...
We'll have to check po yung sa ibang ahensya po.
Kahapon, di ba, pinag-usapan natin na low-lying fruit yung DOT. Pero pag tinignan mo yung DOT at DOTR ng mga budget, hamak na business as usual lamang. Walang bago na talagang tinutumbok ang problema ng
That's their request po, Madam Chair.
etc. etc.
Request po ng ahensya po yun, Madam Chair.
So, but just,
Pero siguro kailangan ng konting vision and future-proofing ng ating ahensya.
yeah,
Sorry,
just to
Chair.
continue, just to finish off my 3 minutes, ang suggestion ko lang, Secretary Mina, is to look at your internal processes. Because the first filter is DBM. Yung mga sinasabit nyo sa amin, ang tingin namin dyan, na-vet mabuti, nalinis na mabuti, lahat nito ay legitimate, lahat to ay accurate, kaya malinis na yung dokumento. Yung mga duplication, common sense lang yan eh. Kung sino man nagta-type nun, nakita nyo yung duplicate yun, dapat magsumbong na siya sa'yo. Diba? Kung nakita mo ang duplicate
Sa
na yun,
duplication po, meron po kami dong system. Pero yung dun sa mga
pero naulit
amount and... Anong sabi na nila may reason?
Kaya din yun sa binigay sa amin eh.
naulit-ulit eh.
Parehong pangalan.
Ulit-ulit siya.
Anong reason sa nila? Ang may sagot po doon sa duplication, although hindi na nila naihabol. Kasi may faces daw po yon, hindi lang nila nailagay yung face.
Well, palusot na lang yun. Diba?
Opo,
Palusot
opo,
na lang yun.
opo.
Diba? Ang punto namin, itong red flags, dapat mawala na ito pag-submit ng NEP sa amin. Kasi these are common sense. Para sa akin, common sense. Kung nahanap nga namin dito, I'm sure kayang-kaya hanapin ng DBM yan. So there's a problem with your process. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I was also informed, Secretary Balisacan, that projects of DPWH from the district below 150 million does not have to pass through the RDC.
It's the LGUs through the District Engineering Office of DPWH.
So from 150 million projects, diretso na siya sa NEP.
50 million to up to 500, I believe it's about RDCs na yan ho, Regional Development
Yeah, but the
Council.
150 million pababa.
Sa LGU na yon.
It's from agency to the NEP.
Yeah, it's the 150. I think that the ceiling for district
Yes, yes.
engineering
Correct.
office of DPWH.
No, because that's actually that jives with the numbers because we saw a lot of numbers in the NEP. They don't go beyond 150. So two things come to mind. Number one, in threshold ng district engineer, because ang district engineer can bid its own project for 150 million and below, and then the district engineer's project will not pass through RDC. Diretso na sa NEP. That's why makikita natin ang daming package 1, package 2, package 3, lahat 100 million, 149 million, sinasadya na hindi lumampas ng 150 million. So they're gaming the system, in other words.
It looks, Mr. Chair.
Correct. So please take a look at that because if they're gaming the system, then obviously corruption will happen. Someone is may taong sinasadya yung paglagay ng project below 150 million para una-una silang magbibid at pangalawa hindi na dadaan sa RDC.
Mr. Chair, may I interject? That's a common practice with the Department of Public Works and Highways. Yung mga regional directors given the authority na mag-approve ng project 150 million and below. So ang ginagawa ng ibang mga RDs ay china-chop-chop nila para ika nga. Pero kung if you really look at it, halos sa isang project, aabot sila ng over 150 million. I think my suggestion to DepDev, siguro we have to look into this and probably advise Secretary Vince Dizon to baguhin ito, yung pwede silang pumirma 150 million below. Kasi ginagawa nila, papasok sila ng 4-5 project, tigwa 150. Sobra rin sa 150 yung total. Can we do that, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, through our convergence budgeting process that we are working with DBM and other attached agencies, we intend to approach infrastructure development like flood control programs as an ecosystem. You know that you can't have this 150. You know, it's budget the entire process or system so that the project becomes effective. Otherwise, if you don't look at it as a system, especially for a flood control, wala ring silbi ho yan. Useless project yan.
Kagaya ito, Secretary RC, slide 49, it's divided into phases, but the same river, I'll show you again, no, the same river, the same barangay, the same municipality, the same province, but divided by 100 million, in iba, 115 million. So, talagang pinapalusutan nila yung sistema para hanggang district lang yung pagbibid at hindi na pupunta sa RDC. Dapat tignan rin natin to kasi pinapalusutan tayo. So with that, I conclude my question. We'll go to the round 2. We'll recognize Senator Lacson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stress time out muna tayo. Hindi pa tayo ng topic. Yung third topic ko is also related pero mag-debate ako a little. Okay, sa DOF naman muna. Compared to the total revenues collected by the BIR in 2024, what is the percentage share of the VAT?
Okay.
And pakisabit na rin yung in pesos and centavos. Ano po saan magta-translate yung percentage na yun? Share.
Kulang-kulang siguro mga 24% ang VAT na nakokolekta
Of the total?
of the BIR. But let me give you a perspective. Ang total collection ng VAT mula BIR at Bureau of Customs, halimbawa, sa taong ito, will roughly be 1.5 trillion. Okay? Ibig sabihin, kung ang ekonomiya natin, 28 trillion, more or less, ang VAT effective rate is 5%. Hindi 12.
But
Bakit? Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, BOC is just a collecting agency, di ba?
Correct, correct.
Yung VAT will also be counted sa BIR.
No, sa BOC pa rin makakount yan.
Pero collection agent lang sila eh.
Correct.
Pagka
Pero-
VAT, that's within the BIR jurisdiction, di ba?
Yes, the BOC is deputized by the BIR to collect national internal revenue taxes. And what I'm saying is that it's counted in the BOC. Sila ang nagkolekta. Having said that, ang total collection, BIR and BOC, ng VAT is roughly 1.5 trillion sa taong ito. Katumbas yan ng more or less 5%, hindi 12 dahil maraming exemption. But having said that, hindi pa sapat yun, pambayad ng sweldo ng ating mga empleyado. I just wanted to put that on record.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. So, what is our nominal GDP, say 2024?
About 26.4 trillion.
26.4 trillion. Okay, my next question is
24,
how many VAT lines of exemptions under Section 109 ng NIRC, no? As amended, of course, by trade and maybe create law. No?
Yeah.
Ilan ang lines of exemption?
Yes, my recollection is one, agriculture is...
No, never mind the breakdown, just the total number of VAT exemptions.
Okay,
the
I don't
lines.
have the exact number with me, but I can tell you agriculture is exempted. Exporters are exempted. Palengke exempted. Turo-turo exempted. Senior citizen exempted. PWD exempted.
Cooperative.
Cooperative exempted at a
Ecozone.
certain level. Yung Ecozone exporter exempted or in a customs
Power sector.
bonded renewable energy exempted. So pag sinuma total mo yan, that's roughly 6% of GDP are exempted.
So, ilan lahat yon? Both yung VAT exemption plus yung covered ng special laws. Yung total. 100
I'm sorry?
plus. VAT exemptions, yung lines, to include those exemptions covered by special laws that we passed. Yung total. Ballpark, 120, 130, 140 lines.
More about, but basically, nabanggit ko na.
Yeah.
Yung mga yun,
kasi yung next question ko is related to,
Yes.
to that. Ano?
Yes.
I want to find out how many lines of VAT exemptions there are. Ilan na napapagal?
30 under special laws.
And 59 under... so total yan is mga 139 eh.
Yeah, more or less. Sige.
Okay. So, ang observation natin is, kasi dito, this may help reduce the budget deficit. Assuming for the sake of discussion, let's imagine for a while na zero VAT exemption with 26.4 trillion nominal GDP, goods and services. You can just imagine, hindi magkakatotoo to, pero you can just imagine, VAT alone, meron na tayong, at 10%, not even 12%, meron na tayong 2.6 trillion na collection. VAT pa lang yan.
Theoretically, that is correct.
Yes.
And like I said today, you're collecting 1.5. But having said that, it is impossible to collect VAT from, let's say, the magsasaka. It is almost impossible to collect VAT from a sari-sari store. That's why we exempted them. It is almost impossible to collect VAT from a turo-turo. That's why we exempted them. Global practice, pag exporter ka, zero-rated ka sa VAT. So, hindi binabat ang exporter.
Yeah,
So,
understand.
I think when we made the law, we made it clear what is easier to collect, what is not easy to collect, what is practical, what is pragmatic, what should be collected. And then over the years, syempre, binabawasan lagi ng Kongreso yan. O, sige, let's accept senior citizen, let's accept PWD, let's accept so on and so forth, yes.
Yeah. The point that I'm trying to drive at is, at least we should reduce the number of lines of exemption. Hindi naman isi-zero. Kasi for every sector, ang daming lines.
Yes.
Babawasan lang natin yung for every sector, say cooperative, power sector, real estate, yung mga medyo
Yes.
can afford na magbawas ng VAT exemption,
Yeah.
para lang makataas tayo. Kasi alam nyo, yung
Yeah.
Pilipinas stands out among our ASEAN neighbors pagdating sa VAT exemption. I'll tell you, yung Indonesia, for example, at 11%, they only have 37 lines of exemption. Vietnam, at 5%, meron silang 25 lang. Thailand, at 7% VAT, mababa, meron silang 37. Eh kung tayo mag-100, talagang ang laki ng sabihin nating leakage. Hindi naman leakage,
Yes, sir.
forgan
I
revenues.
agree with you totally. Unang-una dahil, katulad ng nabanggit ko, ang deficit natin next year roughly 1,650 billion. Having said that, ang kinokolekta natin revenue kasama ang VAT ay sapat lang pambayad ng sweldo ng empleyado, pambayad ng maintenance operating expenses, pambayad ng interest expense on the debt, pambayad ng IRA or national tax allocation na mahigit 1.2 trillion yan sa mga LGU kasama ang BARM, at lahat ng flood control, lahat ng tulay, lahat ng airport, seaport, kalsada, bridge, ay inuutang natin yan. Kaya dapat gastusin natin ang tama. Lahat ng inuutang natin. Lahat ng capital outlay natin, inuutang natin yan.
Yeah, kaya nga Mr. Secretary, baka pwede pag-aralan natin na instead of passing new tax laws, which is very unpopular, I know that you suffered a lot, when
Pagka
when you
binilang
passed
ko po,
the 12% VAT.
pag binilang ko po ang mga bill dito sa Senado at sa Kongreso, karamihan, natural lang at naintindihan ko, bawasan ang VAT. Dapat meron light at the end of the tunnel, katulad nung nabanggit ko nung tinulak din natin yan nung unang panahon. Ibig sabihin, pagdating ng halimbawa, dumating ang debt to GDP ratio natin 40%, ang deficit 3%, pwede natin bawasan.
Anyway, yun lang yung point ko. Baka pwedeng sa halip na new tax laws, magbawas tayo ng exemption. Hindi natin babawasan yung VAT, but yung lines of exemption, kasi they've been enjoying
Yes, sir.
tax holidays in this regard.
Yes.
Baka pwede pag-aralan natin na magbawas tayo
I am
ng
one
VAT
with you.
exemption.
I am one with
Yeah, and
you.
I'm glad that you both in favor of my amendment. Kaya lang talo
Yes, sir.
tayo
Yes, sir.
doon sa train.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Kasi marami tayong kasama rin na tatalo sa atin.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
Salamat
Mr.
po.
Secretary.
Thank you for giving importance to our deficit and wanting to reduce our deficit as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Balik DBM, pero hindi ito pang-stress.
Lang naman po, we're here to
Doon sa 2026 President's Budget Message, merong na-mention na program convergence budgeting, no? PCB, aimed at eliminating duplication in programs. Could you please tell us more about this initiative? Kasi maganda po ito. We just want to be educated, including the public, kung ano yung mga initiatives ng DBM to make it more transparent and, you know, accessible to the public.
Ito pong program convergence budgeting po, it actually started in 2013 po. Pero what happens is that before, parang tinatag lang po ng agency. Parang there are sectors, for example, tourism. What happens is that they just tag yung mga agencies, yung mga programs and projects nila na pinopropose if may implication siya to that sector. So what we did naman po, kami naman po ni RC, and of course with the guidance of our President po, si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, sabi niya, baka you have to dig deeper yun sa process ng convergence budgeting. Kasi with just tagging lang, hindi po natin makikita yung mga duplications ng mga programa ng gobyerno. So nagsimula po to ng 2023, yung revised program convergence budgeting for the livelihood projects, because we saw during the budget preparation na parang more than 10 departments ang nagbibigay ng livelihood projects po sa ating mga kababayan. And we are not sure kung baka yung isang beneficiary nakaka-receive siya ng 10 pare-pareho. So hindi po, I think walang value added yung binibigay natin. So yun po yung naging sagot po namin. That's why we release a DBM-NEDA Joint Memorandum Circular po, which strengthens the convergence budgeting. It is chaired by DepDev and co-chaired by DVM. It serves as an oversight body that will ensure the harmonized, coordinated, complementary, and synergized implementation of projects across all departments po. So, ang pinaka-unang inupuan po namin is yung sa flood and water resource po. We met 3 weeks ago together with DPWH, MMDA, DENR, NIA, DOE, kasi we want to have, at least for the 2027 expenditure program, a more, well, honest to goodness, and big impact flood control and water resource project. Because dun sa projects and programs, kasi dun po sa meeting namin, parang lumabas po na itong mga projects na maliliit po, walang masyadong effect po to control our flood situation po.
Okay. Is there any current technology available para yung transparent yet secure na sa inyong system that would enable us here in the Congress, both houses, to track the movement of the budget from what is provided under the NEP and going forward, matrack natin kung sino yung mga nag-propose ng mga amendments paglabas ng GAA. Meron ba kayong technology available?
We can show po kaya po namin yan, makikita yung changes from NEP to GAA. But sir, the proponents po, hindi po namin
Ayun ang mas
makikita
importante,
unless
Madam
we are
Secretary.
provided with the minutes of the congressional
Sa
hearing
Senate,
po.
meron na kaming
Opo,
sistema.
pwede po.
I don't know about the House.
If you can share it with the DBM, maybe we can do a memorandum of agreement na yung system natin pwedeng mag-usap po para makita, mas mabilis po.
Kasi I heard you have this Project TINA, no? And
Yes po, sa budget
yung,
preparation po siya.
Technical Innovation for National Expenditure Program application. And how nice of you, no, to honor Secretary Tina Kanda with this acronym, Project
po.
Tina. How nice of the DBM people to honor her in this manner, at least. Pero yung kino-cover niya, NEP lang eh.
NEP lang po. Yes, sir.
So pwede bang i-expand natin hanggang
Yes
sa
po.
all the way?
We will do it po. We started po yung the budget treasury management system. Ito po mas even further. Pati po yung procurement po. Kasama na siya doon sa sistema.
Papunta kayo doon.
Opo. And a real-time update of all the releases po ng mga ahensya. Kasi what happens now, Mr. Chair, this Senator, is that inihintay po namin yung reports ng mga ahensya quarterly. Minsan, may mga late po mag-submit.
Super late.
Mr. Chair,
Yes
with
po,
the
may
indulgence
mga
of
late.
Senator Ping. Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Posible bang hindi lang hanggang procurement, pero yung buong budget execution?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's the idea of the IFMIS and Budget Treasury Management System po. Hanggang lumabas po yung pera, disbursement, at yung completion ng projects po.
Very good to hear po. Salamat, Mr. Chair, Senator Ping.
Yes, yung GPPB, di ba meron na silang procurement dashboard?
Meron po.
Ano yung latest year na kino-cover nila? Kasi masyadong late yan eh. At sana kung infrastructure, baka pwedeng may geotag para for the public to see and monitor anong progress ng mga tangible, yung mga infrastructure projects sa kanilang mga lugar.
Yes.
Because this is open to the public. Although, yung pag-update, of course, should only be accessible to the agencies concerned. Kasi hindi mo pwede mag-access yung public pati yung sa update, pag-update, di ba? But at least the public should know in the respective areas, just like the Sumbong sa Pangulo website or the DPWH website. Sorry.
Sir, I'll ask PSDBM for
Sige,
the
please,
listahan. But for the infrastructure projects, kung pwede lang po kami
Parang hindi-
mag-share po. Kasi meron po kaming bagong nilaunch na project, yung Project Dime po.
Yeah.
The use
Project
of
Dime, yeah.
satellite and drones po for infrastructure projects. Yun po, you will see lahat po ng projects under the General Appropriations Act
Makikita.
na infra. Sa DPWH po muna tayo mag-start. And then I think DOTR will also
Yeah.
put their data there. And then po, yung mga agencies will update us kung ano yung completion and progress. And then ang bago pong feature is that the people po, the public, the citizen, can log in to that website. And then pwede din po silang mag-update ng photos. Kung, for example, mali po yung in-update photo na nilagay ng DPWH, pwede po silang maglagay ng ano nila doon, ng kanilang mga inputs doon sa project na
Before
yun.
we recognize yung PSDBM, incidentally, hindi masyadong pleasant sa tenga namin yung PSDBM. You know what I mean, no?
Yes po, wala na po sila lahat.
Wala na, okay.
Wala na, natanggal
Sige.
na po lahat yan.
Yeah. Incidentally, kindly remind DPWH, pagka budget season, pag budget deliberation, lalo na pag malapit na yung budget ng deliberation, login down yung website. Ayaw po magpa-access, para sinasadya, and it's a pattern. In my previous years in the Senate, basta malapit na yung nakasalang yung deliberation ng budget ng DPWH, nagre-reklamo yung mga staff ko, sir, down na naman yung website. Sinasadya. Paki-remind lang.
Yes
Anyway,
po, we'll,
si Secretary Vince is there, ano?
I-message ko na po din si Vince. Ito po, katext ko po siya eh.
Hindi, kilala ko naman siya na he will really reform the department, ano? And we trust his capability, yung kanyang competence, pati yung kanyang integrity along the line. So sige, PSDBM,
Yes, sir.
kindly brief us.
Yes, ako po si Jen Maris Entredichucaong. I am the current Executive Director of Procurement Service DBM, which also handles and manages the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, yung system po. So right now, sir, yun pong M-PhilJEPS, Modernized PhilJEPS 2.0, meron na po kasing e-bidding facility yun, sir. The intention is for all agencies to use that it has an option for manual submission of bids and for online submission of bids.
Hindi ba pwedeng bawal na yung manual? Puro online na lang para talagang transparent.
Kasi doon nagkakaloko-loko sa manual. Merong human intervention. And this goes through pati sa Bureau of Customs. You know, I think in 2020, I asked the Bureau of Customs because meron tayong CMTA, okay, computerized, pero hindi automated. And I asked them, this was during the time of Commissioner Guerrero, how much would you need to fully automate? Kasi nakikita natin, alam ni Secretary Recto ito, yun lang export record ng China to the Philippines, ang laki ng discrepancy doon sa import records ng Philippines from China. Halos doble. So doon pa lang, sapat pa lang, talo na tayo because of that. Ano? Why? Because of technical smuggling. Because we're not automated. While China is automated, fully automated, tayo hindi. So baka pwedeng alisin niyo yung manual yung sa PhilJeps na sinasabi ninyo, diretso lang puro electronic because you know, I'm a strong advocate of digitalization pagdating sa procurement, even in the budgeting process. Para mawala talaga. Kasi in this day, modern day and age of the information and communication technology, huwag na tayo mag-manual.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Senator.
Pwede bang eliminate yung manual part?
Actually, sir, under RA 12009, in yung Government Procurement Act, mandatory po tayo na gamitin yung features ng modernized PhilJeps. But the agencies has 3-year transition to do that. But what we're doing po in PhilJeps is for the agencies not to use na po yung luma, the 1.5, which is what they've been using to post the notices. Kasi yung nandun po sa 1.5, yung electronic bulletin board, yun po yung ginagamit nila. Hindi pa po sila gumagamit. Hindi pa po sila nagta-transition dun sa features po ng MPhilJeps. So what we're doing right now is we're already announcing na i-shutdown na po namin yung 1.5 for them to be able to migrate already to 2.0 and for everybody to use already the e-bidding facility, which can be used from pre-procurement planning stage up to contract implementation. Ito pong e-bidding, ito po yung i-connect doon po sa BTMS na dinidevelop po ng DBM na part po siya nung buong IFMIS namin. Kaya po kasama yung from budget execution up to payment and disbursement and contract implementation.
Hindi ba pwedeng i-shorten natin yung 3-year transition sa
Yes, sir.
1
Yes,
year
sir.
or 1.5? Kasi by the time wala na si Secretary Mina doon, baka kasama
Pwede
na namin
po.
sa Senate yan.
Hindi po. Sir, ano po, yun yung maximum number of years, but we will shorten it, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Ano po, i-shorten po namin. Kaya nga po yung 3 years po kasi started this year. Supposed to be 3 years pa po. Pero this year pa lang po, nag-a-announce na po kami na we will be shutting down the 1.5 para po gradual po, lumilipat na po sila doon po sa 2.0.
Sige. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am. Balik tayo sa stress, ha? Yung Kika ba yun? Sika or Kaika? CICA?
Sika po.
Congress introduced changes and adjustments. Ano? I'm just worried. Ano? Kasi eto, ang laki ng ating hindi magagamit sa budget under the 2025. Yung new budgetary items, ito yung new programs, ito yung na hindi na evaluate ng DBM. 662.4 billion. Tapos yung increases sa mga PAPs, 121 billion. So ang total na SICA, 783.4. Plus yung direct veto na ginawa ng Presidente sa DPWH budget, 26.1. Ang total ng pati yung, kung isasama mo pa yung for issuance of SARO, yung PISARO, 757.3. So ang total niya, 783. So malamang sa hindi, unused appropriations ito. Hindi po ba? Magiging unused.
Opo. Yes po, kung
Sayang.
hindi na po to i-request ng mga agencies. And then a big portion na rin din po naman of this amount are infrastructure projects po na may 2 years validity po. So, but depende po sa ahensya if they will still request yung mga bagong programa na nasama po sa General Appropriations Act, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
But yes po, I agree po. Pag hindi po nila ni-request,
Sayang.
mawawala na din po siya.
Discourage yung program ng national government.
Yes
Ang dami
po.
tatamaan.
Opo. Pero masaya po si Sec Recto doon dahil bababa po ang deficit namin.
Yun sa total yun, no? Pero yung sa flood control lang, ang total niya nasa mga 165 billion. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. Ano? Kasi kung mga flood control na nasa nasa Bulacan First Engineering District, mas maganda na nga, wag niyo i-release to.
Yes po, more or less po, because ang total po ng lahat ng flood control projects under the Department of Public Works is 346 billion pesos under the General Appropriations Act 2025, Mr. Chair.
Yung unprogrammed appropriations, ano bang policy natin dito? Na-explain na ni Secretary Recto, no? I-compensate pag nag-release sa unprogrammed, babawasin naman sa regular budget. Pero sa akin, di ba parang unfair yun? Kasi yung regular item sa budget, ito yung na-vet eh.
Yeah,
Kasi there are parameters, there are requirements. Ano? Yung merong excess revenue collection, merong accompanying revenue measure, tapos doon sa yung approved loans sa foreign assisted. Ang ginawa ng Congress, yung last 2024, kaya nagka-loko-loko, pati PhilHealth, saka yung tawag dito, DepEd, napakailaman, because nagdagdag sila ng dalawang special provisions. One, sinama GOCC. Covered naman yung PhilHealth, categorized as GOCC. So nabawasan tayo ng 74 billion, na zero yung PhilHealth because of that provision. And I understand where you're coming from when you said we're just complying with the law. Because GAA is a law. And the fifth one, kasi aside from the three, nagdagdag pa ng foreign assisted projects. Mabuti na lang, hindi nagalaw yung foreign assisted. You can just imagine if pati yung foreign assisted projects, pinakailaman, nirealign, tinanggal. Madidemanda tayo, arbitration na abutin natin dyan. Di po ba? So, yon, mabuti under the 2025 GAA, natanggal uli yung dalawang provisions. Nag-stick doon sa tatlong requirements. But ano yung ating policy? Kasi in my privilege speech some 10 days ago or less than 2 weeks ago, no? Meron yung nangyari sa Oriental Mindoro. Ito yung hinugot sa sa program fund, yung dalawang projects. One in Barangay Burbuli, yung isa sa Barangay San Jose. Paano ma-access ng isang district representative? Kasi inaako niya ito sa mga billboards niya, sinabi, mga project ko ito yung aking mga accomplishment. Pero nang chinek namin, dalawang items yung kinuha sa program fund. And from, what I understand, pagdating sa special purpose fund, na nandun yung unprogrammed appropriations, hindi basta-basta ma-access to ng isang congressman. Presidente lang ang pwede mag-augment. Kasi kung merong for some reason, kulang yung budget sa isang item under the regular budget, the President is authorized to, pull out from the unprogrammed fund at i-augment yung budget. Pero so what happened here? Yung flood control project sa Barangay Burbuli, and Barangay San Jose in Auhan na nakakuha masyadong malakas yata, masyadong influential yung kumuha nito. Tapos substandard pa. So what is really the policy of the national government when it comes to unprogrammed appropriations?
Tapos na time ko. Yeah. Sige, thank you. Last na yan. Meron pa kayo? Meron pa sana, pero okay lang. So we can... Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may, my understanding is that you only need the unprogram. For example, if within the cut-off of the DBM in submitting the NEP, kasi medyo hanggang June yan, may pagdinig ang DBM, and then pagpasok ng SONA, isasabit na yung NEP. Posible may mga foreign assisted projects na naaprubahan na ng executive o ng ICC halimbawa na hindi na incorporate sa NEP. Kung kaya pinapasok yan sa program. Okay? Ang mali, yung halimbawa in 2024 or in 2025, meron na nabilang na yung revenue niya na sa program. Yung foreign assisted, nabilang na yan. Linipat sa program.
Yun ang
na priority ng Pangulo, halimbawa.
You know, we were together in the previous congresses, di ba?
Yes.
Never tayo naka-encounter na nira-align from regular budget to program.
That
Never
is
tayo
right.
naka-experience. But this time around, under the, I think, 19th Congress, ginagil nila eh.
Correct.
From unprogram, nilipat sa regular. From regular, nilipat sa program.
Correct.
Ano po ba yung motibo doon? To confuse?
Correct. Hindi naman po. Palagay ko, it's a fight for fiscal space. Having said that, pag linipat mo sa unprogram, dumodoble yung deficit mo. Kasi binilang na natin yung revenue. And that's why my statement earlier is that, generally speaking, pag nag-release ka sa unprogram, magbawas ka sa program. Kasi yun lang ang cash na rin makukolekta natin eh. Halimbawa, sa taong ito, ang alam na, in 2026, tinitiyak ko hindi lalampas sa 5 trilyon ang makukolekta natin, hanggang doon lang. Pero ang gagastusin natin, more or less, 6.6. Uutangin natin yan. Di ba?
Chair,
Oo. Yes,
Kaya
hindi mo pwedeng dagdagan yung kundi lalaki yung uutangin natin ulit.
Secretary, hindi pa nasasagot yung tanong ni Senator Lacson. Paano na-access nung congressman?
Hindi kami nagre-release ng unprogram.
Paano kaya niya na-access? Kasi imposible
Okay, I'm
talaga.
not aware
Only
of
the President's office
Yes.
can do
Okay.
that.
So meron unprogram sa budget. Ang karamihan dyan supposed to be yung mga natanggal ng Kongreso na mga priority ng Pangulo ang napunta sa unprogram. Okay, yun ang pagkaalam ko. Okay? Kasama na dyan yung foreign assistance projects. Kasama na rin dyan, halimbawa, yung government counterpart. Yes.
Yung, kunyari po for this year, no, as an example po, yung sa deficit level lang po, kaya talagang maapektuhan siya. Kasi nakalagay po sa special provision ng availment of program fund is that first, you can only access if we have excess revenue collection as certified by the BTR. Second, pag may new revenue collection nga po. And lastly, approved loans for foreign assisted. Meaning po yung loan proceeds. Yun po, pag ni-request ng ahensya, hindi ko po kailangan hintayin yung certification ni Secretary. So to date po, naglabas na kami ng additional 99 billion for loan proceeds nang walang excess revenue. So tumama na po yun kaagad sa programa po ng DOF. So tumaas na ulit yung deficit mo ng 99 billion pesos.
Secretary, yung approved loans, project specific
Yes
yan
po.
eh.
Yes po.
Hindi pwedeng ibato mo yan sa ibang projects.
Hindi po. Hindi po pwede.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang tanghali. Just to raise some questions with the DOF, do we have figures regarding the leakage of revenues because of smuggling?
With the permission of the chair, to respond to the query, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Yes.
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chairman, with the permission of
Yeah,
the
go
chair.
ahead.
Yes, thank you. The last time we met with the new commissioner of the Bureau of Customs, in our conversation with him, they presented to us a catch-up plan, and we presented to them our own catch-up plan, which we think they should do. Our estimate of the leakage for the year will roughly be 150 billion.
150 billion
More or less, yes.
for customs.
Yes.
Does this include, iba pa yung BIR, no? But do you also have figures as to past?
I don't have the figures for the BIR, but nevertheless, when we give them a target, let me give you an example. If the economy were to grow by, for example, 6%, and you had inflation of, let's say, 8%, and we give them, so their minimum growth should be 8. So if we give them a target of 12, then there's an efficiency of 4%. So that's how we do it with both the BIR and the Customs Department.
Okay, thank you. I raised this question because we had a hearing yesterday on the smuggling, particularly agriculture products. And the anti-agriculture economic sabotage law mandates the full operation of the national single window within 90 days. The law says within 90 days from the effectivity of this act. And then a failure to implement the NSWD shall subject the head of the concerned office of the BOC and trade regulatory agencies to admin and criminal prosecution. May we know what the status is now of the
National Single Window.
Yes. And moving forward, is there, kasi 20 years na tong batas na ito.
No, I think bagong batas yan.
Well, the council, the creation of the Anti-Agriculture Sabotage Act was 2024. But the Executive Order 482, which was where the single window originated or emanated from, was 2005. So we have been talking about the national single window since 2005. We will celebrate the 20th anniversary this year. When will we finally put this together and make it functional?
Well, first of all, let's go backward muna from 2005 to before I came into the DOF. Maraming kaso-kasuhan dyan. Okay, so there are TROs in court, so on and so forth. But to answer your question directly today, it is no longer the BOC implementing that. The proponent now of the project is the DICT. And we expect to get the national single window approved within the next 2 months. Within the next 2 months, not to be implemented by the DICT. That is also to skirt around the DRO issued by the court. So hindi siya BOC at DICT ang gagawa. Okay? And maybe another year for it to be operationalized.
So, in other words, by the 2026, second or third quarter.
Hopefully by then it will be fully operationalized. And then next to that will be the improvement of their E2M.
Yes,
Okay?
yes. Thank
So
you.
with the national single window and that, hopefully within our administration, mariresolve natin yung mga maraming problema sa Bureau of Customs.
Although, as it was earlier, during the hearing yesterday, nabanggit ni Senator Noy Morcoso nung initially na-implement yung ilang mga online, how do you call it, transparent collection, bumaba ang collection. I don't recall right now which particular agency, pero nung naging digital, bumaba yung collection. Diba? So maybe we will have to, baka sadyang sinasabotahin. No? But anyway, you'll have to look out for that.
Yeah. I think our revenue generating agencies, generally, the revenue effort has been growing by about 14% on the average in the last 3 years. Yes. Almost 12% for the BIR in the last 3 years as well.
Thank you. These are some items that I raised last hearing yesterday, but I'd like, because Secretary Recto and Secretary Balisacan were not here, I'd just like to reiterate this. And I've shared it earlier with Secretary RC. The official data on income range of farmers and fisher folk, we'd like to get that. What is the average income of our farmers and fisher folk? Also, the comparative ASEAN as well as Northeast Asia income and productivity in agriculture and fisheries. And then agri-exports, the breakdown of Philippine agri-exports relative to ASEAN and Northeast Asia. Northeast Asia, sorry. Dahil nga, it's ridiculous that, or pathetic, so forgive the harsh term, but Singapore is exporting $12 billion worth of agri-products while we're exporting 7 billion. And from the last, if I'm not mistaken, since 2015 until this time, our net imports used to be about 5 billion. It's now about 11 billion or 12 billion ang ating agriculture imports. So that's a concern, and we'd like to get the data. We're also looking at, again, to address these challenges, we'd like to get the position of the Department of Finance as well as DepDev. We believe to be able to address these challenges, the following have to be undertaken. One, a law to create a commission on agriculture to look into, similar to EDCOM 2, to look into the serious challenges affecting our agri and fisheries sector and how do we address this. The other law that we're going to propose, and hopefully with your support will be certified as urgent by the President, is renationalization of the extension services of the Department of Agriculture down to the provincial level, so that we have support, we have infantry to be able to address the challenges of our farmers, and the re-establishment of the Bureau of Agriculture cooperatives, likewise to be able to provide strengthening of our agriculture, our co-ops, as a means of being able to increase their productivity, increase supply, and of course, help them increase their incomes. So these are some of the concerns that we are manifesting. We hope the DOF and the DepDev can give us their own position papers on the two, actually the three, AgriCom 2, extension services to the provincial and municipal level from the DA. Of course, the rice tariffication measure. We are interested in when will we already said this earlier, we will just reiterate it. The EO 62 says tariffs should be reduced up to 2028. And we felt, or we understood the reduction of tariffs as a response to a rice emergency. So the question is, are we going to have a rice emergency until 2028? Because the EO says that the reduction is up to 2028. And finally, in terms of, again, addressing the challenges of agriculture, we're looking at filing a measure that will merge the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Agrarian Reform. But we will now also propose that we remove the fisheries BIFAR and create a separate Department of Fisheries. I'm gung-ho about all of this, primarily because I think President Marcos Jr. is serious about addressing the challenges of agriculture. His latest SONA, top #1 in his agenda was agriculture. And I'm looking at this as an opportunity, a window to put in structural reforms for the agriculture and fisheries sector that will finally address the neglect. Pretty much we've abandoned our farmers and fisher folk to fend for themselves for the longest time. We've neglected, although of course we understand the budgetary appropriations precisely of the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries have been increased tremendously relative to previous budgetary allocations. And so I'm looking at this as a window. If there is, they say, if there is a wave, you ride the wave, and therefore you will be able to reach a farther distance. The wave is that the President is how do you call it, serious about his desire to address the challenges of agriculture. I've been in Secretary RC was one of those who recruited me to become part of the executive department under Pinoy's time as chairman of the NFA, BCA. This was your fault that I had that experience. But yes, I know we can
address the challenges of the agriculture and fisheries sector, but the executive department and the legislative department have to work hand in hand. So actually, it's more a manifestation because I already raised some of the issues yesterday. Unless there are some comments and inputs on the part of both Secretaries RC and Secretary Ralph.
I can respond.
Yes, go ahead.
Briefly, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sen. Kiko, for this request. We are already compiling the data that you have requested. It will take us a little time to, especially getting the data from the ASEAN countries, and I think those should be interesting comparisons. I do think that we need to have an AgriCom 2, because I guess that we really have to dig deep into why the agricultural modernization objectives of AgriCom 1 did not bring us to that desired state. And I will certainly be happy to help in depth and in pushing, looking at the issues, problems, and the recommendations moving forward. With respect to the rice tariffication measures, EO 62, we note, Mr. Chair, that as provided by that EO, DepDev submits a report to the President once every 4 months, and we have already submitted 3 reports since then, and our next report is due soon. And in each of these reports, we examine the conditions of the market, the rice market, the price situations, both at the farm gate and wholesale and retail levels, as well as the overall state of the industry. And it's not the intention or the purpose of that review, Mr. Chair, is to also advise Cabinet and the President on issues, particularly on whether we should keep the tariff at that level. Many things have changed since then, particularly the sharp drop in world prices of rice, and also the significant drop in the farm gate prices. And we certainly have to look at measures that would ensure that we achieve the objective of the EO 62, which was, one, to stabilize farm gate prices, making sure that farming remains remunerative. Second is to make sure that rice is accessible to our consumers, particularly low-income households. And third, making sure that prices are stable, therefore safeguarding the state of our national economy, because in the past, high rice prices and high food prices in general lead to high inflation, which created havoc in the macro economy. So we are open to that review. In fact, our team at DepDev is already looking into ways of various options of stabilizing farm gate prices, ensuring that farm gate prices would not have to fall when world prices deteriorate, while at the same time allowing consumers to benefit from such reduction in world prices. So those are, I think, interesting policy issues. I guess our mistake in the past is to rely on one policy tool to address three policy problems, and I don't think that's unusually tenable.
Interjection, Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of
Yeah, go
Senator
ahead,
Kiko.
Senator Risa.
Please go ahead.
Salamat. Secretary RC, speaking of riding the wave, yung sinabi ni Senator Kiko, and in the spirit ng isang pinagtulungan naming resolution regarding the tariffs, but hindi sakyan yung wave that could be generated by yung 60-day suspension ni Presidente sa importation, no, ng bigas, sabayan ng ibalik na yung tariffs sa 35% sa ASEAN imported rice at mas mataas sa non-ASEAN imported rice. Mr. Chair.
Yan din ang isang option that we are looking at, Mr. Chair. In fact, one feasible option and a more sustainable option that we are looking at, for example, is seasonal tariff, where you can have the higher tariff when farm gate prices are falling during harvest time, and but the other option is what they do in some countries, particularly in Europe, where you provide a price support to farmers whenever farm gate prices fall below a threshold, so that we can actually see how farm gate prices move over time, ensuring that farmers remain competitive and farming is remunerative, while at the same time ensuring that the benefits of a falling world prices will also accrue to consumers. So it will be a good balancing act. And we are looking at, I guess the challenge here is looking at the administrative cost of these different options. But I believe that the options that we are looking at are more sustainable, more efficient, less fiscally costly to government than the current affairs.
And sorry, lastly, Mr. Chair, Senator Kiko, and an additional element sa buong pakete would be yung tinatalakay din ni Senator Kiko kanina, really stopping once and for all, if not 100%, 95% yung smuggling that is also killing our rice farmers. And in terms of the balancing act, well, now is the time, I think, together with the 60-day suspension ni Presidente sa importation, now is the time to make the balance weigh heavily on the side of the farmers. Salamat, Mr. Chair, at Senator Kiko.
Yes, we're currently reviewing the amendments to the rice tariffication measure. We may be able to include that in terms of seasonal tariff adjustments, number one. And as earlier raised by the chairman, maybe during the lean months, cash assistance from the tariff collections should be made available depending on the drop in palay prices. And third would be, actually we mentioned this last time, full implementation of the Sagip-Saka law, wherein farmers and fisherfolk are already allowed to sell their products directly to government, whether national or local, without having to go through the procurement law. So it's a negotiated contract, and maybe an EO can actually be put together by the President, or we will include it in the law, where a palay floor price, when government is buying palay from our farmers and fisherfolk for its calamity relief funds, for its feeding programs, provincial hospitals, provincial jails, all of these entities buy food, and therefore even palay can be, you can actually do a negotiated contract wherein farmers can now, because of the contract with the hospital, can now borrow from credit to mill the rice and then sell it as rice in a negotiated contract with government that purchases the said agri-products. So that could actually be one already, immediately. Sabi ko nga, anihan na ngayon eh. Marami nang nag-aani. So the natural response would be, baka bumagsak yung presyo na naman ng palay dahil mataas ang supply. So government can already step in and say, okay, we have a palay floor price. Government, when it can, should be able to do the palay or rice purchases depending on the capacity of your farmers groups and organizations, so that there is a support in that sense. In fact, if you will allow me, Valenzuela buys their rice requirements from co-ops in Bulacan, I think, negotiated contract. They have a 20 million peso budget for distribution of rice to calamities, for persons with disability, etc. And because they buy it directly from a farmer's organization, they're able to save as much as 15 pesos per kilo. It's cheaper by 15 pesos rather than going through the regular procurement process because the law sa GIPSACA allows it. Can you imagine if all LGUs in NCR are now going to do negotiated contracts with farmers from Bulacan, from Cavite? Well, Cavite is not a rice producing, well, it is, but not really. More in Region 3, then you're going to have, you know, a game changer of sorts. So maybe I have one more question, just one quick question. Can we be clarified as to what happened since the uproar on the food poor definition, and how are we going to move forward from the original 64 pesos a day? Because I understand, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of government intervention is based on the data. And one such data is that you're no longer food poor if you're spending 64 pesos a day for your meals. And I'm concerned because, well, and in fairness to Secretary Balisacan, this is my last question, Mr. Chairman. He already said that the data was outdated. He was quoted as saying that. So, question number one, are there programs that were guided by this food poor definition? If there were, have we made the necessary changes moving forward? And what is the new figure, if any, if a figure is already available? Please go ahead, Secretary. Kasi kahit na paano nating tingnan, and thank you for the Secretary saying it's outdated, mahirap paniwalaan na ang 21 pesos hindi ka na food poor, no, per meal. Go ahead, Secretary.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Chair, yes, our threshold, poverty threshold, has been or is currently being updated. We have interagency groups that has gone through the whole exercise of repackaging the food menu and considering all the other non-food items as well. The threshold has been increased. It's still not official at this time because they still have to be approved by the Statistical Coordination PSA Board, the Philippine Statistics Authority Board. But it's taking into account the changes in the cost of living, the changes in the composition of household, in the composition of the food items and non-food items. We would see the threshold increase from roughly about 11,000 to 13,873 for a family of 5.
A month.
Yes, yeah.
A month.
Yeah. This is but this is just for 2023, no? Since there has been inflation since then, we'll further update this 13,873 for inflation since 2023. So it will be a bit high. And we will apply this new threshold in 2025 in the calculation of poverty for 2025 because we are doing a nationwide survey now on family incomes and expenditures. will use this to estimate the number of poor. And let me also note that while we are changing the thresholds, again, the policy perspective here is that we want to ensure, we want to measure the progress we are making in poverty reduction. And we want to see whether the policies and programs that we are putting in place are effective or not. And so, while we have a threshold like this, to answer that question, it's not sufficient. We need to subject that analysis to various thresholds to see that or to examine that the conclusion we draw is robust. So, and as of now, as I stated last year, whether you look at the poverty threshold used in South Asia, which is much lower than us or comparable to us, or the poverty threshold applied for middle-income countries, as reported in the World Bank publications, you will see the same pattern that our poverty level, regardless of the households or the threshold you apply, has been seeing a reduction. And that to us is very encouraging.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no other questions. My time is up. Thank you.
The next on the list is Senator Marcoleta.
Maraming salamat, Chairman. Secretary, Boss, Recto, magkano yung budget natin for 2026?
Roughly 6.7 trillion.
Ano po yung projected revenue po natin?
Roughly 5 trillion.
That's why you said we are expecting a deficit of 1.6 trillion pesos for
More or less.
next
Cash
year.
deficit. Cash, yes.
Gas.
Yes.
And that will mean 133 billion per month, 4.4 billion per day
Yes.
na uutangin natin,
That is correct.
or 185 million pesos per hour.
That is correct.
Nakakatakot, di ba?
Totoo po yun.
Pero sabi mo kanina, huwag tayong mag-alala kasi alam nyo, nasa ano pa naman ito eh. Manageable, sabi mo
For
kanina.
as long as we grow faster than the debt, if the economy grows faster than the debt, then we outgrow the debt and we pay down the debt.
That is the
Ang masama-
problem.
Ang masama, if the debt is growing faster than the economy.
Yun nga eh.
Yes, sir.
At ano na yung outstanding debt natin sa ngayon?
Roughly 17 trillion.
17 trillion, what is the debt to GDP ratio?
61% because the economy is roughly 28 trillion. But that's one benchmark. There's another benchmark, yung general government debt. Doon naman, mga 57% lang tayo. At katulad nung nabanggit kanina sa presentation ko, meron naman tayong upgrade sa ating mga rating agencies dahil nakikita nila na the economy is still growing faster than the rate of our debt.
Kasi
At
ang
ang mahalaga, we reduce the deficit over time.
yung aking mga kaibigan na mga pessimists, sabi nila, alam mo, yung comfortable na ratio is 60%. Ngayon,
Tama po yun. Nung araw,
na-breach mo na yung ano parang lumampas na tayo.
depende yan kung ano ang debt mo. Katulad nung nabanggit ko kanina, 70% of our debt is domestic.
Hindi, 69% na sinabi mo kanina.
Oh, 69, 70%, roughly.
Okay,
70%,
roughly.
yes.
Kasi tinatandaan ko lahat ng sinasabi mo.
Tama po
Boss.
yan. Tama po yan.
Ganito
so, to be
eh,
exact, 69% ang
okay.
domestic.
Ang sabi mo kanina, pumayapa tayo because, you know, ang domestic natin ay 69%.
Correct.
At lahat naman ng yan ay napupunta na dagdag na kita ng ating mga kababayan.
Utang natin sa ating sarili. Tama po yan.
Yes, sir. Ang problema, kamukha nung napapatunayan sa aming mga pagbubungkal nitong mga flood control, mukhang yung mga ibang nauutang natin na ito nga ay naitatawid natin sa mga projects, lalo na yung flood control. Kahapon lang na naka-establish na kami ng dalawa na ghost projects. Ang totoo niyan, binubungkal namin, there are about 60 potential flood control projects na ghost. So, kasama dito ay itong 69% hindi bumabalik sa kita kasi puro ghost ang nangyayari. Ito yung nakakatakot, Secretary.
I agree with you. At katulad doon nabanggit ko kanina, we have to grow faster than the debt. So halimbawa, kung yung flood control yan, nagastos ang tama yan, mahigit 200,000 trabaho na ibigay sa ating mga kababayan. At siguro yung ekonomiya natin hindi lang lumago ng 5.7% o 5.9% in the last 3 years on the average, kung hindi masigit pa. So nakakalungkot talaga itong problema sa flood control. At siguro, meron din akong gustong kung mamarapatin po ninyo, maybe I can show you one slide dahil baka makatulong sa ating committee. Maybe you can show the DBCC slide. Meron akong slide na nakita at tayo naman matagal na rin tayo sa Kongreso at sa Senado at siguro ito makakapagbigay ng konting kaalaman kung bakit siguro lumaki yung flood control projects. Can we flash the DPWH slide? Sana, ito makatulong ito. Kung titignan ninyo, itong slide na to. Condition of Philippine Road Network. Tignan nyo yung October to 16, 2024. Yung national road natin, kung titignan ninyo, total kilometers, 35,000.
Sa flood control na lang kasi, flood control lang sinasabi.
Then, precisely my point. Tignan ninyo, national road, 99.1% tapos na. Tignan yung national bridges, 99.9% tapos na. So kung tapos na lahat ito, pero kita mo yung local roads, yan ang may malaking problema. So nangyari, linipat, kasi gawa na yung mga national road, napunta sa flood control as part of the core mandate ng DPWH. Kaya kung akong tatanungin, kulang tayo sa classroom, kulang tayo sa hospital, kulang tayo sa local roads. So siguro, at siguro kulang na rin tayo sa national, baka kailangan dagdagan din natin yung national road. Pero wala akong nakikitang data tungkol sa flood control. Opo.
Salamat po sa karagdagang karunungan, Secretary.
Salamat.
Babalikan po natin yan kasi pagdating na ng pagtatanong ko kay Secretary ng TBM, madadaanan natin yan.
Opo.
Yun pong 6.7 trillion na budget, ilang porsyento po yun ang ating projected GDP?
About 22.5%. Roughly 16.5. Thereabouts.
22%?
Where is it? 21.5? Yeah. That's 22%. Yes. Yeah. The disbursement is 21.5.
And what is our projected GDP?
About 30 trillion.
30
trillion, more or less, yes.
So we need to grow by how much in order to
Okay,
achieve this?
if the deficit will grow by 5.5% this year and the economy grows by, in real terms, by 5.5%, then equal lang. If the
But we
economy-
need to overtake, you know.
That's correct.
Kasi dapat mas mabilis ang growth
Correct.
natin sa economy. So
Correct.
what should be the growth,
So,
ideally?
halimbawa, correct. So today, we expect the economy nominally to grow roughly about 7.5% to 8%, nominally including inflation, and the debt will increase by about 5.5%. Another way of looking at it, halimbawa, if interest rates are at 6%, pag umutang ka, and inflation is at 3%, your real cost of money is 3%.
Yes.
If the economy grows by 6%, panalo ka ng 3%.
Kaya nga, yung 7.3 must be achieved na growth natin sa economy.
Anything higher than the rate of debt.
At the very least, 7.5.
Anything higher than the rate of debt, the increase in the rate of debt is positive.
But ideally, we need to grow at 7.5 para lang.
Ideally, if we could grow faster than that, even better. No, kasama ng nominal yun, ah. Oo, nominal yun. Opo.
Yung collection effort natin sa tax, Secretary,
Yes. Opo.
comparable ba yun dun sa collection effort ng mga Asian countries?
A very good
Kasi
question.
baka,
That is correct.
baka yun ang dapat nating tingnan.
That's correct. A very
Diba?
good question. Yes, we do have a slide on that. The average revenue to GDP ratio in ASEAN is 16.5%. So tayo, nandun tayo sa 16.5%. So
Okay ba
lahat
tayo?
yung bine-benchmark namin sa DOF. Tinitignan natin yung mga international best practices at dito sa ASEAN, yung benchmark dyan, yung revenue to GDP, roughly 16.5, nandun tayo. Ang ASEAN average is 16.4. So tayo last year 16.5, so 0.1, mas maganda yung atin.
Kasi Secretary, Mr. Chair, nung binabalikan ko yung ating nakaraang kasaysayan, 1965 for example,
1 year old pa lang ako noon.
wala ka pa siguro noon.
1 year old, 1 year old.
Si Chairman, wala pa eh. Per capita GDP, we're number 2 in Asia.
That's correct.
Pagkatapos, tinitingnan ko
Sunod
yung...
sa Japan.
Ha?
Sunod sa Japan.
Sunod tayo sa Japan.
Tama.
Pagkatapos, talagang may iyak ka, malulungkot ka. Bakit? Paunti-unti tayong bumababa. Hanggang sa ma-overtake na tayo ng Brunei, na-overtake na tayo ng Singapore. Dahan-dahan, ngunit consistently na-overtake tayo per capita GDP. Nakakaiyak talaga, na-overtake na tayo ng Malaysia, na-overtake tayo ng Thailand, and then Indonesia.
Tama po yun, nakakalungkot talaga.
And officially, last month, we were overtaken by Vietnam. Tama po.
Size of the economy, I think mas malaki pa rin ang Pilipinas ng konti.
Yes, but
Trajectorily,
I am
think
talking
that-
about per capita GDP.
Yeah, that's possibly,
Officially,
yeah, that's correct, yes.
na-overtake na po tayo. Huwag na po sana tayong papayag na ma-overtake pa tayo ng Myanmar,
Opo.
Cambodia, o kaya Timor-Leste. Baka maiyak na po tayong lahat, Secretary.
And that's why we gotta get our act together, both the executive and Congress.
Yun nga po eh.
Yes.
Secretary, magsasegue ako ng konti.
Opo.
Meron po kasi akong panukalang batas. Dahil nire-review ko po yung mga ayudang nangyari sa panahon natin ngayon. Meron po tayong 5 klaseng ayuda eh. Yung isa po, conditional, ito po yung 4Ps. Yung iba po, walang guidelines, walang condition. Meron tayong MAIP, meron tayong AIX, meron tayong tupad. Meron pang AKAP yata, ma'am. May AKAP. Pagka po sinuma natin itong 5 ayuda na binibigay sa ating mga kababayang nasa panig ng Maralita, Secretary. Correct me if I'm wrong kung nagkamali ako ng pag-compute. Pero parang 194 billion pesos lahat.
Tama po yan, karamihan yan sa DSWD.
Yes, sir.
Pag sinama
Ngayon
mo pa yung MAIP, tupad, sa
yung
DOLE,
MAIP
mas
sa
malaki
health
pa
yan, yung
Opo.
tupad, DOLE,
Yes, yes.
yung AIX, DSWD, and so on and so forth.
Correct.
194 billion pesos. Ngunit wala pong record kung ilan po yung nabibigyan. Kasi naghanap po ako, nagtatanong-tanong, talagang hindi ko po ma-ascertain. Kung talagang yung 5 ayuda na yon ay napunta dun sa talagang dapat kapuntahan. Ang iniisip ko po kasi, yung pinakamahirap nating segment sa population, numbering about 5.5 million households, or about 25 million to 27 million poor Filipinos. Sa estimate ko po, itong 5 na ito, na kung ito'y naibigay talaga sa talagang targeted na sector, baka naging maligaya naman siguro. Pero dahil nga walang datos, kung talagang naibigay o hindi, nagpasya po ako na gumawa ng isang medyo may pagka-radical, pero baka practical, baka sumang-ayon naman po kayo. Ang aking pong naisip, nakita ko po kasi yung napakataas po na presyo ng kuryente sa ating bansa. Naisip ko, Mr. Secretary, na imbes na ayuda na lang ibigay natin, na wala namang datos kung na ito'y naibibigay sa about 25 to 27 million Filipinos, hindi ba maganda ka ako sa bill ko na lahat ng kumukonsumo ng elektrisidad, let's say 200 to 234 kilowatt hours, ilibre na po natin yun. Kasi po, pag kinuwenta ninyo yun, that will only be 120 billion pesos. Makakatipid pa po tayo ng about 74 billion. Ito sigurado pong nasa kanila, direkta na nating may bibigay. Kesa naman sa kolektahin po natin, pagkatas ipamimigay bilang ayuda, wala namang guidelines. Hindi po ba practical yun?
Ang pagkaalam ko, meron pong data ang DSWD kung ilan yung natutulungan ng 4Ps.
Yung 4Ps po, walang masyadong problema doon.
Correct.
Sapagkat conditional po yun.
Correct.
At yan po merong guidelines.
Correct. So
Pero pagka yung MAIP na po, yung AIX, yung TUPAD, lalo na po yung AKAP, talaga pong wala na yun.
Yung pagkaalam ko, may data yan, ang 4Ps. No? Ang pagkaalam ko, kung talagang titignan nila na mabuti, meron din data ang DSWD sa AIX.
So meron pong data sa papel, pero pag nagtanong po kayo on the ground, sapagkat lalong-lalo na po nung panahon ng eleksyon na po ako'y nagtatanong, talagang sinusuyod ko. Kung minsan po ang audience is about 40,000 to 50,000 people, talaga pong tatanungin ko, sino po ang nakatanggap? Wala pong sumasagot eh. So kailangan pong mag-check. Kaya po nasabi na mas mabuti pa yata, mas practical, na ibigay na lang natin na parang subsidy sa kanila. Siguradong mapupunta sa kanila, walang corruption, wala pang magpapasikat na politiko na akala mo galing sa kanila.
Ang alam ko rin, doon sa lifeline subsidy, meron tayong pagka below 100 kilowatt hours ang gamit mo.
Hindi po, 20 kilowatt hours lang ang nasa lifeline po. Hindi po 120.
Yeah, ulitin ko lang. Pagka 71 to 100 kilowatt hours, may diskwento ng 20%. Pag 0 to 20 kilowatt hours, 100% libre. Pagka 21 to 50, 50%. Pagka 51 to 70 kilowatt hours, 35%.
Kabisado ko po yung secretary, laderize po yan. Katapos-tapusan po, ang lifeline, 20 kilowatt hours. Parang ang isang bahay nagsindi ng ilaw isang araw, yung 29 days, hindi na siya gagamit.
Pero ang pagkaalam ko dito, hindi napapatupad to.
Hindi nga po. Kaya nga, ang gusto ko lang pong sagutin ninyo, mas practical po ba yung iniisip ko na imbes na po ayuda na wala naman po talagang malinaw kung talagang ito'y kinapupuntahan talaga ng targeted sector, doon na lang natin ibase kasi po.
Kaya ako binanggit ito, ako'y sang-ayon ako na dapat patuparin natin to at kung kinakailangan, i-adjust natin na mas mataas.
Ayun, akala ko kasi kontra ka kanina, Secretary.
Hindi, sang-ayon nga ako eh.
At dadagdagan mo pa pala. Ayan.
Kasi rine-review na rin namin to ngayon.
Salamat po.
Na hindi napapatupad.
Salamat po. Ngayon, kay Secretary Pangandaman, I miss you yesterday. Kasi ikaw ang hinihintay ko eh. Kaya lang nandito po kayo, kaya
Pero sila po, nandun po sir.
pinatawad ko na kayo. Si Mr. Toledo nandun eh. Oo. Pero kagaya po ng tinatanong mga kasama ko, tama lahat yun eh. Kasi po ang una kong initial na datos na hiningi ko sa inyo, yung diferensya ng NEP at saka nung GAA, talaga pong napakalaki ng diferensya. Ang itatanong ko na lang sa inyo, ba't basta kayo pumapayag pa? Kasi nung ibigay po ninyo yung mga NEP ceilings po, for example, DPWH na lang, may target po kayo eh. Kasi katulad po nitong 6.7 trillion, hindi naman po ito mare-record ng ganitong-ganito nang hindi pinag-usapan. May interagency po kayo eh. Sa mga may mga parameters po dito. Maaring ito pong 6.7 trillion na to talagang nakaakma doon sa mga directions na gusto natin gawin. Halimbawa, dito sa 6.7 trillion na to, sabi ni Secretary Balisagan, we will be able to liberate at least 800,000 poor people this year. Kunwari, ganun po ano. Ngayon, madi-displace, ma-upset ngayon yung ano sapagkat kumuha ang program, kumuha sa ganito. Tama naman po yung mga nauna kong kasamang nagtanong, kailangan may vetting procedure. Do not accept this parang submissions ng isang agency, parang gospel truth. Sayang po eh. Nawawalan lang ng katuturan. Lahat po ng ating directions, lahat po ng targeted natin, mga economic indicators, papunta nga po sa gusto natin, we need to grow at 7.5%, sabi natin, para lang malampasan natin yung deficit natin, yung utang natin, maunahan natin, makapagpundar tayo ng mas maraming pangkabuhayan para kahit nangungutang tayo, natatakpan nating lahat. Lahat po ng ito na-upset, nasisira because bigla na lang isisingit si ganito. Isipin mo isang congressman, malalaman niya, paano niya ma-access yung program, hindi naman niya kayang gawin yun. Yun po yung aming mga gusto lamang sanang makitang reforma sa ano natin. Kaya ko po ganun na nagsimula ako sa paghingi noon. Gusto naming makita, sino-sino po ba yung mga makakapangyarihang mga tao na yun, na sila lamang ang may karapatang pumulong para, ibahin mo yan. Bakit po sa Congress? Nagtagal po ako ron eh. Pagkatapos naming magdebate ng 3 buwan, parang formalidad na lang, Mr. Chair. Eh di may mga adjustment na, ano po, bago i-submit bago maging HGAB. Magkikreate sila ng small committee. 3 lang sila. Hindi na namin alam po kung sana ma'am, nandun ka pa, huwag kang pumayag habang nag-uusap sila, nakabantay ka, hindi nyo pwedeng gawin naman yan. Sobra naman yan. Parang ginagawa naman ninyo kung kengkoy dito. Ito yung ginawa namin because we're supposed to target all this. Meron kaming mandato sa ating 3 tao lang kayo, iibahin ninyo, i-reconfigure nyo lahat ito. Hindi ba ma'am yun ang
Kung pwede lang po, sana.
Papwedehin natin. Hindi po pwedeng,
Sige
pwedeng
po.
gano'n. Bakit di ba natin pwedeng kayo, nakabantay ka lang doon? Halimbawa, nag-bycam. Nakabantay ka sa bycam, di ka naman magpa-participate, pero tinitingnan mo sila. Hindi ba?
Ken,
Ay, hindi
Senator?
papapasukin. Si chairman, siguradong papapasukin ka.
Sige po. Basta po, papuntayin niyo po ako. I will attend po, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po. Secretary Balisagan, in-improve mo yung food, anong tawag mo ron?
Poverty threshold.
Hindi, yung sa pagkain eh, sabi mo.
Food threshold.
From 11-something thousand, naging ginawa mong 13,873, di ba?
Hanggang sa 2023 lang ko yan. That will still be adjusted upward to account for inflation. Since
So itong estimate mo is only good for hanggang 2023.
Ito yung kasi yung currently adjusted.
25 na tayo. Bakit ang binibigay mong dated 2 years ago?
Ngayon, i-adjust pa nga namin ito to account for inflation. And it will be higher than the 13,873. So just as to
Yun po yung gusto ko itanong sa inyo, yung 13,873. Ano po to? Deflated na to o hindi?
Inflated na. Hindi. At pesos in 2023 ho. Kasi yung last number natin was 2023. Kaya yung old number.
Ano yung base year nyo?
2023 ho.
2023. So this is already not nominal, it is deflated.
Well, yeah. That's why we want to adjust that for
Yun nga,
2025.
even if we hold this as correct, bali 462 pesos per day. Ito yung pagkain po ng isang pamilya. Ang assumption po ba natin is a family is composed of 5 members?
5 members ho.
Okay. So 5 yung dalawang mag-asawa, 3 anak. 462 pesos ang budget nila sa pagkain. Sa mga tweet, ang agahan nila is worth 154 pesos, ang lunch is worth 154 pesos. Ganun din ang dinner. Is this realistic?
The interagency committee ho, na these are composed of...
Okay lang po yung interagency, pero paano po ninyo...
realistic ho naman ho, sir, kasi those were determined by the Department of Health, the Department of the Food and Nutrition Research Institute. Sila yung
ano pong nutritious food ang ipakakain natin? 154 pesos ang budget para sa tanghalian ng 5 tao.
Meron silang menu ho na and then these are kasi priced at the most at the local level ho, at saka yung the source of the nutrients are sa mga locally available source. So hindi yung binibili sa SMO or restaurants ho yung
Ang assumption po kasi natin, accessible po yung sinasabi ninyo na combination Palagay po ba ninyo ganun kakadali yun? Kung halimbawa po ang nandito sa ating kapulungan ngayon, mga ina ng tahanan, baka magagalit po sila. Ano po ba yung sinasabi ninyo? Sabi, 154 pesos, pakakainin ko yung pamilya ko. Saan ko kukunin ito? Hindi po accessible, hindi readily available. Because the country is not food secure. Hindi kagaya po ng Singapore na ang Singapore, wala siyang agriculture. But anytime of the day, anong klaseng pagkain ang gusto niya? Anong lasa ang gusto niya? Ilang nutrients na available yun? That's the problem there.
Yeah, ang purpose ko...
I'm only trying to tell you the real picture.
I understand, Mr. Chair, yeah. The purpose here kasi ho is not really to estimate a decent standard of living which depends on, of course, lifestyles and preferences of households. But to simply say that if you have this particular level of income, you are not likely to fall below that level of standard of living na sa mababa.
Yes, we understand the Secretary. The problem is that assumption is so general na hindi po mag-fit talaga. Kaya siguro aralin po natin mabuti.
Ang basahan naman natin, Mr. Chair, sa mga international practice, hindi naman itong exercise na ginawa natin sa atin natin.
Yes.
Over time kasi, ang practice
Mr. Chair, may time pa ako?
Wala na po.
Wala na.
Pero
pwede bang isa na lang para pasensya ka na?
A quick interjection, Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Senator Marcoleta. Quick note lang po, Secretary RC, dun sa sinasagot nyo kay Sen. Marcoleta. I should think ang target natin o ang baseline natin should be a decent standard of living. Opo, na hindi lang pegged sa kung ano yung minimum wage ngayon or what, but totoo po, a decent standard of living. Yun lang po. I was very struck kasi by yung isang sinabi nyo po. And then let's peg the rest of our budget assumptions and targets and actual appropriations to that. Salamat, Mr. Chair at Senator Marcoleta.
thank you.
Isa na lang, Mr. Chair.
Sige po.
Sa 2026 po, Secretary, ang LGUs po ay magkakaroon ng 1.35 trillion share po sa kanilang yung nata po, hindi ba? This is about 13% increase. Tama po, ano? Ang problema po nito, parang sa papel, masayang-masaya po yung ano Kaya lang kung di po ako nagkakamali, merong executive order, I don't know, parang 130, na para ma-avail ng LGU po yung additional na nata, dati IRA sa kanila yon. They have to comply with total devolution. Kung halimbawa, kamukha ng Valenzuela, sasabihin ni Mayor West, hindi ko na tatanggapin ang konting barang idadagdag mo sa akin if I need to be. Isipin nyo sa iba pong mga barangay na malilito, kaya munisipyo. For example, even a communal irrigation, siya na. O ikaw na kanya mag-finance ng ospital mo, total, meron ka naman. Tatanggihan po nila yun kasi mas lalo po silang mahihirapan kung madidibol. Sana mayroong transition. Capacitate them first. Let's say 2 or 3 years or even 5 years. Ngayon, pag okay ka na, boss devolve ka na. Ikaw na dito. Baka po mangyari, di ba, Madam DBM? Thank you.
Tama po, Mr. Chair, meron pong transition plan na base po yun sa pag-aaral ng NEDA po ni Secretary R.C. Balisacan. Na-present na rin po niya yung result. Kinakailangan po ng transition plan at saka yung capacity building sa ating mga local government units at karagdagang support po doon sa mga lagging, yung talagang hindi po kaya ng full devolution. Hinihintay lang po natin yung executive amendment dun sa executive order na nabanggit niyo po kanina para magkaroon po tayong transition, Mr. Chair.
Sige, salamat po. At saka sa susunod naming hearing, sana po nandun na kayo. Mas gusto ko po kayo kaysa kay Mr. Toledo. Mr. Chair, salamat po.
Okay, basta masarap raw pagkain sa Blue Ribbon, Chairman. Next is Senator Hontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Siguro, apat na tanong na lang pala, Mr. Chair. Balik po ako kay Secretary Ralph tungkol sa budget execution. Sec Ralph, you stated at the House DBCC briefing that the President has withheld from 60 to 80 billion pesos in capital expenditures from the 2025 budget. If you confirm the accuracy of this statement, please tell us why or how this is being done, Mr. Chair.
Consistent with what I said, yes, I understand it's about 60 to 80. It probably could be more. I remember the conversation we had was at about 80, 84, but I think it's more than that as of today. I don't think all have been released. Many of them have not been released because they're inconsistent with the priorities of the President. So I think that is part of the executive power, to withhold releases that are not consistent with the priorities of the President or the Philippine Medium-Term Development Plan.
Baka arguable po kung part of executive power ito. Kasi I was actually surprised by this withholding of approved budgets.
Yes.
I think it's the legislature, part nung pinag-uusapan natin kanina pa, I think it's the legislature that DBCC should be advising to reject projects that are not ready for implementation or undesirable for various other reasons, tulad ng isang sinabi niyong inconsistent sa Philippine Development Plan.
Again, the executive is not part of the BICAM. So the process is that the executive proposes, the legislative disposes, and it is the executive who implements. So I think it is well within the power of the President to withhold releases. If he thinks it will be used for corruption or for not a priority of his administration.
Sige, baka we'll have occasion to return to that kung ano yung proper or improper to each branch. Depende sa stage of budget making during this year's budget debates for next year. Kasi akala ko nga, mas papunta na tayo sa tamang direksyon dun sa diskusyon kanina na mag-submit ang DBM at DPWH ng errata and then i-correct namin dito sa Kongreso, dito sa Senado based on those errata.
Yeah, we're fine with that. We have no problem with that. Like I said, we need to work closely with the legislative branch of government. But like I said, in the past, this is what happened, and that's why the President has withheld anywhere from 60 to 80 billion.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Secretary. Moving now to debt servicing. Again, other colleagues have asked. The government's debt is at an all-time high at over 17.267 trillion. Ano po yung projected debt to GDP ratio for 2026? Tapos by the end of 2028, ano po yung maaasahan natin sa total debt levels at debt to GDP ratio sa panahong iyon? Yung revised targets po kasi ng MTFF, yung Medium-Term Fiscal Framework, show that we expect revenues to decline as a percentage of GDP. So, inaasahan ba natin na uutangin din natin ang ipambabayad natin sa kasalukuyang utang natin, Mr. Chair?
Okay. The BBM administration started in 2022 with a debt to GDP of 62.1%. We expect that by the end of the year it will be 61.8%. By the end of the president's term, it will go down to 60, more or less, 60.3%. By the end of 2030, if you follow the fiscal plan, you're down to 58%. Now, the numbers will be better if you look at the general government debt. Yeah, as far as the general government debt, which is more or less the benchmark globally, the actual today is 54.4, magiging 55.6, 54.7 by 2028, 51.9 by 2030.
And sa projection po natin, masasagot ito ng revenues kahit ang prediction po ay magde-decline ang revenues as a percentage of GDP?
No. Let's use this one. Let's use the presentation. Okay. Let me double check. Okay. The revenues are actually growing. On the average, revenues are growing double digit. Like I also said, by 2028, your revenues will roughly be a little less than 6 trillion. By 2030, your revenues will hit 7.1 trillion. On the average, revenues will grow by double digit. A little more than 10%, 11%.
So mali po yung revised targets ng MTFF na may assumption na magde-decline ang revenues as percentage of GDP?
As a percentage of GDP, it is. Okay, where is it? Wala ba tayo dito? Meron dito. Yeah, Okay. In 2026, it will be 16.2. 27, 16, 16.3. By 2029, 16.5. More or less, you're at about 16 to 16.7. Doon maglalaro yan. So in 2024, we hit 16.7. The highest in 27 years.
MTFF targets po itong huling binabanggit mo?
Yes.
Okay, so masusustain po natin yan or kakailanganin nating umutang para i-cover?
Masusustain natin yung revenue more or less 16% of GDP, 16 to 16.5% ang revenue targets natin.
At kakailanganin ba nating umutang?
Taon-taon, umuutang tayo. Taon-taon, because if your revenue to GDP is 16 and you're spending 21.4, edi uutang ka ng 5.4. Diba?
So until end of term, uutang pa rin tayo para bayaran yung kasalukuyang utang or utang hanggang 2028 at least.
Lahat ng administrasyon, meron akong data dito. Can you show me? We shared it earlier. Teka, 1 second. Magkanong inutang ng bawat administrasyon? Ito. Sa 20 years ni Marcos Sr., ang inutang 370 billion. Yung 5 years ni President Cory Aquino, doble ng inutang ni Marcos Sr., 740 billion. President Ramos, nung siya naging Pangulo, umutang na 1.42 trillion. Doble ng inutang ni President Cory Aquino. Pero yung debt to GDP ratio, pababa. So hindi importante yung halaga ng inutang, pero yung kakayahan magbayad. No? Okay. Pangulong Estrada, umutang ng 3 taon lang, 2.19 trillion. Panahon ni Arroyo, 4.58 trillion. So yun yung diferensya. No? Panahon ni Benigno Aquino Sr., ang total debt stock, 5.95 trillion. Panahon ni President Duterte, 12.79 trillion. Yun yung minana. And then panahon ni President Marcos, nasa 17.3 tayo ngayon. Now, we expect that by the year 2028, can you show me the slide? nasa 20... Yes. Okay. So by 2028, inaasahan natin na yung following the fiscal framework plan, ang utang ng Pilipinas magiging roughly 21.9 trillion, pero yung ekonomiya nasa 36.5 trillion.
As you said, Mr. Chair, Secretary, hindi naman pinaka-importante yung absolute numbers separately ng debt at saka ng GDP, pero yung ratio sa pagitan ng dalawa.
Correct.
So,
And
wala po bang target sa MTFF na i-improve historically yung debt to GDP ratio na iyan compared to the previous administrations?
That's what we're trying to do. We're reducing it. So kung aminaan natin nasa 62.1, mas maganda kung mas mabawasan to.
And you're
So that we
targeting
leave it to the next-
60.3 by 2028.
That's correct, more or less. Considering all the challenges we are faced with globally. Remember, nag-umpisa tayo, katatapos lang ng pandemya. Pagkatapos, nagkaroon ng gera sa Russia-Ukraine. Nagkaroon ng gera, Israel, Gaza, Israel-Iran. Meron tayong geopolitical tensions with China. Nabawasan ng mga tourism natin ng 2 milyon. Meron tayong trade war ngayon. May geopolitical tensions with China. Kaya't minabuti natin to protect our economy. Parang gamot yan. Malakas yung efficacy, dahan-dahan yung pagtanggal ng gamot para lalong gumaling yung pasyente, so to speak. Opo.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Secretary. Dako naman ako sa macroeconomic assumptions at yung MTFF pa rin. So, sa 2026 NEP, it's characterized as a budget for investing in human capital development. Tama po ba? Okay.
Because we're spending more, much more compared to 2025 in education.
At dapat lang, considering yun na nga, sa kasalukuyang budget, natapyasan yung DepEd at saka CHED budget.
Pero yung tapyas noong 2025, release namin sa program.
Okay, as Secretary mentioned
DepEd.
earlier.
Opo.
Okay po, I hope we won't have to go through that circuitous route ever again.
Yes, I
Opo.
hope not to.
Apo. So narinig natin na humigit kumulang sa 10 trillion pesos ang wish list ng mga ahensya dito sa 2026 NEP. Ngunit 6.7 trillion pesos lang dito ang kayang pondohan para sa susunod na taon. I think, Mr. Chair, I heard Sec. Ralph mentioning earlier about 12 out of 17 billion pesos a day lamang sa wish list sana. So, paano ang naging prioritization na ginawa ng pamahalaan para sa pagpili kung alin sa mga priorities ng bawat ahensya ang pipiliin? At ano naman ang mangyayari sa mga naisantabing priorities at proyekto ng gobyerno, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, yung mga evaluation parameters po natin is first, dapat consistent po siya sa Philippine Development Plan po ng administrasyon na dinraft po ng ating DepDev. Tapos meron din po mga specific roadmaps po yung bawat ahensya na pinipresent po nila tuwing meron po kaming sectoral at cabinet meeting po. Nakalagay po doon yung kanilang mga priorities and then their timelines po ng kanilang mga programa. Pangalawa po is yung absorptive capacity po ng mga ahensya. Tinitingnan po natin kung magkano na po yung na-obligate nila, kung magkano na po yung mga nadi-disburse, natatapos, at saka completed na mga projects and programs po. Of course, yung fiscal space na available po. And then, yung prioritization. Kasi kahapon din po, we discussed that the agencies also prioritize their wish list. 10.1 po yan, but usually, inaano po nila yan, nirarank nila 1 to 10, 1 to 20, kung ano yung sa tingin nila na pinaka-importante muna for next year, for 2026, 2027, and 2028. And of course, kasama po dun yung shovel readiness ng mga proyekto.
And since binanggit nyo na rin, Sec, na mayroong pinaprioritize not just for next fiscal year pero hanggang 2028. So, ano po yung nangyayari sa mga naisasantabi at least for next year na mga priorities and projects?
Yung mga hindi pa po muna nakakasama, kasi minsan yung iba po kasi nagiging wala pa pong handang mga plano, at yung mga programa walang beneficiaries or bagong programa po siya, pinag-aaralan pa po muna nila and then they will resubmit it sa susunod na budget preparation po.
But I suppose those kinds of submissions, hindi mo na dapat isubmit kung hindi pa complete staff work, di ba?
Yes
Anong
po.
nangyayari po sa mga nag-submit na ng lahat ng kailangang isubmit sa department nyo, pero dahil kulang nga yung pondo para sa buong wish list, na di-prioritize sila.
Opo,
So what happens to
we
them
return
next
to
year?
them and then may note po doon na siguro kailangan pag-aralan nyo pa yung mga beneficiaries, kung gusto nyong i-upgrade yung mga existing programs. Siguro kung kailangan mo ng bagong opisina, kailangan may master plan ka muna, may engineering design ka muna, mga ganun po. At least for the departments po na kaya naming i-monitor.
Bakit? May departments ba na hindi kayang i-monitor ng
Yung
DBM?
DPWH po.
Well, that's why we've been talking so much about them. Yung mga gusto nating mas ma-monitor ninyo
Yes po.
at namin sa Kongreso.
Yes po. Opo.
Opo. And kahit na this is a reiteration, ano po yung flagship programs sa ilalim ng 2026 budget? At anong indicators din ang dapat naming tignan para sukatin yung success nitong budget na to na pinag-uusapan natin?
Yes po, my colleague, Secretary R.C. Balisacan to answer.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
There are various infrastructure flagship projects as well as social infrastructure projects that we are currently implementing. Mr. Chair, let me just pull out the relevant tables, but they are in different stages of implementation. Some are expected to be completed during this administration, but the bulk will be completed beyond this administration. Many of these are connectivity projects. About 2/3 of those projects are connectivity projects, ensuring that the growth centers are connected to the outlying areas of the country. We are also prioritizing and developing and improving airports, regional airports, or aim at improving the accessibility of not just for tourism, but also for economic activities around the country. The bulk, the big infrastructure projects are, Mr. Chair, of course, the subway that is expected to be partially completed before the end of this administration. The completion will be beyond that, and then this north-south commuter railway that runs from Clark City all the way to Calamba. That is those two, and then they have some projects in the Visayas and in Mindanao. I can give you the list, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, through the chair.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Senator Tiveros,
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator
in line
Jimmy.
with what is being discussed by Secretary RC, because yesterday asked about the current infrastructure projects of the administration, specifically the railway system and the airports. Because during the time of the Duterte administration, yung build, nasimula po yung North-South Commuter Line, Metro Manila Subway System, tapos meron pa dapat yung South Long Haul, which is now suspended, in the Mindanao Railway System. And pagpasok po ng BBM administration, I was so excited kasi sabi, build better more. So we were expecting that more railway projects and more airports will be modernized. With the suspension of the South Long Haul and the Mindanao Railway System, tinanong ko na rin po kay Secretary Mina Pangandaman yesterday, kasi po na zero na po yung budget niya for the Project Management Office of South Long Haul and Mindanao Railway. Sa akin po kasi kahit pa-suspend dito, we need to continue monitoring yung pong right of way and yung studies para kung meron pong mag-take over kasi hindi umubra yung China, handa po tayo. What is the plan of the government? What is the plan of the administration now as to the South Long Haul and Mindanao Railway System? Are there any plans for others to take over? Kasi malaking bagay po to, especially for Mindanao and Bicol region.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the long-haul commuter railway, the contract with China has been cancelled. That's for the preparation of the feasibility study. And we have now opened that up for any other player, Mr. Chair. But obviously, that will demand another feasibility study because whether it's France or India or another, or even JICA for that matter, will come in, they will definitely need a feasibility study that conforms to their technological. And with respect to the Mindanao Railway, the feasibility study is ongoing, Mr. Chair, and we hope that.
That's why I'm asking with the judges of our Senator Tiberos, this has to continue until we wait for the next player to come in. But kasi po sa NEP po kasi, zero po, Mr. Chairman, ang Project Management Office ng Mindanao Railway System and South Long Haul. So, back to square one tayo yan. If ever a new player comes in, kung meron tayong ma-entice, we'll be starting from scratch again. So, would you recommend, Secretary, that we put at least yung Project Management Office will be funded? Kasi last year nilagyan po natin Senado yun, Mr. Chairman, Senator Tiberos. So we put a budget para lang magtuloy-tuloy in case a new player comes in, all the monitoring ng right of way, all the studies will be intact. Sige po, Sec.
Yeah, the priority right now is to complete that feasibility study, and once that is almost finished, then we can think about already secure funding for PMUs, project monitoring unit. But as of now, there's hardly any need for that because it's just feasibility studies for now.
Thank you, Senator Tiberos, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Senator JV. Balikan ko, Sec RC, kanina sabi nyo, 2/3 ng mga flagship programs may kinalaman sa connectivity. And sabi nyo rin before that na marami din sa mga priority programs masisimulan ngayon pero hindi pa matatapos during this administration. Tatawid po sa mga susunod. So, dun sa connectivity projects. So anong indicators ang pwede nating tignan year on year hanggang 2028 para masabi natin, successful yung pag-appropriate at pag-execute ng mga projects na ito, talagang nako-connect nila yung iba't ibang hindi lang bahagi pero capacities within the country para sa national development or para sa pag-realize ng Philippine Development Plan.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may milestones that we are monitoring. Physical accomplishments, financial accomplishments, and all the prerequisites for construction like right-of-way. We report, by the way, Mr. Chair, we have a dashboard of these major infrastructure projects, which allows us to see live what's happening in each of these projects, and we report quarterly to the Cabinet and to the President on the progress of these infrastructure projects. This is the first time that this was done, where those projects are reported quarterly to the President, and we make the implementing agency account, explain on any delays. So we are quite strict about the compliance to the timelines Madam Chair, because Mr. Chair, because we are very much aware of the cost of delays, particularly in commitment fees and opportunities for GAN.
Salamat, Mr. Chair at Secretary. Maybe to my last question, Mr. Chair, I'll end with the MTFF again. DBCC's fiscal risk statement flags the Mandanas-Garcia ruling as a fiscal risk. However, administration's decision not to enforce the full and timely devolution of spending responsibilities has led to a Mandanas paradox, quote-unquote, of dual funding, in which the national government continues to fund devolved services amounting to an estimated 280 billion pesos to 452.3 billion pesos in national agency expenditures on LGU functions. So, pwede po bang malaman paano ba nabuo yung ganitong policy decision? At paano i-attribute ng DBCC yung relaxation ng MTFF targets primarily to external factors when this significant internal policy choice, itong so-called Mandanas paradox, has actually created a structural deficit at the national level, Mr. Chair. Secretary Ralph.
Thank you very much for that question. One, from a practical standpoint, Mr. Chair, the NTA of the local governments in 2019 and in 2024 were just equal. In fact, it took ang pinakahuli who recovered from the pandemic in terms of revenue would have been the local government units. Because whatever they were collecting in 2019, they collected only in 2024. And that is one of the reasons why there are no new hospitals at the local government level. Having said that, it would be very difficult to impose on the local government units to give them more responsibility. And my appreciation of the local government code as well is that hindi naman clearly sa totoo lang na-devolve all these functions. Halimbawa, what is one function supposedly really totally devolved? Dapat social welfare. Pero over time, makikita mo, palaki ng palaki ang Department of Social Welfare and Development. So ako tingin ko more on a partnership between the national and the local. Halimbawa, health has been devolved to the local government unit. Pero during the pandemic, it was centrally orchestrated. Our response toward COVID was all centralized. So it was not really also devolved in that sense. I think that the president, who was former a governor in Ilocos Norte, realizes na kulang din ang resources ng local government. Ang total NTA ng local government is roughly 1.2 trillion. That covers 45,000 barangays, 1,500 municipalities, 150 cities, and 80 provinces. Then their local revenue, if I recall, is something like 600 billion. Diba? So the total budget of all local governments nationwide is only about 1.8. And if you recall the slide I showed earlier, gawa na lahat ng national road, gawa na lahat ng national bridges, ang masama, yung local government. Yung barangay road, yung municipal road, yung city road, yung provincial road. And if we could address that from support also from the national government, that would reduce inflation. In fact, our farmers come from the barrio. Ang unang dinadaanan nila yung barangay road para dalhin nila yung kanilang produkto sa palengke. Kung hindi sapat sa palengke nila at sobre production nila, pupunta sa bayan yan, sa syudad, at pagdadala ng produkto, dadaan ulit yan sa mga local government na kalsada. So, I don't see any paradox. I don't see any problem. What is important is that there is a partnership between the national government and the local government level.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Secretary. Nililing ko yung isang sinabi nyo, Sec Ralph, dun sa isang sinabi ni Sec Mina kanina na may transition plan para hayaan yung mga LGUs na makapaghanda. So, but is this therefore also a recognition na hindi lang talaga external factors nagbe-bear upon sa adjustment ng MTFF targets, pati itong internal factors. Though they were triggered by an external event of the pandemic, pero ginawang ang itong internal considerations nag-bear upon yung adjustment ng MTFF targets.
Most of our problems today are external. What is an internal problem is itong flood control na problema. Kasi it loosens, nababawasan yung confidence ng ating mamamayan, especially our taxpayers. So to me, that is a factor. Pero sabi ko nga, marami na tayo external challenges. Huwag na natin dagdagan internally as much as we can.
And I believe, Secretary, Mr. Chair, the Senate would agree with you on that, and that's why talagang tinututukan namin even more than every year as we do itong budget process and as it interconnects with the very, very hot issue of the flood control project scams. Salamat, Secretaries. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Next will be Senator JV.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary sa Recto, Balsakan, and Pangandaman. And I'd just like to ask, I know that this is also dear to our Secretary, no? Since he's the principal author of the Universal Healthcare, as well as Senator Tiberos, who was also my co-sponsor, co-author in the Senate when we passed this law. But just like to ask, because we are in the process of calling for an oversight committee hearing on the implementation, because it will be the 5th year of implementation, halfway already on the 10-year program. So just like to ask some details on some figures. So I'd like to ask how much is our previously projected sin tax collection for 2023, and how much was the actual sin tax collection for the same year? I ask this because based on RA 11467, or the excise tax on alcohol products and heated tobacco products, on section 288A, the proviso says that the allocation for universal healthcare under section 288A shall be based on the collection on the second fiscal year preceding the current fiscal year. So, if may we be given a copy of the projected sin tax collection for 2023? Baka wala pa kasi 2023 to, kasi I think that that will be the basis for the current fiscal year. And likewise, from this total collection, can you give us an itemized rundown for each sin product? How much is for tobacco, heated tobacco, vapor products, alcohol, sugar, sweetened beverages? Because I think this will be able to help us during our hearing on the implementation of the UAC. And ito pa, Republic Act number 11346 earmarked 80% of the 50% collection from sugar, sweetened beverages excise tax or for PhilHealth. Likewise, Republic Act number 11467 mandated 80% of the 50% collection of excise taxes from tobacco for PhilHealth. Unfortunately, the Congress did not allocate any subsidy under 2025 GAA for PhilHealth. So just like to ask, probably the good secretary or our treasurer who is here, anybody can answer, may we know what happened to the funds earmarked for PhilHealth? Kasi po ito yung based on the sin tax law, we just like to find out ano na po nangyari, because these are earmarked funds. Is it still intact, or was it used for another program?
Go ahead, Secretary.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Senator JB. Mr. Chair, from the records we have, in 2024, what was collected was about 130 billion insofar as tobacco products are concerned. Ergo, the budget for, as contemplated in the Universal Healthcare Law, is that of the 130, 50% is 65 billion, 52 billion will go to PhilHealth, and 13 billion will go to medical assistance HFEP. That's correct. Insofar as sweetened beverage is concerned, sweetened beverages is about 43.82 billion. 50% of that is 21.9 billion. PhilHealth will get 17.53 billion, and medical assistance at HFEP will get 4.38 billion.
Can we have a copy of that so that we can use it for our oversight hearing on the implementation, so that we will know where we fell short or what improvements can be done as we move on. We are on the 5th year of the implementation of UAC. Also, can we ask if you have a summary of supposed earmarked funds for PhilHealth based on actual collection? Ito po ay records na lang, if you can provide the committee, compared with the actual subsidy given to PhilHealth. I ask this because based on actual sin tax collection for 2022, 79 billion is earmarked for PhilHealth. However, under the 2024 GAA, PhilHealth received only a 40.3 billion subsidy. We are wondering if the government used the difference between the earmarked fund and the actual subsidy to some other program, the funds mandated by laws to be given to PhilHealth.
Mr. President, if I may, whatever the executive puts in the net, Congress can increase or decrease. And that's consistent also with the Universal Healthcare Law. And that is also the prerogative of Congress. And yes, we will provide you all the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Again, that will be very helpful as we assess UAC on its 5th year, halfway in its 10-year program. For probably the Bureau of Treasury can answer this. I know that our good Secretary Recto, as I mentioned earlier, is very well versed with the UAC being the principal author of this measure. Under Section 37 of the UAC Act, the law clearly provides the sources of funding for its implementation. Specifically, paragraphs B and C mandate that 50% of the national government share from PAGCOR's income and 40% of the PCSO's charity fund shall be transferred to PhilHealth at the end of each quarter to enhance its benefit packages. But Mr. Chair, for the 2023 and 2024 GAAs, Congress allocated 21.117 billion for PhilHealth for this very purpose. However, we have been informed that no amount was actually released or transferred to PhilHealth. May we know the reason why PhilHealth did not receive the mandated funds from PAGCOR and PCS despite the explicit provision of the law? Anybody can answer? Bureau of Treasury, siguro po.
Yeah, thank you. On PCSO and PAGCOR, Mr. Chair, I think DBM released one for using the PAGCOR. Perhaps Secretary Mina can provide the details because as the good senator pointed out, the PAGCOR shall only be used to increase benefits, and I think PhilHealth has to request that additional funds. So it's not, Mr. Chair, we don't release automatically at the end of the quarter the share of the 50% share. So there's a request that PhilHealth has to make, and they have to submit to DBM, subject to the usual budgetary submission also. Mr.
So
Chair.
do we have the figures? Okay, probably Secretary Mina or DBM can. If you don't have it now, probably if you can submit to the committee?
We'll submit the request po. Nag-request na po ang PhilHealth and they requested to 42 billion pesos. Pero saro pa lang po to, hindi pa po nila nire-request yung cash. Nabigay na po natin sa kanila. 42 billion. Yung 21.1 billion po, it was released December 5. And then the next 21.170 billion, December 17, 2024. Yung una po, December 5, 2023. Nasa kanila na po yung saro. I think may cash pa sila, that's why hindi pa sila nagre-request. But they have the authority already.
Okay, thank you for that. Likewise, if we can ask for the figures from Bureau of Treasury, DOF or DBM, from 2023 up to the present, how much does 50% of the national government share from PAGCOR's income and 40% of the PCSO's charity fund amount to? And more importantly, can we be assured that these funds will be transferred to PhilHealth as mandated by UHC law? I know that it's these are not multi-year po ito so we will just await your submission of these figures.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyway, thank you for that, Secretary, because we will be, as I mentioned, yung pong oversight committee, we will be convening hopefully this year para nga makita natin yung flaws, yung shortcomings so that we can improve the implementation of UHC. And likewise, the Department of Finance knows that this representation has authored and sponsored a lot of vital priority measures asked by the administration, which are in line also with my advocacy of infrastructure development, specifically yung PPP code and national yung mining fiscal regime. Very technical, very difficult bills na hindi po sa akin, but as a good soldier, I was requested, luckily with the good support of with the very good support of the Department of Finance and also DepDev, no, yung mga backstop natin, we were able to pass. Yes, si Yusek Carlo Adriano has always been here, di ba? Yusek Alu, tsaka yung manasa DepDev, no? Thank you for the support. We passed all
Mr.
of
Chair,
these
we'd
measures.
like to thank Senator JV for championing all these bills and together with the Universal Healthcare Law, while I may have been the principal author, he was the sponsor who did most of the heavy lifting. So that maraming salamat, Senator JV.
Thank you, Secretary Recto. But again, these are bills that are very difficult, technical. Pinahirapan niyo ako pero buti na lang hindi ako makatanggi, no? Pag it was requested by the President and the Senate President. So, but even if I did hear, yung pong mga I took over most of this, mga halfway through no? But we were still able to pass it. But given that, total, ako naman, I'd like to ask a request. Mr. Chairman, with all that is happening now, issues of massive corruption, connection with our flood control, infrastructure projects, I have a bill right now, yung Senate Bill number 2 or Master Plan for Infrastructure and National Development Act, which I think we will be able to hit two birds with one stone. Number one, yung pong master plan, I think because of our political system, 3 years and 6 years po tayo, most of the administrations are looking at the short and medium term. Yung pong long term, big ticket items, railway system, highways, flood control, yung malalaki po, yung pong energy. Sometimes it is being forgotten, no? Kalahating short term and medium term. So in this bill, we're hoping that yung pong big ticket items will transcend different presidents. Na kahit sino yung presidente, dapat po yung infrastructure projects will be continuous, no? Like railways, 20, 30, 50 years of planning yan, highways, dams, and everything. And second, I'm hoping that we'll get the support kasi po, I think we will be able to prevent occurrence of problems like itong nangyari sa flood control projects. Kasi nga, kung susundin yung mga master plan, hindi na paghahati-hatian, yung hindi na pag-iinteresan yung malaking flood control budget na patsi-patsi po nangyayari. What we need are floodways, spillways, water reserve, yung mga water impounding, long term po. So I have master plan for infrastructure and national development. Hopefully we can pass it here, and I think it will again, Mr. Chair, this will solve two things. No? Secretary Balisacan, I know that we have a lot of catching up with our SA neighbors, but in terms of infra development, hopefully we can catch up with this, and likewise prevent again occurrence of yung pong mga flood control, itong nangyayaring issue, if we stick to the master plan. Kasi hindi na pagpapagkahati-hatian, hindi na po patsi-patsi po ang proyekto. So yun na po. Mr. Chair, I'm just taking letting the chair, our economic team know that we are trying to push this measure, which can help solve a lot of our problems.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I am very thankful, and we're very thankful to the good Senator DBR Sito for initiating that master plan bill. This will be very much complement the provision in the DepDev law, the law creating DepDev, which empowers the agency to serve as the custodian for the master plan that will transcend the administration. So this will be very much, this will definitely help us accomplish the task, good Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Give the father of Dev is here, Senator Zubiri. So
Not the father of the secretary.
not the father of the secretary. Next is Senator Aquino.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Gandang hapon sa ating lahat, and I'd like to especially greet Secretary Balisacan, who wasn't here yesterday, and of course my good friend and one of the people I consider as one of my mentors in my first term, Secretary Ralph. We really miss you, Secretary Ralph. Do you miss us, is the question.
Definitely, and that's why I'm here.
So, thank you po for coming. Before I go into my questions, I'd like to recap for Secretary Balisacan and Recto some of the things I mentioned yesterday. Yung isa po dyan, maybe we can start using inequality also as some of our indicators, not just GDP. So the presentation yesterday had a lot of macro indicators, which we will not challenge. And we would like to commend the economic team for having exemplary macroeconomic indicators. But it would be good to also have micro indicators, no? So one of which would be our levels of inequality. We are one of the countries in the ASEAN with one of the highest inequality. I went into a short discussion about living wage. I think Senator Marcoleta also had questions about this. Yung hiningi po namin, Secretary Balisacan, was the computation of minimum wage and living wage per area. On a per area basis, per region or per geographic area, gaano ba kalayo ang minimum wage sa living wage? And of course, I reminded everyone that in our Constitution, Article 13, Section 3, the aspiration of the Constitution for our people is a living wage and not just a minimum wage. Yesterday, we computed hopefully, ang living wage ng Pilipino is equivalent to minimum wage plus other benefits that they can get from government. No? Whether it's free healthcare, free education, kung ano mang ayuda o kung ano man, dapat tumutugma siya, di ba? And Secretary RC, we've been having this discussion for many years. Sana po makuha natin yung analysis na yun. Para we have a target, no, for where we should be in terms of our micro indicators. Nais po nating malaman nasaan, ano yung numero ng minimum wage, ano yung numero ng living wage, ano yung numero ng poverty line. How does this relate to each other? At maybe on the basis of a family of 4, average family of 4 in the Philippines, ano ba yung mga numerong ito? Would you have that number now? Or would you need time to have that analysis?
We need time, Mr. Chair, especially on living wage, because that's a concept that is still alien to us, at least statistically. No?
Yes.
Not as a,
So, my understanding, Secretary, is living wage yung kailangan ng isang pamilya para mabuhay na may konting panglibang. No? May konting panglibang. Of course, yung konting panglibang is very subjective. But sabihin mo lang kaya mag-Jollibee once a week. And ganyan, di ba? Hindi naman lofty goals, but just to be able to live in a good way, no? Comfortably. So, if we can compute, family of 4, ano yung poverty incidence? What's that number na kung below this family income level ka ay nasa poverty, below the poverty line ka? Kung minimum wage, magkano yung minimum wage for a 2-income family or 1-income family and the living wage? Para alam rin po natin ano yung kailangang habulin ng gobyerno pagdating sa benefits. Okay, here's my question. So I was really interested when Secretary Ralph talked about achieving single-digit poverty incidence by 2028. I think it is a lofty goal. I think we should reorient all of our efforts towards this goal, Secretary. It's very bold also to put that as the government's goal, no, for the next 3 years. May I know what are the main factors to hit single-digit poverty incidence? Ano yung kailangan ho nating makita, gumalaw, mabago para maabot po natin yan?
Well, una sa lahat, nag-uumpisa yan sa paglago ng ekonomiya. If the economy doesn't grow, then you cannot reduce poverty. If we cannot increase the productivity of our people, you cannot reduce poverty. And it is no surprise that that is part of the presentation because that's part of the Philippine Development Plan to reduce poverty to a single digit by 2028. And so far, we've brought that down to 15.5% as of 2023. So again, nag-uumpisa yan na kailangan lumago yung ekonomiya. So part of the strategy is dinahandahan din natin yung pagbaba ng deficit to support the growth of the economy. No? And for 2026, you will notice that we're spending a lot both in education, we're roughly at 4% of GDP, or almost 5. If you add 4%, DepEd, CHED, and TESDA, no? And of course, for infrastructure, we're continuing spending between 5 to 6%. No? Also important here would be our budget for agriculture, dahil importante, mababa rin ang presyo ng pagkain para mabawasan ang kahirapan sa kanayunan at ma-increase natin yung productivity ng ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. So of course, there are limitations to what we can afford in the budget, but clearly we're spending beyond the expenditure to GDP of most countries in ASEAN for the meantime to ensure that we're able to follow through in creating jobs and reducing poverty in the process. Now, having said that, ginagamit natin dito lahat international benchmark ang numero. So wala naman tayong iniimbento dito. So ano ba yung sinasabi ng poverty threshold natin? Maybe Secretary RC can correct me if I'm wrong, but ang natatandaan ko, PPP adjusted, purchasing power parity adjusted, it's roughly $4.20 a day for a low middle income economy. We are $26 short of being a high middle income economy. For all intents and purposes, we are today a high middle income economy. Hindi lang nga sinasabi pa ng World Bank because next year pa nila sasabihin yun. But having said that, your poverty incidence by international threshold will also double. Instead of $4.20, it will become $8.40. So magtataka tayo niyan. Bababa on one threshold to single digit by 2028. But then when you become an upper middle income, that poverty threshold changes. It will again become double. Frankly speaking. So mabuti nang nabanggit ko yan para magbagulat lahat pag nagbago-bago yan. But we are following international benchmarks. So I hope I'm correct. If I'm wrong, then Secretary RC...
Before Secretary Balisacan responds, no? And that's why the inequality question is so important. Because if we're not able to address inequality, your thresholds are going up, but we have a sector of our society who are maintaining their ability for income. No? Kung may maiiwan po tayong mga kababayan, mas lalala para sa kanila. No? I'm sure naiintindihan ho natin yan. No? Secretary RC, yes.
Yeah, just to complement Sec Ralph's explanation, Mr. Chair, no? Growth, economic growth is necessary but not sufficient for poverty reduction. There are many other things that you need to do to make growth poverty reducing, and as a powerful driver for poverty reduction. In our PDP, the theme is high growth with inclusivity. The inclusivity means that the growth will not just for the some sections of our population, but it's everywhere, particularly those in the lower income groups. And inclusivity means improve access to opportunities, particularly small and medium enterprises, improve access to health, basic health, improve access to education, improve access to social protection, including your, decent standard of living. And a summary measure of this inclusivity is your inequality measure of, in our language, is the Gini index of inequality, which we also published regularly, and it actually has improved. In 2012, our measure of inequality is 46.5. 100 is the most unequal, 0 is the most equal society. So we're 46.5 today. We're about 39.3. So it's improving, and you can see that when you look at the family income and expenditure survey, which we used for the calculation of poverty. You find that in the last 10 years, the lower income groups of our society, the growth rates in their incomes are faster than those in the upper income groups. That's what inclusivity is all about. And I think that if we can improve that and see that in other aspects of development, like access to health, access to education, access to social protection, that goal of achieving a single-digit level, even with our growth rate of 5 to 6 or 6% a year, is very much achievable.
Thank you, Secretary. So, ang binabanggit po ninyo basically is what we should see in the budget, right? No? We want to see single-digit poverty incidence. The first step is really finding out ano ba yung kailangan ng isang pamilya para mabuhay sa Pilipinas. No? And we'll wait for the actual numbers para malaman natin, ito talaga yung target ng isang family of 4 sa Pilipinas, maybe in different regions, iba-iba rin yan. Ito yung target na dapat makuha nila. Makuha yan, the best of course is makuha yan sa sweldo, sa sahod. Kung hindi kaya makuha sa sweldo o sahod, makuha yan sa sweldo plus yung tulong ng gobyerno. Dapat yun yung goal nating lahat. Now, if inclusivity is indeed one of our main indicators, we should start seeing that also in our presentations. It should be side by side with GDP. No? Magandang GDP, 5.9%. That's great. But we know that we are also one of the most top unequal countries in the ASEAN. No? So we do want to see that also. We want to have a target there na bumaba rin yun at makita natin na mas magkaroon ng equality sa ating bansa. Now, you talked about what are the main drivers. Education, health, SME support, food prices, investor confidence. Diyan rin po iinog lahat yan kasi sometimes dito po sa ating mga usapan, sometimes our countrymen are lost because we're talking about such huge numbers. But if you really wanna get to the core of it, kung gusto natin ma-achieve to, we have to invest in education, we have to invest in health, we have to fight corruption para mas may investors tayo, both locally and internationally. We have to support our agricultural industry so prices can eventually go lower and go down. At bumaba yung mga presyo at may mga trabaho at yung mga kababayan natin malusog at kaya may skills para magkaroon ng magandang trabaho, that's when you see poverty incidence actually go lower. Correct, no, Secretary? No.
That's correct.
That's correct. So, ito yung mga nais natin gusto ko natin makita. And I guess our job right now is to determine if we're investing enough. No, if we're investing enough. So for example, I'm very, very intent on finding out what the final number will be when it comes to the flood control budget. Because it's a huge, huge amount. It's 350 billion last year, 270 billion this year. And sabi ko nga po sa mga kasama dito and some of the secretaries I spoke to, there's an opportunity. May opportunity to correct this budget, to lower it, to target the places where it needs to go, but to use the budget that's slashed, to use it wisely over these very important measures, no, on education, health, agriculture. Parang at the end of the day, yun naman yung kailangan nating pondohan. Now, Secretary, I spoke to Secretary Pangandaman about this the previous week, and si Secretary Ralph is also here. Gusto ko rin pong magsabi na ang ilan po sa amin, and the chairman has been very supportive, already thinking about how to support our educational needs coming from the EDCOM, no? Coming from the EDCOM, with whatever budget we're able to save from the flood control budget. Nandyan po yung pangangailangan for classrooms, internet connectivity, many of which have been mentioned by the President himself in the SONA as a top priority. So I know this is not currently part of the NEP, but nandito na po tayo. We're already looking at how to improve the budget, have a budget na talagang mapagmamalaki natin. I hope you can support us in slashing the items which deserve to be slashed and putting it in these measures which we know can help achieve single-digit poverty incidence. So yun lang po, Secretary. So I hope we can all come together for this budget po. Salamat.
Yes, thank you.
We'll support that, Mr. Chair.
Yes. I think the President's priorities, and he wouldn't mind if legislators have the same priorities. One is education, as you did mention, EDCOM classrooms, hospitals, increasing agricultural productivity, those local roads we mentioned earlier, digitalization, housing. I think those are the priorities of the President. So if there will be changes in the NEP toward these priorities, that will be welcomed by the President.
Next will be Senator Zubiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the onset, I'd like to welcome back to the Senate our dear colleague and dear friend, Senator Ralph Recto, Secretary Ralph Recto. We miss you here. You know, you are a resident numbers guy, and when times like this, especially the budget deliberation, you always leave a lasting impact to many of us. So it's good to see you once again. Of course, to Secretary Balisacan, Secretary Mina, to heads of the PSA and the different department heads that are here, magandang hapon po. Just a continuation of yesterday's, because wala po DepDev, you were excused yesterday, you were in a trip, and the Secretary Ralph was also on a health break. But yesterday, I just want to go back on the issue of a low-lying fruit that I mentioned yesterday, which was tourism. We are losing ground on the tourism game in Southeast Asia. We are just next now to Laos and Myanmar. Cambodia's overtaken us. I've been saying this as a broken record because I really honestly believe in the tourism sector in the Philippines, how we can make this place into the next Maldives of the Southeast Asian countries. We have better beaches than Thailand and Vietnam and all the other Southeast Asian countries, maybe next to Indonesia because they have more islands than we do. But we have, I'd say, the best people in the world when it comes to tourism. Napakabait ng tao natin, napaka-welcoming. And sabi ko nga, 1 million lang, no? I correct myself yesterday because I said 10,000 pesos. 1 million tourists spending $10,000 is $1 billion of potential income for the country. $1 billion, and we're around 4.5. We want to go back to being 5.5 that we used to be, and just 1 million. But it's not advertising alone. I think all of you know this, and Secretary Balisacan was in our hearing on the Economic Affairs hearing. When it's not purely advertising, because it's first impressions. They come here, it's so difficult for them to fly to our tourism destinations, and then when they get there, they feel shortchanged. The infrastructure is bad. There's brownouts every 4 hours. and therefore they come back and they leave a bad taste in the mouth and nothing happens. Nobody else wants to come back to the Philippines because it's lasting impressions. So it's really the tourism infrastructure. It's not a matter of only, and that's why I cannot blame Secretary Frasco. I've said this yesterday. You cannot blame her because all she's doing is trying to advertise the Philippines, but they don't want to come back for some reason. And I'll tell you why. I've said this yesterday, Secretary Recto and Secretary Balisacan. The tickets to go to Siargao is $600, $500. Nandito pala si Seggo kahapon, Cebu Pacific pala yung $600. Sa kanila pala yun. Eh tinanong ko sa kanya, bakit gano'ng kamahal? Eh sabi ni Secretary ko, ang problema namin yung airport. The turboprop to fly from Manila to Siargao is really more expensive than a 320 that will fly, an A320 that will fly to Siargao. And all it needs is an extension of the runway. So can't we not do, Secretary, ano mo na po to, Secretary Balisacan, can't we not do what I suggested many times, and I even suggested this to the President one time? Can't you just choose the top 10 tourism spots, just like Boracay and just like Bohol? Boracay and Bohol, direct flights na po from Singapore, from Korea, and then put it there, put our funds there. Alam ko nag-side comment na kami, nag-usap na kami on the side with Secretary. Ang problema, the congressmen daw and the politicos want to take all this budget and move it and put patsa-patsa. 20 million dito, 10 million dyan sa kanila, pampaganda na kanilang tourism site, lalagyan nila ng pathway. Kaya naubos yung pondo natin. Sana po, meron tayong master plan for the 10 top tourist areas. Batangas, all these areas, we put it all together. Put the airports, take over the power supplies, because in Siargao, Camiguin, I was over the Camiguin last weekend, over the long weekend, every 4 hours brownout. Kawawa yung Camiguin, and it's 18 pesos per kilowatt hour. Kaya walang gustong pumunta sa Siargao, Camiguin, na malalaking Banyan Tree, Marriott, Peninsula. They don't want to set up shop there because there's the lack of electricity or the reliable electricity, the lack of infrastructure for the airports, seaports, the planes and all. And then now, dalagdagan pa natin, I don't know, I mentioned this yesterday, NAIA 1, 2, and 3 will now stop all turboprops from leaving the NAIA terminals. They're going to ask people to go to Clark and fly from Clark to Siargao. One example, fly from Clark to Camiguin, no longer Metro Manila. So who's in their right mind, a tourist that's going to come here, they're coming in from Russia, from Europe, from Japan, they're going to go to the airport, they're going to find a ride towards Clark, it will take them 3 to 4 hours to get there. By the time they arrive to Clark, they have to fly to Siargao, wala nang babalik sa ating bansa, sa Secretary. So, can we ask at least an opinion from the two secretaries? What can be done? Can we, again, try to pitch this to the President? Do what you did in, what they did in Bohol and in Boracay, a tourism master plan for the top 10, just to be able to entice at least 1 to 2 million tourists in these 10 additional tourist areas. May I just seek a comment from the, I took 6 minutes, I'm sorry, I was so emphatic with my speech, but Secretary Balisacan.
I completely agree with you, Mr. Chair, about having a more focused, tourism master plan for the country. I remember when several years ago when I was discussing economic development and tourism with colleagues from Indonesia, and at that time, way back then, 20 or so years ago, he told me that the only focus for tourism at that time was Bali. They wanted Bali to be the international and focus. They put him there. And then when that was fully developed, they moved on to another more tourist destination. That's the kind of development that we should really be working on instead of scattering the funds, and you don't get economies of scale, economies of scope, and coordination. This is not to say though that we don't support our dear colleague in the tourism sector, but I think it needs the support of all of us in in the executive, in Congress to have that master plan. And I think that if you can link that with what Senator J.B. Harris said a while ago about coming up with a master plan for infrastructure and link this tourism, that I think that Siargao should be like Chiang Mai, or if we can, if Danang, if we can really get our hands working in that direction. Thank you.
Maybe we can also ask, because I know he also asked the ear of the President, Secretary Recto, baka you can suggest in a small group meeting, secretaries, that really, if you're really looking for, I mentioned yesterday, and the PSA can hear and confirm together with the DepEd, we're actually flat in agriculture growth, flat or negative. We're actually
a little positive now, a little positive.
Little bit, because we don't have the same number of typhoons as last year. So far we're good. But we're flat in manufacturing, probably negative. We're not doing as much in exports. It's really yesterday, and everybody confirmed this, it was really consumption spending.
Yes.
It's 70+% of consumption spending.
Correct.
It's due to the fact that OFWs are sending funding, $2.6 billion a month to the Philippines. Sans that, take away the OFWs, we're in deep manure. To say it bluntly, we're in deep manure. So, and I found this out also is because when we were talking about the 19% tariff rate for the US, all the agencies, including DepDev and all, they were saying, and your Yusek Adriano with the DOF was saying, okay lang sir, cushion tayo. Sabi, bakit cushion tayo? Kasi maliit lang naman exports natin. So, for us to admit na maliit lang ng export natin, we're in deep manure. Okay? So, unlike now, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam, where they all have high exports, tayo wala. So, okay lang po. Cushion tayo. That's not actually something to be happy about. And so, that was the consensus in that hearing of mine. My point being is, the tourism is really a low-lying fruit. And I've talked to so many people who had a nice experience in the Philippines, and they come back and they bring friends and all, and they also talk to the same number of people that say, well, the tickets are so expensive. To go to Siargao, it costs like a business class ticket to go to Japan. Even locals, Filipinos are complaining now. So, I hope that we can move a step forward. Let's not discuss this every DBCC. Sana naman you choose na 1, 2, or 3, and then prioritize it, Secretary.
Yeah. Yes, we totally agree with the suggestions. In fact, there have been discussions with the President and the Secretary of Tourism that maybe we can concentrate whatever limited resources into priority areas. Having said that, there is a plan also to privatize different airports all over the country. It begins with connectivity, so we've already privatized NAIA to start with. I think we've done the same for Laguindingan, and then Bohol, Iloilo with Falo, Puerto Princesa. So there is a model already insofar as privatizing some of our airports. Of course, that is just the first step. Ang mahalaga dyan, yung kuryente, tubig, internet access, so on and so forth. So napakarami pang dapat gawin. That included, and I'll make also a pitch. Batangas is all here and so near. So.
No, actually, I had tourists coming from Japan the other week, Secretary. I'd like you to know that I sent them to Batangas, actually.
Yeah, very good.
Because they were in a short 3 days and I sent them to Batangas. So, thank you.
Moving naman kami doon. Maayos naman yung kuryente.
Maganda. Kalatagan, yung White Sand Beach doon, that's where they stayed. So, on another front, of course, but the good governor of the Central Bank was not here. I mentioned to him, I think Deputy Governor is here. Maybe you can sit down, because yung problema, okay, we're curbing the problem of online gambling, and we all know that online gambling has become a plague to a lot of people, especially to the middle class and minimum wage earners. Hindi natatamaan dito may yaman, yung natatamaan talaga dito yung the guys who work for me in my farm. They're playing that all day. I'm trying to understand. It boggles the mind. Natatalo naman sila, pero laro pa rin sila na laro. Nawala na po yung disposable income nila. They come to me, I have to pay their utang or else they're gonna leave me. ganun ang situation. And I met a guy yesterday who told me the same thing. He thanked me for our push together with Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Erwin Tulfo, all the members, Senator Sherwin, Senator Lauren, who went strong in anti-online gambling. And we thank the BSP. They did a great job. They ordered Paymaya and Gcash and all to be removed from these platforms. But now the problem is also is online lending apps. I'd like to put this in the consciousness of all the members of the DBCC. The online lending apps are also facilitators of this problem because pag natalo sila, nag-uutang sila sa online, and then when they cannot pay, there's a shame campaign to get them. And that's when many of the kids and many of the people actually commit suicide, commit a crime, because they're being threatened by these loan sharks. They're nothing but loan sharks to get their money back. And the rates are stupendous. It's like 20%. There's one now that complained to me, 20% per week. There's another one as low as 20% a month. So it's really 5-6. It's worse than 5-6. The problem with the central bank, ladies and gentlemen, is it's not with the central bank apparently. It is with the SEC. So may we appeal to the DBCC to get its, I guess it's grouped together or extend the influence to the SEC that they should be regulated under the BSP. Because it's so difficult. You're a cooperative. Under ba sa inyo yung SEC, DepDep? Andito ba dito? Yes, Secretary?
The SEC is under the DOF. We will look into this. We will work closely with the SEC on this particular issue.
Thank you very much, Sec. I'll be honest with you, magkapatid yan sa sugal eh. Yung online lending apps, magkapatid yan ng online gambling. So, apparently, it is so easy. You can just get it online. They send it to your Gcash, all that, and then everything done within 30 minutes. When it is so difficult for microloans, cooperative banks, when they apply to the BSP, it takes years sometimes to be able to get the BSP approval because they have to go really check background checks of each and every individual who's a member of the bank and etc. and the cooperative. Pero here, the online apps, they just have to register with the SEC and then they become loan sharks. And at the mercy of the people, kasi 20% a week or even 20% a month, talagang mamamatay sila sa utang. Either magpapakamatay o magpapatay ng tao para mabayaran ng utang dahil sa hiya at sa galit. So yun lamang po. And to end, Mr. Chairman, I thank you, Secretary, for looking into this. We just have to make it really more difficult. And my last point, Mr. Chairman, is just that during my term as Senate President, I was able to do an institutional amendment, Secretary Mina, about 10 billion for the 12 billion for the Coast Guard and for the Armed Forces. I know the Coast Guard kasi 2023 po yan, and I know the budget is supposed to be returned to the Treasury after 2 years. So I just want to make sure that it is being spent wisely and it has been obligated. Sayang naman, because for example, the Coast Guard, we gave them 2.4 billion for a brand new Ostal built cutter, a Coast Guard cutter that was supposed to be built in Cebu because Ostal is now in Cebu. And it was a government to government. Wala po tayong dyan, hindi po yan pang income. Yan po government to government. We set it up with the government of Australia together with the ongoing Secretary. So you're nodding, meaning that the conversation is still ongoing and it's hopefully going to happen. Secretary.
I think it's being done.
Great.
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Wonderful.
We're importing from Australia. We're building here in Cebu.
Yes.
We're importing from Korea, from Japan, and like I said, we're also building in Cebu.
Yes. Actually, the reason why we were interested with that deal is because Ostal Cebu would have employed 3,000 Filipino ship makers to build our Coast Guard cutter there. And then if that works out well, we can order with them continuously. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Secretary Ralph, I'm glad to see you here. Secretary Bagsakan, Secretary Mina. It's a ship. Yeah. Oh, I see cutter is a kind of ship. Sorry, hindi po siya mechanized equipment. It's a ship. I think it's about 130 foot 130 meter. No, 60 meter. Yes. It's a 60 meter, Mamina. It's a 60 meter long. That's about 180 foot. Na, there's a term for it. The boat is offshore patrol boat. And God knows we need all those against our best friends in the north. So thank you very much. Mamina, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Next is Senator Legarda.
Thank you, and I've been here since the morning before lunch. I'm not complaining because even our executive department have been answering the questions to the best of their ability. I'd like to bring it back, if I may, to our debt and our expenditure program. This has been discussed, but perhaps so that there's more clarity. I would like to quote Secretary Recto when he answered one of the questions earlier that when we incur the debt, provided that the growth, GDP growth outpaces the growth of our debt, of course, that's fine. Oo. In short, hindi masamang umutang basta ang ating growth ay lagpas sa ating utang, di ba? Sa negosyo man, sa pribado man, sa maliit, maski na sa maliit na household at kasi sa bansa. Okay. So we ask now because yesterday wala ang dev at ang DOF, at least the secretaries, and I looked at the list of the assumptions, and the projected GDP growth is 6.7% based on the MTFF.
I think it's 5.5 to 6.5
That's for
for next year.
2026.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, 2026.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And the projected debt stock based on the BESF is 9.8%, right?
I'm sorry?
So, I ask you now, taking into consideration our forecast or projected GDP growth for 2026 and the projected debt stock of 9.8%, how would you explain, I do not see that our growth of debt outpaces the growth of the economy. So, and this is based on the DBCC figures. So that's my question to the DOF and to the DepDev to please answer. This comes from your DBCC figures. Projected the GDP based on the macroeconomic assumptions based on your MTFF is 6.7% for 2026. The projected debt stock growth is 9.8% based on the BESF submitted to Congress. So the growth of debt outpaces the growth of the economy. And assuming our economic managers will say, let's look at nominal GDP, even if it's nominal GDP growth rate na hindi naman dapat yun ang gamitin, dapat yung real GDP, 8.6%. So we still see our debt outpacing our growth. So kindly enlighten us where we sit, which you sat there before. How do we budget all of this? How do we grow the economy based on all the good things that the executive is telling us if this is the real situation and the figures came from the DBCC? Yes. Thank you.
Yes, it is correct that we take a look at both the nominal growth of the economy, because the debt is nominal as well. Having said that, what is important is your debt to GDP is more or less that is going down, because that determines your ability to pay. And like I said, when the BBM administration took over, the debt to GDP then was roughly, that's one metrics, was 62.1%. Today, we expect that by the end of 2026, that will go down to 61.8%. So very minimal, but more or less it's flat. If you take a look at that, yes.
Secretary Recto, Ralph, Yes, I was basing it on your statement earlier when you answered, I think, Senator Marcoleta's question that as long as our
That's
economy
correct.
grows faster.
Faster,
Kaya lang,
yes.
whatever computation I make, we see
Yes.
that
Part of that,
our debt
yes.
outpaces really our GDP
Yeah.
because the projection, at least in the MTFF, is only 6 to 7, but our debt stock is 9.8%. So I looked at the nominal, 8.6, it's still much lower than the 9.8.
Yes.
Then I look at the debt to GDP, it's still going up. Yes, it's still not ideal because it's
Yes.
still 61.2%. And then your own projection in 2026 is 61.8.
That's
It is
correct.
not decelerating or going down.
It will go
it's
up.
still going up.
It
So
will go up in 2026 to 61.8.
Yes.
It will go down to in 2027 at 61.3. And this is talaga sinadya ito dahil we have a trade war. So we're anticipating that as well.
I wanted to be clarified
Yes.
because 2025, the debt to GDP is 61.2. Next year, it's 61.8, and these are
Correct.
figures of the DBCC. There is no figure for 2027.
In 27, it will be
It's not here.
61.3.
Yeah.
We have it in the presentation.
Okay.
Then in 2028, it will be 60.3.
It says in 2028, below 60, sana. But
Yeah.
I really do not see how this will happen considering that at present date, our debt clearly outpaces our growth. And even for next
It's more
year...
or less, it's
for-
more or less
Yeah.
flat. Again, let me begin.
Yeah.
When BBM administration took office, the debt to GDP was 62.1. If we are at 61.3, then there is an improvement. It is not worse off. So we intend to leave the administration better off than when we arrived.
Yes.
Now, the deficit should have been more steeper, the decline, but considering all the global challenges that the Philippines is faced with, we thought it best to have a more gradual reduction in our deficit. What is important is that we have a deficit path that is going down. Can you show me the deficit path? During the pandemic, the deficit was the economy dropped by 9.5%, the biggest since World War II. And then our deficit was 8.6%. That went down to 7.3 in 2022. That's still higher than the growth of the economy. 6.2% in 2023, 5.7% last year. That will go down to 5.5% this year, 5.3% next year, in 27, 4.8, 4.3 in 2028. So you will see that the deficit path is going down. And then the revenues are increasing double digit. Then we expect the expenditures to start going down. Like if you take a look at this slide in 2028, from today's 21.5%, it will go down to 20.2 or 20.6 in 2028.
So,
So that's your debt.
I wish I could be as
Yes.
optimistic as our good secretary. I am certain if you were sitting here a few years ago, you would ask the same questions of the DOF secretary then. But I understand your task, the difficult job of trying to explain at least how we can make it look better. And I hope this will not be the same issues or challenges we will be facing in a year's time when we have the DBCC again. I just wanted to put
Yes.
that on record because it was very clearly stated that as long as we do not outpace our debt stock.
That's
but
correct.
it's not the situation now. Hopefully, with what you're saying, it would improve in a year's time. Which brings me to my, perhaps DepDev, Sec Balisacan can also comment on this, unless the position of NEDA, of course, of DepDev is the same. Because I was just worried that our pace of growth is not, hindi po sumasabay sa ating pag-utang.
We are looking at the, Mr. Chair, we are looking at the medium term, and that's what Sec Ralph was emphasizing. We're looking at the 2022 to 2028. And if you look at that, we would see a declining trend. But obviously, there would be, this year, we could have slightly higher than what we wanted. But I think what's more important is that the medium term is that we end up at the end of this administration at a lower level than before. Yeah.
But, yes, our dear secretaries, just take note and just to put on record, the GDP growth was adjusted lower, no? In 2026, it would have been 6.5 to 8. It was lowered to 6 to 7. And this year, 6.5 to 8, it was lowered to 5.5 to 6.5. So I don't think it's improving because there were revised targets in the BESF as compared to the MTFF. That is the reason why our two secretaries and DBM was here yesterday, where I insisted and hoped that the MTFF could have been submitted to the 20th Congress before the budget deliberations so that we could actually study it further to support us here. But it's not yet available, or according to Secretary Pangandaman, and we will await that before the formal budget hearings on plenary. Which brings me to my other question, since we are speaking about debt and we look at the 2026 disbursements. It says here that for 2026, the disbursements of 5.02 trillion will be for current operating expenses, that it is higher than the revenue projection of 4.98 trillion. So in short, based on your own figures, that's 37.3 billion. So it, in my understanding, again, layman's understanding, does it mean that we are borrowing for our COE? Yeah, umuutang tayo para sa ating current operating expenses, right? Because there's a shortfall, right?
This year, more or less, we're borrowing all our capital outlay. Maging tulay, maging kalsada, flood control, inuutang natin lahat yan. Airport, seaport, so on and so forth. Classroom, hospital. Next year, in 2026, yung uutangin natin, hindi lang sa capital outlay. A portion already of our current operating expenses. Uutangin din natin yan. Yes.
May we be enlightened from the total borrowings, both domestic and foreign, what percentage, or if you have the numbers, are allocated for capital outlay, as you say, for project development or for new priorities of government, and which are for current operating expenses? Are we actually borrowing more and allocating more for our COE? How much of it is for
it's not
projects?
so much.
Yeah.
It's not so much in contracts with ODA and program loans or project loans, but more or less, whatever revenue you collect this year or next year, roughly 5 trillion pesos, that is just enough or not totally enough for salaries, for maintenance operating expenses, for interest expense on the debt, for the national tax allotment of all LGUs nationwide. A portion of that. And then all your capital outlay, in effect, you are borrowing. Our capital outlay next year is roughly something like 1.4 trillion. But then your deficit is 1.6. Ergo, you're borrowing 200 billion for maintenance operating expenses.
That was my question.
That is the reality, yes.
So that's the
For
reality.
next year. For next year.
Yes.
And that's why when we come to Congress, we tell Congress, do not pass as much as possible. Do not pass laws that increase our current operating expenses. Number one. Number two, do not pass laws that reduce our revenues. Because this is the effect.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yes.
Mr. Chairman, the permission of Senator Lauren Legarda. That's a good point, Mr. Chairman. And you would suggest in the DBM, you're all here together, our finance team, that laws, for example, creation of new offices, creation of new engineering districts, creation of new, I guess.
Mr. President, we just came from an election. And in that election, if I recall, mula konsehal hanggang senador, lahat pinangako libre. At lahat pinangako ibababa ang quiz. So if I count all the 14,000 bills filed in Congress, in the previous Congress, siguro ang dagdag na gastos 4 trillion at yung collection natin zero na. If I look at all the bills.
No, that's fine. To be guided, kasi like in my Committee on Economic Affairs, alam po ni Secretary Balisacan yan, ang daming pupunta dito na taga-House and they're asking for economic zones in all their provinces. At least we can be guided and say that there's a threat of veto. Would it be safe to say that it could be vetoed? Would be more likely to be vetoed when you come up with those offices?
Yes, we remind the President of our fiscal condition, and we tell the President, and he's agreed, he's also conservative, that as much as possible, we do not pass revenue eroding measures. Number one. Number two, if you want new spending, do a pay-as-you-go. Adopt a revenue resource measure so that we can pay for that activity.
So, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Loud and clear po. Loud and clear.
Thank you, salamat.
We take note of that. May I know for how many years have we been borrowing to cover for our current operating expenses? It's not just in how many administrations? I'm trying to look back.
In the past, that was a practice. Recently, under when
Was there a year when we borrowed only for projects,
Yes, last
but
year.
not for operating expenses?
Last year and this year,
Yes.
yes.
May we know, it's all based on revenues collected, right? What was the reason? So, on years where we did not use borrowings.
Let me give you an example. Every year we have borrowings. Every year there is a deficit. Okay? I think the question is, your question is, Madam, Mr. Chair.
Not to use it for current operate, but for
Yes,
project
correct,
development.
Correct. So last year and the year before that, our deficit was only for capital outlay. Okay? The main reason why we are now borrowing for current operating expenses is because we have SSL 5, 6, number one, and then we're hiring more teachers because we need to hire more teachers. So these are some of the reasons why our current operating expenses is going up.
Thank you for that. Now, I would like to go back to my question yesterday when the secretaries of Finance and DepEd were not here. On the benchmark we are using for our poverty threshold, I will not read my long question again, but perhaps we could have an answer from the two departments on the expected impact on the official poverty incidence if the poverty threshold is updated to reflect more realistic costs of living. Because I mentioned yesterday that, and the answer was, we are still using the 2024, which was already questioned, on 33,296 person per year, or 2,775 per month. I don't think this was sufficiently answered. So my point is, if we are using that as a benchmark, then everything else that we're budgeting for may not be as accurate as we wish it to be. If we are still doing a study on what really is the poverty threshold being used. The answer I got was, we're using the 2024 because there are still studies being conducted. So how will our budgeting be, or projections for 2026, if we're still using the harshly criticized 2024 poverty threshold benchmark? So, in short, pag hindi pala ganun ang kailangan ng mahirap para mabuhay, or pag hindi naman, was it 21 pesos per meal, which was unrealistic, and the study would come out that it's actually double of a 21 if the basis is higher, so the poverty incidence will grow will increase as expected, how would this affect the government's overall assessment of development? That was the question which was hanging yesterday. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. As I was saying earlier, Mr. Chair, that the one primary purpose of the poverty threshold is to help us examine whether we are making progress in reducing poverty. So it's not just the absolute level at any particular point in time that we are so much concerned, but it is the changes over time, because that will tell us whether the programs, the projects, the strategies that we are using to fight poverty is working or not. And so what we have done is to adjust the poverty threshold that we had been using in the past, and it will be higher because it will reflect changes in family composition and even in the standard of living that has happened over the last 10 years since the poverty line was set. It was set 10 years. It was adjusted annually for inflation, but the standard of living that it encapsulates pertained to that 10 years ago. And obviously that has changed now with economic development. So the number that we'll be using for the poverty assessment starting this year, Mr. Chair, because we'll be updating our poverty statistics, will be the new one. And this will come out, Mr. Chair, this year. These new numbers will be approved by the Philippine Statistics Authority Board when it meets, I think, next month. So, and then it will become official and we'll release that number.
Yes, Secretary, thank you for that. That's why I was wondering, isn't the timing quite off? Because we are basing our budget projections on the 2024 level, and per DepDev, the new statistics will be available December or January next year. We would have finished the budget by then. So how is that? We are basing our budgets on the poverty statistics of 2024 because the studies will be conducted or being conducted, as you said, and will be presented to us by December this year or January next year. That's what I was told yesterday. That's why I was clarifying with the economic team if this is accurate. Then I would like to know what then is the expected impact on official poverty incidence if the poverty threshold is updated by December or January next year to reflect the more realistic cost of living. So obviously, it would rise. O di mali, paano tayo sa DSWD mag-budget? Paano sa DA? Paano sa DOLE? Yes. So, Secretary Recto or Sec Balisacan can answer, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely, the estimate of poverty will be higher because of the change in the standard that we, or the increase in the standard that we will deploy. But what is interesting, and I think especially from a policy perspective, Mr. Chair, is that regardless of the threshold that we use, if you use that consistently with the past data that we have, you will still see a declining poverty over time. In fact, we have done already the exercise, Mr. Chair, that even if you use the poverty line that's employed for upper middle income countries, it is quite high, over $4 per person per day in PPP. You will see a declining poverty over the last 10 to 15 years. So it is, to us, that is I think the more important issue because it tells us about the effectiveness of our poverty reduction program.
If I may,
Go ahead, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we put on slide here for consistency purposes and inflation adjusted. Where are we and where did we come from? If you notice that during the Marcos Sr., more than 49.3% of the population was living in poverty. Now, assuming we adjusted this number to a more realistic figure as you mentioned today, let's say double it, then it used to be 98%. Today, that would be 31%. I mean, for consistency purposes. But having said that, the international standard for us today is that our poverty incidence is 16.9%, according to the World Bank. Tayo nakalagay dito 15.5. But according to the World Bank, using PPP adjusted $4.20 per day per person, PPP adjusted, then our poverty incidence would be about 16.9% in 2023. So it will be a little different from what we have at 15.5.
We will be happy to receive the MTFF as promised and the adjusted poverty threshold which the economic team or DepDev is coming up with by the end of the year, even if we had passed the budget by then, so that we can also use it in trying to plan for the next year's budget. I thank the good secretaries and your teams for those clarification, and we'll move forward with other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. Next will be Senator Tulfo.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Chair.
Senator Tulfo, just to inform you, we will be convening our plenary at 3.
That
So
is
what
correct.
we can what the Senate President advised me is we can suspend for 5 minutes, go to plenary to get our attendance, and come back again to continue our
Anyway, I
topics.
understand that, Mr. Chair. That's why I will limit my time to asking just one question. Okay. In 2025, 75 million was earmarked to fund the fuel assistance to fisher folks under BFAR. Same thing with the DA, 75 million as well, so 2025. And then sa DOTR, 2.5 million, 2025. 2.5 billion. And then 2024, 2.5, 2023, 2.3 billion, so on. Pero hindi ito nagamit eh. I believe it was returned back to National Treasury. And the reason binigay ay sapagkat hindi umabot sa 20 or 80 US dollars per barrel yung price na binibase sa mean of Platts sa Singapore. So, ang nangyayari, hindi pa umabot sa 80, nagtataasan na yung mga gasoline stations dito ng kanilang mga presyo sa gas, sa presyo ng petrolyo. So, I think it's only a policy. Pwede ba natin babaan itong threshold na 80 US dollars?
Anyone can answer?
Nag-gets niyo po yung tanong ko?
Yes po.
Isinuli sa National
Yes, Mr.
Treasury
Chair.
kasi hindi nga umabot.
Yung guidelines po na ginawa ng DOE, no?
Yes.
Is hindi po umabot dun sa
80.
threshold sa 80.
Exactly.
Kaya po nasayang lang. Siyempre,
Correct.
we cannot release po.
So,
So we will study po kung
Yes,
pwede po bumaba.
exactly. Kasi anong nangyari, kahit na hindi umabot sa threshold na $80 per barrel sa mean of Platts, eh yung mga presyo ng gasolina dito sa bansa natin, nagtataasan na eh. So, dapat babaan natin siguro yung threshold from 80. Gawin siguro natin, I don't know, study it, maybe 50. Consult the experts.
We will discuss po and study po the probability na ibaba na lang po para magamit yung fuel subsidy for our farmers.
Thank you. That's all,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Next will be Senator Pia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll attempt to keep this short because if the Senate President goes up, we will have to run. So I'll try to keep this short so you don't have to stay. Good afternoon, Secretary Mina, Secretary Balisaca, Secretary Ralph, and all the rest of the team. Okay. I just want to share my experience as the Vice Chairperson of Finance handling the budget of education. Now, very quickly. So what we did was we tried to look at what the demands for classrooms were. And, you probably all know these figures. I'm going to just jump right away to the issues that I have. For 2023, only 15 billion was targeted despite the fact that we knew that to address the classroom shortage, we would need to raise 412.50 billion. And during the President's first year in 2022, I actually attempted to divide that into 6 years to see what the figures would look like if we would try to address this classroom shortage in 6 years. Needless to say, the 15 billion was a drop in the bucket compared to what we had to raise. But in any case, if you look at what was the completion rate, 19%. 19%! Kakapilanggot na nga lang yung budget, 19% pa yung na-complete. Pagkatapos, ang ongoing is 67%. O sige, pagbigyan mo na i-add natin yan together, that would be around 76%. Pwede na, 76%. But the ongoing doesn't tell me if that's ongoing until next year, until 3 years from now. I don't know. In any case, yung 15 billion pa nga lang, hindi pa nabuo. For 2024, it is September. I don't know if this date is as of July. It's zero. Zero. Okay. So, me, as Vice Chairman of this committee, I'm very mindful that this administration is following the cash-based budgeting. And by the way, congratulations, kasi according to my research, it's pioneered pala, that is a pioneered program in the Philippines. Congratulations, Secretary Mina. Yung cash-based budgeting, tayo pala nag-invento nun? Well, according to my research, it says pioneered in the Philippines. So,
In the Philippines, yes po. But
Yeah.
meron pong countries na binodel natin like Canada. Opo.
Sabi dito, Philippines di huwag mo na silang banggitin. Akuin na natin yan. Anyway, so with that in mind, itong cash-based budgeting, I was guided by that kasi Vice Chairman ako, di lang naman ako propose, no? And alam natin na based on that cash-based budgeting, kailangan yung delivered goods or service, ma-deliver na siya, ma-inspect at ma-accept within the fiscal year. So what is required of us is fiscal discipline. So for me, it started with us sa Senate na disiplinado kami in proposing our projects. And I did that for health and education for around half a decade kasi 6 years sa health, 5 years sa education. Always mindful of laging sinasabi sa atin, absorptive capacity of each agency. So, this is a rhetorical question, no need to answer, just pay attention to me. Senator Subiri, stop talking naman to the Secretary. Sandali lang ako magsasalita, hayaan mo naman ibigay niya sa akin yung 100% ng attention niya. Hindi na nga ako hihingi ng sagot I just need confirmation sa aking mga conclusion. Also, I ended with absorptive budgeting. You always absorptive capacity of every agency, di ba? All mindful tayo dyan. Masunurin ako, okay, 15 billion lang binigay nyo, 15 billion. 15 billion nga lang, hindi pa na-absorb ng maayos. So, ang ikinasasamahan ng loob ko is, I will no longer be in charge of the budget of education. I will still be in charge of the budget of health. And yet, I find out that iba pala ang standards pagdating dito sa mga... Oh, by the way, ang nag-i-implement din ng projects for the record, for the people watching, is also DPWH. So, for me to learn in the last few months that iba pala ang standards na ginagamit natin pagdating dito sa I'll use the term, flood control projects. Iba pala. Bakit sila hindi sumunod sa prosesong ito? It's very frustrating on my part because no less than the Constitution requires that education is given the priority. I did my job, binuhos ko lahat para mahanapan ng pondo yan, mabigyan ng pondo. Tapos yung maliit na nga lang nabibigay, 15 billion for classroom compared to, 240 billion for flood control? Sorry? 275, 15 billion we allocated for classrooms, hindi pa makompleto. Tapos 275 for flood control, na wala tayong pakialam. It's so frustrating. So as we discuss and dissect even the role of the Senate here as we coordinate with you, let's be mindful of that kasi may magaganda naman talagang project. Pero hindi lang din nabibigyan ng sapat na atensyon na kailangan kasi yung magagandang project at yung mga vice chairman na katulad ko at yung chairman na sinusupport ko, which is now the Secretary of Education, sinusundan namin yung protocol. So, nasan tayo? I leave you with those thoughts because we have to get our attendance and I will come back. Thank you.
We'll suspend for 10 minutes and we'll come back again.
course, we're monitoring the, so, so far, it has been accepted. But we didn't have, or we rarely have a system-wide. And even if I can, is that we also have to say it's just a little.
Right, let's take our respective seats. We'll start in a few minutes. We will request DOF to call the respective principals so we can already start. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's reconvene our DBCC and to continue her questions. We recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll proceed. I'll I gave an example for DepEd, which is the classrooms. I'll give another example for higher ed, which is on TEST, the tertiary education subsidy, and then I'll give my example in DOH. Then you can just comment all together, you know. So my example for higher education will be on the tertiary education subsidy known as TES, and our chairperson will be handling the budget of higher education this year is familiar with this issue, and I hope our concern, which we raised the past few years, will continue to be supported, and maybe we can find a solution. So in the past, we were able to provide, CHED was able to provide, or Unifast, no? Ang nagre-release is Unifast, right? Yes. Would allocate 20,000 pesos per SEM for those enrolled in a state university or public school. So whether it's State U, LUC, 20,000 per SEM. Kasi meron pang natatanggap yung school na free education subsidy rin, di ba? So 20K. So that's 40K per student. And then for private, it used to be 30K per SEM, per student. So that's not bad, 60,000. I mean, that's a decent education. We know it's so much more in most Metro Manila universities, but you can find schools, no, that this will go a long way. But last year, we were told by Chairman Popoy that they had to cut it to 10,000 per SEM for both students enrolled in both private and public schools. So what is the result? The result is nagda-drop out na. Because I don't have to lecture our finance economic team here that kung wala, edi wala. Di ba? Wala. So imagine from receiving 30K per SEM, 60K, baka nakakakain na maayos yon, di ba? Hindi na kompleto sa gamit. Ngayon, 20K na lang for the whole year. That's a big drop. And that's what they implemented. And I said, and the reason they did this is mas marami daw beneficiaries. So, pero mas marami din ang magda-drop out. So my point is, why do I bring this up here, Mr. Chairman? I bring it up because I know that the agencies are also limited by the caps that are placed on them. Kasi, syempre, we know with limited funds. But I don't know if I should even say more. Kasi alam na natin, education is supposed to get the highest budget. We want to be an upper middle class economy. May upper middle class ba na puro dropout ng estudyante? Hindi naman siguro. Siguro it goes with it na, you know, they're able to enroll and to finish their courses. Ito nga, hindi natin pag-uusapan na they're enrolling in more technical courses, they're enrolling in science and engineering courses. They're dropping out. That is our situation, Mr. President. So, by way of illustration na lang, and then I'll rest my point on this higher education issue. In the 2024 GAA, TES was 23.44 billion. And then now, in the 2025 GAA, it's 21.72 billion. Sasabihin ko na sa inyo ngayon, mas dadami pa ang dropout. Yan ang result. So, it is ridiculous that we expect a better result when this is how we budget. Sasabihin na naman natin, absorptive capacity. O sige, ba't hindi natin pagtsagaan, hanapin natin ang solusyon? Kasi, dropout, ang effect nito, dropouts. Now, kung may kalokohan na nangyayari dyan, which may naririnig ako, edi hulihin yung gumagawa ng kalokohan because you cannot sacrifice a good program because of one or two hoodlums. Hulihin yung mga hoodlum na yan. So I rest my case on this issue kasi from what I'm told yung 2026 NEP, wala pa tayong breakdown, so I cannot comment on the 2026 NEP. I will go to health. So for health, I'll keep this very simple. No, I'll give this example. In the age of digital equipment, baka basic naman siguro almost all of us understand the importance of an MRI. So an MRI, I have a little bit of technical descriptions here. I really don't know the details, no? But basically, MRI 1.3 Tesla, which can be used for pediatric imaging. There are 456 public hospitals that can put this to good use. That total will be 109.44 billion. O sabihin mo nang spread out over the next 3 years, can we cover half of this? Can we do a mapping? Of course, trabaho na ng DOH yan. Hindi naman yung trabaho yan. Pero yung availability ng funding na yan, ako mag-handle ng budget ng DOH. Sana, dun tayo pwedeng maghanap ng paraan. Kasi kalokohan na talaga itong nangyayari sa atin na hindi natin mabudget itong mga basic na to. Another example, digital cardiac MRI. It's 180 million pesos per machine. And there's 456 public hospitals that would need this, that cost 82 billion. And final example, for women, mammogram machine, 31 million pesos lang to, again, spread over 456 public hospitals, that's 14 billion. I'm not saying na lahat lagyan, yung magkakatabi, baka kalahati, pwedeng malagyan. Yung point ko is, the availability of this budget has to come from the top. I think the Senate leadership, from our Senate President to our Chairman, have said that they will work with you. Pero I can't push. I'm a loyal team player here. Pag sinabi sa akin na Pia, walang budget, walang magagawa, walang budget. But I'm bringing this to your attention. So those are my 3 examples. You can make a quick comment. I doubt that you disagree. Secretary Mina, Secretary Ralph is nodding their head with what I was saying. You can comment. You can say whatever you want. You can just commiserate with me if you want.
With the permission of the chairman, just a quick reaction. My understanding is that there is some fiscal space in the budget. There is 275 billion in flood control for 2026 when we haven't even spent the 350 billion this year yet. With that, as I did mention earlier, I think the President will be supportive of initiatives that are similar to his, that have the same priorities, particularly in education and healthcare, agriculture, as I did mention earlier. So I think that should be welcome, Senator Pia.
Thank you. And again, those are just examples. No, maraming pang iba dyan.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd also like to agree. I think your premise is right. When you started your intervention, you mentioned about the utilization. And yes, also part of our framework in working on the budget is the utilization. Admittedly din po, medyo mababa po yung utilization. As you can see po, dun sa school building programs, while we want to really allocate triple or the budget, medyo given po our fiscal space as well. But I know that you'll be introducing a lot of intervention para kung paano po mapabilis yung construction ng school building. The same way, then you, siguro at the proper time with the head chairman is here po, you can also ask him also, kasi mababa din po yung access dun sa ating TES. So I know that they will also revise the existing guidelines of Unifast to make it more accessible po. And then we'll see po kung talagang okay, maraming beneficiary, mabilis po na access. Of course, we would like to increase their budget po.
And you know, Madam Secretary, I don't think it's that difficult for us to also determine na ano ba yung mga napapasukan nila sa lugar na yun. Kasi the truth is, kung may public doon, edi mas mura na yung ilalabas ng test, no? I'm not that sure if they even bother to check na geographically, if there may be more needs in some areas and less in another. Diba? So, parang baka naman on your part din, pwede nyo din pukpukin yung mga yan. Kasi I would think you're very willing to provide more funding. It is the direction of the President. But they also have to give us the proper information so that mabigay nga natin yung pondo. Again, those were just examples that I used. Nabanggit nyo na rin lang, Secretary, some of the policies or how do you call principles that I've mentioned that you are using. Dagdag ko na rin kasi I know the Secretary has been supportive and has in fact included in the budget that it should be the budget should be aligned with achieving our sustainable development goals. Report ko lang na some agencies do not do SDG tagging. Some are quite good at it, and I can, is that more sa DepDev, Secretary Balisacan, sa inyo ba yan? Kayo nga dapat siguro, no? It's just that si SecMe, tayo yung nag-usap, and you're the one who make public pronouncements on the sustainability, but some agencies are very meticulous with the tagging. So kung ano yung budget nila, tinatag nila kung anong SDG ang na-achieve doon. Yung iba wala. So hindi ko alam, wala ka bang naka-assign na tao, hindi mo ba naiintindihan yan, or natag ba yan sa ibang agency, syempre may overlap. So yun lang, baka you can, I have a hearing on Thursday, I will also bring this up, but I don't have the agency heads there. So if we can work together to get all the agencies aligned with this SDG tagging, kasi less than 5 years na.
We do, Mr. Chair, we have actually the SDG convergence targeting that USEC Rosadillion coordinates. So we can use that facility.
The head of my budget group is showing me this program convergence budgeting, no? Which you referred to. So nakalista lahat ng department. So we can see it. I won't use everybody's time, but maybe later on as I am discussing another topic, I'll tell her to enumerate it. Meron talagang agencies na blank nga. So we're referring to the same thing, Secretary, pero blank. So again, baka may overlap na post dun sa isa, pero dapat may notation yan somehow to let me know na lahat ng interventions nila or lahat ng budget nila kasi tag inanat. Tell me so that I also understand. Thank you. Okay, I'll move on.
Mr. Chair.
I'll move on to another item that was in the President's SONA. The President recognized the important role that athletes play in nation building. At the end of the day, I'm a big follower of gross national happiness. Di ba masaya tayo lahat? Pag nanalo si Manny Pacquiao, sana hindi siya nabugbog masyado sa kapag kapanalo niya. Di ba? Pero si Alex Ayala, di ba, grabe mamatay. Kahit matalo siya, ang saya-saya pa rin natin kasi yung fight na pinapakita niya inspires a whole nation. Correct? Correct. Okay. Tsaka the President has already acknowledged that. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, kasi I also have conversations with the President on this, but I think he's also publicly stated na it's not just the national level, di ba? Just by having playgrounds, you're already building the future athletes of this country. Yung magsiswing sila dyan, tatalon-talon dun sa magandang lugar, playground, parks, sidewalks, and let's talk about the senior citizens. Ano ba kailangan ng senior citizen? Healthcare and then quality of life, a park where they can walk around, play chess in public, meet their high school sweetheart na baka nabiyuda na rin, katulad nila, at they can walk together and walk off to paradise. Park lang yan. Diba? Sidewalk lang yan. That's all we need. So on that note, my intervention here is that we are consistent with what the President wants. Kasi it's one thing for him to make a statement, it's another thing na, asan yung project? Asan yung project that will make this happen? And I can tell you now, because I will make yabang, I will take a moment to make yabang. I arrived from Kuala Lumpur yesterday. The Philippine paddle team that I founded, we won the Asia Pacific Paddle Cup. We beat many Asian countries, champion sa madaling salita. And I'm so proud of this team, but hindi mura na pagalingin sila. The good thing is, I started with a lot of talent. A lot of them come from Visayas and Mindanao. But guess what? A lot of them, kasi paddle, for those who don't know, hindi ho ito yung paddle na nakatayo ka na nagsasagwan ka, kasi parang may paddle din na gano'n. This paddle, P-A-D-E-L, para siyang tennis, i-research nyo na lang. A lot of them have tennis backgrounds from Visayas and Mindanao. May mga taga Luzon din, but why Visayas and Mindanao? Kasi yung mga metro areas, wala nang space for a tennis court. And one of our top tennis players, si Nino Alcantara, I'll mention him now, yung home court niya, kung saan siya natuto, and then when he was at the age of 17, he won the
the Australian Open Juniors. Champion, Australian Open. A few years ago, maybe 3 years ago, he texted me na yung court kung saan siya lumaki, bubuwagin na. Kasi vital resource yan ng LGU Diba? So kung kailangan nilang gamitin magpatayo ng something else, wala namang magagawa. Yung mga property yun. But that is where we can step in, diba? We can step in and make sure that we have these facilities. We can step in that they have the financial assistance they need, and which is, I want to thank, I think under this administration lang na finally nagbigay na si PAGCOR, no? That's just in the last few years. So parang nabanggit na last month, parang 240 million ang remittance. So we're in a good place. But there is still so much more to do. And to be consistent with yung pangaral ng tatay ko, mag-aral ka, mag-sports ka, huwag ka mag-drugs. Karamihan ng nakakahanap ng passion in sports, bawas sa bisyo kasi matutulog, papasok, magsusports. Wala nang time yan masyadong uminom, magsigarilyo, mag-vapes, whatever. So that's why holistic yung approach natin. So again, secretaries, yung budget natin for these things, ulitin ko, playground, parks, sidewalks, sports facilities. Again, you can argue that, I don't may take up yan sa PSC. Hindi, kasi alam ko nalalagyan nyo ng cap yung mga, yung mga project nila. So, this one is the kind of SDG that will affect health, that will affect education, because magkakadugtong yun. Excited mag-aral, baka excited mag-sports, baka excited na rin mag-aral. A kid has to find their passion. It will affect SDG 11 on sustainable communities because there are parks. Again, young, old, they can all walk around in those parks together. I rest my case. I'm just again adding the importance of these SDGs. Thank you. Now, ito na. Senator Recto, maghanda ka dahil alam mo na ang next ko. Syntax. I know it has been taken up by some of our colleagues, but of course I have to take it up because this is my battle cry. I'll keep this short. We all know that the syntax law, and I'm saying this for the purpose of people, students who will review this issue, so I will have to repeat this even though the secretaries are very familiar. Syntax Reform Act of 2019, which I authored and I sponsored and I fought for. And Secretary then, Senator Recto, was still a member of the Senate at that time. So very quickly, 80%...
which I supported.
You supported, but you gave me lots of headaches. Let's admit that.
Well, you gave me a lot of headaches too.
Ay, karapatan ko yun. Okay, anyway. I love Senator Recto, but we disagree on certain things. But that's how life is, di ba? Yun talaga yun. So I hope we're able to lead by example, no?
Course,
Secretary
yes.
Recto.
Yes.
So anyway, very quickly, no? Ang pinanggagalingan ng syntax natin are sweetened beverages, tobacco, and separate ba yung and alcohol? Okay, so I won't repeat anymore what the law states, but basically it's very clear that a certain percentage of the collection and then the law outlines kung saan mapupunta to, earmarked yan for PhilHealth. So based on those earmarkings, the numbers that we have show that in 2023, the syntax earmark should have been 83 billion, but the NEP only indicated and provided for 79 billion. The following year, 2024, syntax earmarking was 79 billion, and what was earmarked in the NEP is 80 billion. Pero ipo-point out ko, dating sa GAA, naging 40 billion na lang. So my concern here, dear secretaries, is this is required by law. We won't go into the debate, hindi ba nagastos yung pondong yan? After the call was made for PhilHealth to revert the funds to the National Treasury, dun naglabasa na ang dami-daming program, yung no balance billing hindi naman nasusunod. So we can discuss, we can even amend the law kung sapat-sapat na ang pondo para sa health. But what I'm addressing is simply the fact that the law requires that what the earmarked amount is should be delivered to PhilHealth. And so far in 2023 and in 2024, it did not happen. So can we get assurance that it will happen? And to be clear, Senator Recto, Secretary Recto, hindi lang to nangyari sa time nyo. Nung naalala ko pa talaga, and I was lecturing my young staff, nung si Senate President, and you might remember, when Senate President Cheese Escudero was chairman of the Secretary of Finance, pinakita ko din sa kanya tong same numbers ko na eto yung computation. We can argue about it, Pero if we agree na these are the numbers, dapat ito yung madi-deliver. So yun lang naman, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, that's correct. Our role in the DOF is only to certify what is the actual collection.
Correct.
That is our
Eh,
only
napatingin
role.
ako sa'yo kasi nawala si Secretary Mina, so sa'yo ako nakatingin.
Now, having said that, I think there are additional standards imposed by law on the DBM,
Okay.
such as certain submission of documents by PhilHealth. Okay? And of course, in 2024, or in 2025, tinanggal naman ng Kongreso yung allocation. So there was a proposal from the NEP, from the executive, to include the budget, in 2025, which was taken out by Congress. Okay?
That
Having
was
said that,
2025. That's why I didn't even
Correct.
include that in my
In
statement now.
2024, it was the same thing, because what the Congress said is that sobra-sobra, which is correct to a certain degree, sobra-sobra naman ang cash ng PhilHealth noon. And at that point in time, PhilHealth was only spending something like 135 billion, when their actual resources were something like 480 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And the fact is today, we're starting already the no balance billing in 83 government hospitals.
Sorry, you're starting. Sorry, I didn't catch you.
Yeah, right now, I think in 2024, the budget of PhilHealth from 135 billion that they were spending is as high as 280 billion already. Nag-improve na, dumoble na in 24. In 25, I think their current operating budget is more than 300 billion. We are now implementing already the no balance billing, the first portion in the 83 government hospitals, and to follow na rin additional assistance to the local government hospitals later on. And in the 2026 budget, there's an appropriation of roughly 53 billion. Now, Congress can increase that or decrease it.
So that was my next point, Mr. President,
Yes.
because for me, and it just so happens that I will handle the budget of health again this year. There's no problem to be reviewing it. Not only am I handling the budget of health, but I am the Ways and Means chairperson. So with your guidance, if you tell me na based on, and we have a new head in PhilHealth, if you tell me na eto ang collection, let's draft the syntax provision such that we are assured that this is covered. Pag sobra, again, balik ako dun sa cash-based budgeting, walang problema sa akin yun. Ang ayoko lang is, I am very much aware because I handle the budget of health na hindi tayo nakaka-deliver ng services sa tao. Tapos, yung alam kong may pagkukunan, hindi naman nakukuha. So, I think I make myself clear. Si Secretary had to go, no? So, the rest of her team here in DBM, am I clear? So, yun lang naman yung gusto ko kasi niloloko natin yung tao. And even with this whole no balance billing, I'm certain that is limited in its scope. So, wag natin din lokohin ng tao kasi yung mga mayors umiiyak sa amin, nagsasabi na pupuntahan sila na bakit itong klaseng sakit nila hindi covered. Eh kasi nga, hindi covered yan dahil hindi talaga kaya ng current budget ang lahat ng klaseng sakit. Kung nanonood kayo ng teleserye, wag na yung K-drama kasi parang maganda yating healthcare doon dahil hindi ko napapanood sa K-drama na mamatay sila magbayad ng ospital. Pero sa US, yung mga show sa US, di ba, sila pa yung nag-GoFundMe for their sicknesses kasi hindi kine-carry nung insurance nila, ng HMO nila. Kasi maraming sakit na never-ending yung gasto. So wag natin lokohin yung tao na no balance billing sa lahat ng klaseng sakit. Hindi talaga covered ang lahat ng klaseng sakit. Kung yun ang gusto natin i-cover, kulang pa tong syntax natin. That's the reality. And let the records show that Secretary Ralph is nodding. Because like he said, taga-certify lang sila dun sa papasok na pondo. Okay.
Yeah, and the challenge is your national health account is roughly what? 1.3 trillion. Ang available lang naman is about 300 billion sa DOH, another 300 billion more or less sa PhilHealth, maybe 100 billion from the local government units, so that's 700 billion. May out-of-pocket expense ka pa rin na 600 billion, more or less.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So I just feel like i-clarify natin yung statement. Sa akin hindi nanggagaling yon, pero when I hear the statements coming from the administration na assuring everyone na no balance billing yon. Alam ko na mahirap mapatupad yon sa lahat ng klaseng sakit. And even but even if it's only public hospitals, hindi nila kaya lahat ng klaseng sakit.
Correct. Only the 83, based on the PhilHealth, what do you call the criteria?
Yeah, that was set.
Yeah, that's essentially it. And that's only something for 1.3 million patients on the average. Yeah.
The rest of my examples and issues can be directly taken up naman with during our budget of each agency. But I just wanted the finance and economic team to understand these issues because they're recurring issues. So in the same way that our other colleagues said, same lang, I also have to say that some of the concerns are very much the same. Okay, and I think I only have one more issue, but hold on. Okay, and I think this is my last. On our on the administration's pronouncement, and this includes the last administration. So last administration, this administration. I think every member of the finance team is happy to achieve the status of upper middle income country for us, no? And I've always had a problem with it because in my day-to-day life, I encounter poverty. And so I know I'm not the first one to bring this up, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to take everyone's time. I'm sure pagod na kayong lahat. But I need to express my concern that how does the average person understand this desire to reach this status when it doesn't change their lives? I've heard the replies, and I understand common sense. When you have that upper middle income country status, then that means, you know, maayos yung books mo, maayos yung management mo ng pera mo, so madali kang pautangin. Kumbaga sa pagnenegosyo ko, nakikita nung papautang sa akin na may pambayad yan, yung mga negosyo niya, okay naman yung management. So para sa may-ari ng talyer o may-ari ng maliit na karinderya sa atin, di ba? May magpapautang sa inyo, ang ganda ng pagpapalago ni Aling Trining dun sa negosyo niya, madali itong pautangin, di ba? Yung nakikita mo dun na lasing ng lasing, tapos yung negosyo niya, sara ng sara, nagbubugbog pa ng asawa, hindi naman, ayaw mo nang pautangin yung tao yun, simple lang, di ba? So ganyan din yan, pag tayo umuutang, tama ba, Secretary? Pag tayo umuutang, ganun din, tinitingnan, paano ba tayo mag-manage ng ating...
I think what this tells, with the permission of the Chair, I think what this tells us is that your per capita income is increasing and you're already within this threshold. But insofar as umuutang, sa totoo lang, tataas yung cost mo ng borrowing pag naging upper middle income ka. Mawawala na yung mga ODA. Mas mataas lang yung interest rate na babayaran mo.
I was going to go to that one, no? So yung reputation mo, okay, and their dealings with you, okay, kasi excited sila to deal with you. Dahil maayos kang tao maayos kang kausap. Pero nabanggit mo nga kasi yung per capita income mo tumataas. Ang problema natin sa per capita income, and we all know this, lahat naman sa atin nag-aaral ng economics, alam natin to, or basic math. May 10 kang kumikita ng 1 billion, o di magkano yung 10 1 billion, di 10 billion na yon. Tapos may 100 ka, 10,000 lang yung income. O di magkano yun? 10,000, 100. 1 million. Pag in-average mo yon, mas malapit sa billion yon. So ang taas nun. Pero mas maraming 10,000 lang yung kinita niya. I'm not lecturing you because alam niyo na to. I'm speaking to the Filipino people. So, what is it to them? What is it to even to me? Na I have a household, I also have staff, I have children who are now same age as Secretary's children na naghahanap buhay na rin. What does it mean to them to be upper income when marami sa kanila kumikita lang ng 20,000? Mabubuhay ka ba sa 20,000 kung 3 anak mo, 4 na anak mo? That's my question, and I don't know the answer to that because as you said, yung mga ODA natin, yung mga grants na nakukuha natin, mawawala or tumataas. So, have we done the numbers to see if this really benefits us? Because I'll tell you, when we passed the reproductive health law, which was clearly very controversial in a conservative country, I met with Melinda Gates, who also happens to be a Catholic, and she told me that she's very excited for the Philippines that we passed this law that allows women to plan their families. And hindi na tayo pasok dun sa Gates Foundation na grants kasi nandun na tayo sa kung ano man yung status natin at that time, what were we in 2012, kung ano man tayo dun, hindi na tayo pasok. Pero syempre that's a private foundation naman. Sabi niya, lower pa tayo noon, 2012? 2013, I met her 2013. Pero parang hahanap siya ng program na pasok sa atin kasi gusto nga niyang suportahan itong napakagandang program natin that empowers women to plan their family. So that's the point. How many programs yung mawawala? I really like to know because I want to support this. Ang sarap pakinggan, pero I want to know na ano din yung nawawala sa atin. And I don't think that was answered in details. You can just submit it to me if you want. But I think we have to weigh that kasi wag naman yung yabang lang. Tapos, in the end, mas hirap din tayo to provide programs that we previously were easily able to access. You want to say something, Sec? Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay lang, go ahead.
No, I think that I completely agree with you that GNI per capita or GDP per capita is an incomplete picture of the economy and of the state of economic development. And I said this earlier that growth, whether it's growth in GNI or growth in GDP, is necessary but not as sufficient to address the issues on sa poverty, lack of access to health, education, opportunities. But it does provide an opportunity, potential. The question is, do we have the political will to convert that potential into something that will really benefit the poor? In other words, ang mantra natin sa Philippine Development Plan is growth with inclusion. Inclusive growth. So that it's not just about increases in GNI, but it's also increases that generate opportunities for employment, for healthcare, for education. And one of the metrics that I always use, and the PDP also uses, is inequality, because that reflects how we are distributing the benefits of growth. And yung inequality ng index natin of inequalities, interestingly, has actually been improving. Still very high compared to the inequality in our neighbors, but it is declining. Not as fast as we wanted to, but it's declining. Now, I think that the challenge for us is to continue improving that inclusivity, especially access to opportunities for small and medium enterprises, for example, for access to healthcare, affordable healthcare, access to education, and that's why you are correct. We should be looking at those metrics, at how we are prioritizing on human capital and health and education versus other forms of spending. And I think that the direction of the President for us to prioritize in the next 3 years on health, education, and spending has to be seen in the numbers. And that's what I think we are committed to do. Yeah. Mr. Chair.
So, I have one last point. No, I'm just going to end on a gender note. I also, and this is where Secretary you come in, kasi we've had many discussions in the previous years, and I know, naintindihan nyo na itong sasabihin ko eh. When we look at GNP, it does not necessarily reflect all the kind of output and even economic contributions, right? So for example, these bogus flood control projects, that will be reflected, right? As a, additional yan na, wow, may 100 million ka na flood control project na yung pala bogus, di ba? So may issue yan kasi hindi na-check ng tama. Pero automatic yan, reflected yan, 100 million. And yet, in the 26 million households that we have in the country based on the 2020 statistics that we have, o di, siguro naman I can assume that most of those households have a mother. They all don't. They don't for sure because some mothers are out of the country. But what I'm just using that number as a reference. Actually, I have another number that I can use. Okay, 26 million households. 19.1 million women are employed. But I don't have the data that tells me if these 19 million women are mothers. Kasi in one household, they could have a daughter who's 22 and working, and then the mother who never worked in the formal sector but raised her children. So that's what I'm concerned about. Those mothers who raised their children, never employed in the formal sector, will never be counted as contributing to the economy. Alam na natin to, it's as old as the sea. No? Secretary Recto also knows this. It's as old as the stories that we've heard, but they are never counted. Their contribution are never measured. And yet, these millions of women are responsible for making sure that their child graduated grade school, had medicine that they needed, had food on the table, stayed away from drugs, went to high school, graduated high school, goes to college, and becomes a productive citizen. Was their contribution ever recorded? Never. Let's be one of those middle income countries that aspire to be upper middle, that at least tracks the contribution of women. Because then we can also properly fund more support for them. I will be handling the budget of social welfare, and I know that we already spend so much on dole-out, so much on financial assistance. I want to redirect some of that to women who are actually doing the work in their homes, cooking healthy meals for their family, like I said, finding ways to provide for their family, making sure their kids are staying in school. So that's my parting words, and I trust, Secretary, that you can help me try to achieve this now with numbers, with programs that we already have, so we can really also track how for all we know, we're doing so much better because we'll track, if you can have a parallel tracking to show these traditional metrics that are not measured in modern society, let's do it. So then we can have some peace of mind na we're doing something right naman pala. Diba? We always need good news. So yun lang. I end my questions, and I'm happy to listen to Senator Marcos. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pia. We recognize Senator Marcos.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. You've had a long day, sorry. Yeah, but it's infinitely more boring in the session hall than here. So here we are. Maraming salamat. Unang tanong, under the 2025 BSF, the projected revenue from privatization was estimated at 101.016 billion. Estimate revised down to 5 billion thereafter in the 2026 BESF, while the 2026 privatization proceeds are estimated to be 101.979. What's the reason for the revision of the 2025 privatization target? Patanong lang.
Hi, Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Go ahead, Secretary.
Okay. I hope this suffices, Mr. Chair. Our non-tax revenue for 2025, the target is roughly 306.5 billion. Total non-tax revenue, including privatization. We may not be able to achieve the actual numbers on the privatization, but we will achieve our total collection for non-tax revenue.
Okay, so that's the reason. What's the reason for the revision downwards for 2026 from 2025 for the privatization program? Parang bumaba kayo to 5 billion, mas
In
doable.
2026? In 25, okay. Yes, there's a reduction in the privatization, what is doable this year. But having said that, we still intend to hit the non-tax revenue of 306.5 billion for 2025
For 2025.
through other sources, not necessarily privatization.
I
So
see.
yes.
No, I'm just concerned about the privatization and
Yes.
would like to request for a list of the assets.
Sure, yes.
For privatization and the estimated value perhaps of
Yes,
each
please.
asset.
Yes, we will.
We're a little bit concerned, of course,
Yes.
about the food terminal incorporated, which was named several times by both the DA as well as the President himself as an essential part of the food security program. But it's listed in your privatization list. So there was a great deal of concern from the agriculture sector.
So
Perhaps
first-
you'd like
yes.
to get
Yes.
verification on that.
Yes, first of all, the part of FTI already has been privatized. Number one. Number
Well, a
two,
large part, I think almost
correct.
3/4, and it's just 25%.
That's correct. We are in talks with the DA of what they need and what they don't need. If they don't need it, then we will privatize.
Yes, I personally believe that they need it. Kasi walang lugar yung NFA na pagbebentahan kapag wala yung FTI. Kaya nakakapagtaka na ibebenta, iilan na lang natitira, itataya pa. In the meantime, that the assets are not yet sold, who is spending for maintenance, rehab? Because some of them are in very sorry states. And how much do we spend for the maintenance of various assets?
In the meantime, it is FTI. They're doing the maintenance.
Yeah, very little maintenance actually. It's in a miserable state. Sige, kung mabigyan kami ng listahan. Secondly, in 2024, the rise in total revenues was driven again by non-tax revenue from the windfall collections such as the upfront payment of 30 billion concession fee for NAIA, di ba?
That's one, correct.
Are we going to be able to repeat this performance in 25-26? Is there something we can look forward to as Senator PSS? We need good news.
No. CBK. I think we have a collection by the end of this year of another 30 billion from CBK.
From where?
Kaliraya, Kukotan. Yeah, CBK, power plant, yes.
Yung listahan ng Kalirayo, Botocan, Kalayaan, CBK?
Yes.
Okay, sa end of year we're anticipating.
End of the year, yes.
Okay, so that's 2025. I'd like to inquire also about the NTA, the local share. Out of the 2026 budget of 6.8 trillion, 1.882 trillion or 27.7% for financial assistance and the subsidy. Of this amount, 1.191 trillion is for the NTA, the National Tax Allotment. Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds correct.
There have been so many complaints from the LGUs that many of the larger provinces, for example, have seen a reduction as opposed to an increase in the ERA to the NTA. Can we be provided with a formula utilized by DBM to calculate said NTA? Bakit lumiliit daw imbes na lumalaki samantalang ayon sa Mandanas ruling, kinakailangan mas malaki at hating kapatid ang ibibigay sa ating mga LGU?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Madam Senator. We'll
Yes,
provide
Mr.
you with that.
Toledo. Yes. Okay, if you can explain, has it changed over the years or
No.
ganun pa rin? Nagbago ba yan sa IRA? Parang nagbago kasi iba-iba ngayon ang kalkulasyon eh. Ang daming nagre-reklamo po. Nagbago po.
Basically, yes, Mr. Chair, it's because of the Mandanas ruling of the Supreme
Pero
Court.
bakit lumiit, hindi lumaki?
Lumaki lang yung pie. So basically, Madam Chair, the same din ang gamit natin in terms of the population, land area, and equal sharing. But of course, in terms of the pie, lumaki po kasi siya.
Speaking of the pie, kasama ba dyan yung BARM, yung block grant natin ng 93.982 billion? Saklaw na yan?
Basically, Mr. Chair, binabawas muna yung sa allocation for the BARM before we compute for
Even
each.
before the NTA, di ba? Tanggal na muna
Yes,
yun.
Mr.
So,
Yes, Mr.
what
Chair.
are the components of the BARM subsidy? Kasi, di ba, 70 billion block grant. Ano pa yung iba? Kasi, umaabot siya ng 94. it's deducted before the LGU share, no?
Mr. Chair, the block grant is how much? 93 billion, and then we still have also around 5 billion for the Special Development Fund, and the
That's plus, no?
Yes, Mr.
And
Share of the Bangsamoro as far as taxes, fees, and charges collected at 5.5 billion pesos.
5.5 billion.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So there's 10.5 billion on top of the 93.
Yes,
And
Mr. Chair.
So are there any further components? Those are the two components of the, well, there's a block grant, there's a special development, and then there's their equivalent of an NTA. Is that correct?
That's the three components, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
a total of 104 billion.
Saklaw din nung subsidy allocation, may 53.262 billion subsidy for PhilHealth. Are there other health subsidy programs? Doon sa mga financial assistance and subsidies?
For health, yeah, PhilHealth, yes, 53, but we still have other
yung
source
mga-
of ayuda that we gave.
Yun na, yung
Yes,
MAIP.
MAIP, yes,
Oo.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Then may concern din kasi kami, kung maaari ibigay ng DBM yung complete list of other financial assistance. Kasi nagkakalituhan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll provide you with that
In the
because we have a lot of that.
Correct, but in the different agencies, kasi sa iba't ibang agency, iba't iba rin ang ating financial assistance.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll
Didiin
provide.
ko rin yung financial assistance sa agricultural sector kasi meron tayong agricultural subsidies. Dapat sana dyan sa DA, meron rin transport subsidy na kailanman di naman nabigay. May kung anong subsidy wala naman na bibigay eh. Yun ang problema kasi hindi rin na alam.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, we have already, kumbaga, nakulate na namin. It's around 2.3 trillion already. So we'll
Magkano?
provide you with the list.
2.3
2.3 trillion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so hingi kami ng breakdown. Nagkalituhan dyan dahil according to reports, yung DSWD still has remaining funding sa AKAP. May natitira pa. The DBM said that since the AKAP has not yet been fully utilized, they decided not to fund it for 2026. Can we be updated on the actual status of the AKAP from 2025 as far as allotment, obligation, and disbursement is concerned? Magkano pa yung natitira? Kasi may claim sa DSWD na may remaining funding pa.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As of today, as of the report, we have all still have 11 billion balance of the AKAP.
11 billion has been transferred to the regional office or remains with central office. Anong status niya?
For the distribution, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I think we'll leave that to the DSWD. But right now, as mentioned to you, we have already
But
provided.
there's actual NCAs and SAROs already turning over the funds to the DSWD kasi hindi nabigay ng DSWD yung actual amount eh.
As far as the release for the appropriation and even the NCA it's been comprehensively released, Mr. Chair, Madam
Pati
Senator.
SARO?
Yes, Mr.
Okay, all released already. All released?
Yes, for AKAP.
All released to DSWD.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, pareho ng DPWH yan. All released to Public Works pero hindi pa linalabas. Ganun ba yun? Hindi, itatanong ko lang, if we could have the data for that, the data for AIX as well, and why we saw in the media that there will be AKAP still in 2026, despite the fact that it's not contained in the JAA 2026. Nagkalituhan kami dun eh. May
We don't
press release.
have provision for AKAP for 2026.
Yes, I saw that. Kaya nagulat rin ako, bakit lumabas sa media na itutuloy pa rin ang AKAP. Paano ba yun? Bakit pinagpipilitan? Eh, wala na sa budget. Pero kung sa bagay, Yusek, kung tutuusin, noong 2025, wala naman talagang AKAP. Bigla na lang sumulpot sa BICAM. Di po ba?
That's true, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator.
Eh, natatakot po kami kasi ako yung vice chair noon eh. Napahiya kami biglang Napaakap kami sa isa't isa. Nagulat talaga kami at bakit biglang may akap pa. Nakakagulat talaga. So, as far as we're concerned, wala nang akap. Ayun, categorical na yan.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr.
Sige.
Chair, and
So,
Madam Senator.
Are we
Senator.
expecting the 11 billion na na-transfer na ninyo sa DSWD? Inaasahan ba natin na madidistribute pa to hanggang sa katapusan?
Mr. Chair, with that, we leave it to the DSWD for the implementation of the ACAP program.
And it lapses when?
Of course, given the validity period, so that is until 2026,
Kaya
Mr.
nga,
Chair.
till December 2026. So, ibig sabihin, baka naman yun ang ibig sabihin ng may akap pa, ganon. Kahit wala nun sa budget, may 11 billion na tumataginting, nasa DSWD.
Yes, we like to believe that, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator.
Yes, me too. We're both praying together. Salamat po. At, okay, naliliitan po kami. Ano to? Yes. Yes, naliliitan po kami dun sa sinabi, baka DOF, perhaps Secretary Recto can help us here. The Department of Finance released a statement about the U.S.-Philippines trade deal granting zero tariffs to U.S. exports, resulting in revenue losses of 3 to 6 billion. Can we be provided with the total tariff revenue from U.S. exports to the Philippines? Its breakdown as
we will
well.
provide you a copy of the data. Yes.
Oo, kasi marami sa amin, katulad ni Senator Subiri, naliliitan doon sa 3 to 6 billion. Yung mga estimate ng ibang bansa ay napakalalaki. Alam naman natin, di tayo katulad ng Thailand, ng Vietnam, na puro export-driven.
Yeah. Hindi naman lahat ng ini-import natin sa US ay pinag-usapan during the tariff negotiations. Sa pinag-usapan lang, beef, milk, wheat, soybean, cars, essentially. Kukunti lang ang pinag-usapan dyan.
So yun ang sinasabi rin ni Secretary Malisacan na hindi ganong kabigat ang epekto sa atin.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so...
And none have been implemented. We have not reduced a single tariff line as of today.
Okay, so wala pang zero.
Walang
Wala
zero.
pang zero tariff, tulad ng sinabi ni Pangulo Trump.
Yes, wala pa tayo linalagay
Pero
sa
sa
zero.
kabila nun, may 19% na sa sugar, sa iba't ibang ine-export.
Pero ang alam ko rin, tumataas ngayon ang exports natin. Kasi nagpa-front load na.
So, itatanong ko na lang siguro by way of asking na naman na information. According to a report from NEDA, DepDev, nung July, naglabas po kayo ng report, 44 infra projects funded through ODA are delayed. Can we be provided with a list so that we are understanding this better? And also, the government counterpart was funded under 2025. Tama po ba?
Tama, Mr. Chair.
What steps are we able to take to save this project? Sayang naman, ginastusan na.
Well, most of these are ongoing, issues on the right-of-way counterpart. These are two major issues: just the right-of-way and the counterpart that cause delays. But we have provided the 2024 report to Congress because we are required to submit
that's right.
this report to Congress every year.
But if you could give us an updated report, because the 2024, we all received, but 2025 as of July, following your statement, has not updated that old report. And how will it affect us in terms of payment of commitment and handling and other liability fees?
We will provide an updated report, Mr. Chair.
Sige, salamat po. May time ba?
We're the only ones here, so we can... nandito pala Senator Erwin.
Ayun, si Senator Erwin.
We have 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. Okay. Yung non-tax revenue, napapraning lang po ako sa unprogrammed, ano? Why is there a sudden decrease from 2025 to 2024 was, saan na ba tayo? 2024, ang non-tax revenue was 256 billion halos. Bumagsak sa non-tax sa 2025, bagsak sa 48.577. 2026, tumaas ng kaunti. Ang anticipated is 61.958. Why the sudden decrease from 2024 to 2025?
Okay.
Ang laki ng
Yes, let me correct the
binaba.
figures. In 2024, the actual collection was 618 billion. In 2025, we expect to collect 306.5 billion. Now, the difference is that in 2024, we collected the 30 billion from NAIA, collected 30 billion from BSP dividends.
Pero 2024 yung malaki eh, di ba?
Yeah, precisely. I'm talking about 2024.
So naiya yon.
NAIA's 30, BSP dividends is 30. Fund balances from PhilHealth was 60. PDIC is 100. So that's the difference.
That's the difference. So, nung bagsak na
So, mga
sinasabi,
one-time collection.
one time big time.
One time big time, yung PhilHealth na 60 and PDIC na 105.
Nung 2025, naging 48 na lamang. So,
No, in 2025, we expect to collect by the end of the year about 306.5 billion.
so you're saying there won't be such a decrease. This is just partial figures.
That's correct.
So it will be, your anticipated is 300?
306.5 billion for 2025.
Okay. And then 2026, I see a projected figure that's again very low, 61.95.
In 2026, it will be 350
350.
total non-tax revenue.
Sige, perhaps like I asked earlier, bigyan na lang kami ng datos kasi medyo nakakalito pag tinitignan eh. At nakakaba. We're worried na may understatement so that we can generate excess income to be used to trigger the release of unprogrammed
No,
funds.
if at all, the excess revenue will be used to reduce the deficit.
To reduce
Not-
the deficit.
Yes, we do not
Hindi yung
expect.
mga unprogrammed at kung
That's
ano-ano
right.
pa.
That's right. Any additional revenue hopefully will be used to reduce the deficit.
Okay. Maraming salamat. Hindi sa unprogrammed na praning na po kami dun eh. Katakot eh. Sige, last but not...
Prading din kami doon.
Oh, salamat. Sabay tayo. Bantayan po natin. So, meron rin tayong PPP Center dashboard with a 3.79 trillion projects under implementation, 2.86 trillion more in the pipeline. Anong exposure ng pamahalaan, contingent liabilities, etc.? Is this reflected in the NEP or it occurs somewhere else? Ito yung mga PPP Center dashboard. First time ko talagang binasa ng maigi to eh. Kaya gusto ko malaman, ano bang sabit ng gobyerno dito? If at all.
Well, there are some provisions. The contracts provide for risk sharing in case there are adverse conditions that may affect the viability of the project.
But these are trillions in projects.
Well,
So siguro iba-iba yung itsura niyan, iba yung
Iba-iba ho,
contingent,
yeah,
iba yung
yeah.
fees.
Some of the social projects require availability payments, like hospitals, for
Right.
example. Yeah, that's where we are.
Pwedeng humingi ng
We can provide
ng
the-
information dyan sa PPP dashboard kasi napakalalaki ng mga halaga. Kinakabahan kami na may sabit ang gobyerno pag nagkalugi-lugi ang mga yan.
We the risk is now better managed than in the past because the current contracts are governed by the newly passed PPP code.
Yes, that's
Because,
right. We're
yeah.
all authors there. That's
Yes,
why we
yes.
wanted to know how it's doing. And last but not least, being that Senator Tulfo's here, I'd like some information on the Maharlika Investment Corporation. It's reported a profitable full year in its first year with 2.68 billion in revenues against expenses of 93 million. So, ano ibig sabihin nito? Can the Maharlika Fund managers confirm if the 75 billion worth of seed fund from LBP and DBP were already transferred by the Treasury into the Maharlika Fund? Ano
That
na
is
nangyari dyan? Na-transfer na ba yan?
Correct. That's been transferred, and right now the investment, essentially most
So
of the
where's the money
investments,
actually?
most of the investments of Maharlika are with Treasury bills. Then we are purchasing 10 to 20% of NGCP. And then there is a loan, a bridge financing for a green mine.
Yes.
Supposed to be,
Oh,
yes.
we wanted to see that kasi Last January 2025, di ba, nag-announce ng initial investment of 19.7 billion. Nabasa ko sa
correct.
dyaryo, 20% like you stated,
More or less,
with 2
yes.
board seats.
Yes.
Is this already included in the list of assets for 2025?
Not yet, because
Wala pa.
may mga tinatapos pa with the lawyers.
So we will be seeing an increase in equity instruments and decrease in cash and equivalents. Is this transaction already paid for to the NGCP?
Not yet. Hopefully, within the month, there will be matatapos natin lahat yan.
So magkakaroon ng decrease in cash
Yes.
kapag bayad?
Kasi magkakaroon ng equity sa
Siyempre.
NGCP. Yes.
Siyempre, babayaran, no?
Yes.
Tapos, it has therefore a total asset base of 127 billion. Tama ba to? Including the 50 billion capital
That's correct.
subscription of the government.
That's correct.
Is there an item in the 2026 budget for the 50 billion subscription of the Maharlika Fund?
There is none.
Wala, di ba?
There is none.
And the BSP dividends is one of the sources of the national government share in the Maharlika. Has the BSP started giving its dividends to Maharlika?
Yes. That's correct. It's done.
Siguro, hihingin ko na lang yung briefer tungkol sa Maharlika.
Yes,
kung pwede
We will
mag-update.
provide you a status
The
report on
same
Maharlika.
law, RA 11954, identifies PAGCOR as a fund source. Has it remitted to the MIC at all? Nag-remit na, magkano?
It's been remitted to the PTR. How much it is? Yes. The entire remittance of BSP and PAGCOR is with the Treasury. It is now with the Treasury. Hindi pa kailangan ng Maharlika as of
Pero
now.
magkano siya? Yung
50
BSP?
billion.
50.
25 and?
Yung BSP at yung PAGCOR, magkano po yung binigay nila?
Yeah. Total is 50 billion, 45 from the BSP.
45 BSP.
Roughly, and then,
And then, magkano yung
5
PAGCOR?
billion from
5.
PAGCOR, yes.
So, bale,
4.9, yes.
54.9 to be exact. Okay, so hihingi na lang kami niya. Tapos nabasa ko rin sa dyaryo yung investment ng Thailand, Sharoen Pokpan Group. Announced it will set up a private equity fund to raise up to 1 billion US for investing in agriculture, food security, innovation, digital, sustainable energy. Is there any update on this?
There is a memorandum of agreement between Maharlika and them.
Between Maharlika and the Thai company?
CBK, yes, that's correct.
Sige, pahingi na lang
Yes,
ng
we will
kopya.
provide you a copy, yes.
There's also an announcement that the Wealth Fund entered into a landmark partnership with the Aqua Power, the global energy developer of Saudi. Totoo ba yun? To explore renewables here in the Philippines?
Interest, no? Yes, there is interest but nothing final yet.
Ah,
There
wala
is a
pa.
memorandum of agreement.
May memo din.
Yes.
Sige, kasi marami nagsasabi na yung dineklara daw na revenue o income ng Maharlika, puro kwan lang to, puro deposito lang siya. Itong 2.77,
That is correct.
2.68,
That is
puro
correct.
deposito lang to.
No, it is treasury bills.
T-bills.
Interest income from T-bills, that's correct.
So far, the only income, the only payback or profit
Yes.
is really from treasury bills
That
that
is
were
correct.
bought through government funds.
That is correct.
So wala pang pumapasok na new investment from overseas.
Wala pa.
Puro PAGCOR, BSP, Land Bank, DPP, at yun lang po, galing pa rin sa Pilipinas. At yung kinikita niya ay mula sa treasury bills.
Katulad din nung dati nung wala pa Maharlika, same thing. It's in
Kaya nga,
treasury
parang
bills.
umaasenso ba tayo nito o hindi?
Ano ba? Maaga pa. We've only passed the Maharlika law in 2023. So it's still relatively a new corporation.
Okay, so it's early days but we need the information. Maraming
Yes.
salamat, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
Thank you, Thank you, Senator Marcos. We recognize Senator Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I direct, Mr. Chair, my question to the Department of Budget and Management. On page 47 of the President's budget message, meron po nabanggit na progressive budgeting for better and modernized governance bill. Magkapareho po ba ito sa budget modernization bill or magkaiba po ito? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is the same, Mr. Chair.
Na-file na po ba ito dito po sa amin? And if so, meron po ba kayong draft ng bill na ito para mapag-aralan pa namin na mas mabuti Mr. Chair.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Senator Tulfo. As we understand, there is a bill that was filed in the HOR as well as in the Senate. But our secretary is also asking us to update our draft PBBM bill to include some other updates, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair. What are the salient features of this bill? Will this include limits on program appropriations? Kasi dito po tayo nagkakaproblema, Mr. Chair. May mga budget sa flood control na hinugot or nanggaling sa program appropriations. Though we fully support this bill, pero tanong ho natin, ano po ang mga features nito? Will this prevent yung mga too much unprogram appropriations? Kasi dito po kinukuha yung mga projects na particular na ang mga flood control nung nakaraang taon na Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The last version that we have for the administration, it aims to specifically first ensure that the economy's resources are managed in fiscally sustainable manner. We also have their provisions for strengthening cash management and institutionalization of the Treasury single account, digitalization efforts, fiscal discipline, which includes the institutionalization of the cash budgeting system, and the unprogrammed. We have actually included a limit or a ceiling for the unprogrammed appropriations, which is at 5%, this is the accepted percentage or ceiling by our development partners. And we also have provisions for open, inclusive, and meaningful engagement of citizens throughout the budget process, among others, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want please submit to us a copy of that latest version for our perusal or study.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're going to update it and submit right away, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, my next question is, yung funding po na ninyo doon po sa NEP, sa NEP po natin, parang, are you satisfied with the amount yung to support the climate change adaptation, disaster preparedness, and sustainable resource management, to protect lives, livelihood, and ecosystem? Can you give me a rundown? And do you think this will be sufficient for 2026, yung budget para naka-allocate dito?
Mr. Chair, as far as the climate change is concerned, we have a system that we tag the budget of the different departments and agencies. So, as far as the budget for the climate change, that is already the budget for these the different departments and agencies, Mr. Chair.
Kung
papayag si Senator
Go ahead.
Humingi kaya tayo, Senator Erwin, ng listahan itong sinasabi nilang climate change expenditure, CCE, sa budget. What projects will they cover? What agencies have the funds? Para alam din namin.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because as being tagged, we already provided in the BSF, B21 and B22.
Pero parang hindi kumpleto yun kasi kalat-kalat sa iba't iba pang department, tama ba?
That is a consolidated, Mr. Chair, as far as...
Kumpleto na talaga
yes,
yun?
Mr.
Yun na
Chair.
yun?
Yes.
Kasi it looks very much like business as usual. Nabanggit na ni Senator Erwin Tulfo, yung tungkol sa flood control. Di na kami maahon dyan sa flood control na yan. Pero itong problema ng tubig ay mananatili sa mga susunod na dekada. So magtatanong rin kami kung ano yung mga issues sa potable water and irrigation. Lahat ng patungkol sa tubig ay problema ngayon. So hihingi kami ng more information at consolidated listing kasi kalat-kalat sa ibang department na hirapan kami.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chair. Aside from the tagging, we also have the program convergence budgeting as far as the water resource management, Mr. Chair. So we can provide you with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question, Mr. Chair, ito pong yung mga nakatago kasi sa upfront program natin ng mga budget na kung saan hinugot po yung mga questionable flood control po natin. Dito tayo nagkakaproblema. Na may question na, Mr. Chair, kanina po ang sabi, wala pong parang tila, wala pong vetting process, wala pong nag-check ho sa inyong ahensya. Ngayon, as fiscal managers, let me ask you, do you even have something like a vetting whether these amounts are proportionate to actual vulnerability and need? I don't know kung nasagot po ito because I stepped out kanina po. May sagot po ba tayo dito?
Mr. Chair, the parameters that we use as far as the proposed budget of the different departments and agencies is basically, one is through the alignment of the Philippine Development Plan, as mentioned. And then the second is we have to look into the readiness of the projects being submitted by the different departments and agencies. And of course, tinitignan na namin yung kanilang absorptive capacity, which ensures that agencies can fully utilize their funds. And syempre po, yung fiscal space that we have, given the fact that we only have a limited fiscal space, as you have mentioned, as mentioned by our secretary, we have received around 10.1 trillion proposed budget, but we only can afford a 6.793 trillion rather. And also, we have to let the agencies prioritize, mean to say, they have to rank those priorities that they have to submit to us. So that's the parameters that we use in consideration of their proposed budget, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, ngayon, ang tanong po natin dyan, so wala pong nagpa-flag sa inyo kung may mga kagaya po niya nabanggit natin kanina na sobrang laki po ng pondo sa flood control nga sa ilang probinsya when in fact hindi naman po sila binabaha. Wala ba talagang internal red flagging mechanism ang DBM maybe or ang DOF, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, we don't have that kind of system yet. But yes, we actually, through the kaninang mga recommendations, we will adopt that recommendation as to looking at to how we can improve our system in terms of evaluating the proposed budget.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair. So nobody's really accountable for project vetting. It's like a relay game lamang po.
Mr. Chair, as far as the vetting of the projects, we rely on, or rather, the functions lies with the department, which is as for this case, the Department of Public Works and Highways, as to the validity, or rather the propriety of the projects, because from taking it from our administrative code of 1987, we just want to state that they are the one to responsible in identifying, plan, secure funding for programs, design, contract of or undertake pre-qualification, bidding, and award of contracts of public works projects with the exception only to specialist projects undertaken by the government corporate entities, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yung mga malalaking projects po, kagaya naman nabanggit natin by the billions, hinihingan niyo po ba ng feasibility study, say, ang Department of Public Works and Highways or the Department of Agriculture kung malalaki na po na pondo? Do you ask them, do you bother to ask them, may feasibility study ba ito? May ginawa ba kayo? How did you come up with this amount? Ito po ba'y dinigta lang na mambabata sa inyo ng isang lawmaker doon sa baba? Or is this really, ito talaga ang tama na costing because you did a careful study, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, as far as having the feasibility study, normally, for foreign assisted projects, kasama po yan sa mga tinitignan po natin na requirement as to determining kung viable yung project. As to the locally funded projects, we have provided here in BP Form 202, nandun po yung listahan po ng mga requirements. If I have to mention, ito po. May checklist po dyan, doon sa BP Form 202 that is in page 67 of our budget call. Dito po yon, may NEDA board, by approval po, may checklist po. NEDA board, DPW certification, DPWH MOA, costing, DNR clearance, RDC consultation, CSO consultation, list of locations, list of beneficiaries, and others, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, before I move to my next question, I would just like to say na every peso po kasi na nilalagay natin sa proyektong may bahid ng duda ay pisong inalis mo sa pagkain, edukasyon at kaligtasan po ng ating mga kababayan. Pero my next question again for the Department of Budget and Management, before the President signs the GAA, alam po ba ng executive ang mga detailed changes po na ito?
As to by department, Mr. Chair, we track those changes from NEP to GAA, but as to the specific changes in programs, activities, and projects, we don't have that. We only knew that po when the implementation na po kung may pagbabago. But yes, we track that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's very important kasi, Mr. Chair, I mean, once the President signs it, that's it, di ba? Siya po ang tatamaan eh. Pag may problema, kagaya yung mga nakita po natin mga red flag, kung ito po pinirmahan niya kagad, magkakaproblema, kawawa po ang ating Pangulo. And I support these programs and I support these projects. We support here in the Senate yung mga programa po ng Pangulo. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I now direct, do we have people from the Bureau of Customs here or Bureau of Internal Revenue? Here we go. Mr. Chair, if you would allow me, hingi lang po ako ng update natin doon sa ginawang raid po ng Bureau of Customs doon po kay Sara Diskaya. I heard 3 sasakyan na lang daw po ang natira doon. Mukhang inalis na po nila. Ano ang plano ngayon ng Bureau of Customs since 3 na lang ang naiwan doon? Medyo mga mumurahin pa na sasakyan, Mr. Chair.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The Bureau of Customs already served the search warrant this morning. Apparently, may 3 po na nakita. The Commissioner already made an announcement that the lawyers and the spokesperson of the Diskayas guaranteed that they will cooperate to present all the documents. So they will be given ample time, Mr. Chair, to present all the documents ng mga kotse na hinahanap po ng BOC.
3 lang po kasi kanina nandoon. Hahabulin din po ba yung iba kasi kahapon po sa hearing ng Blue Ribbon, pinagmamalaki nila na may 28 daw sila. The rest is para sa mga staff car po yata ng mga tao nila, mga Land Cruiser, Land Rover, yung po yata ang sasakyan ng mga tauhan nila. So, paano po hahabulin ng BOC po ito? Wala na po doon sa tinatawag na garahe po nila. How will you do this na para mahabol po itong nawawala at tinatago?
Wala po physically, Mr. Chair, yung mga sasakyan na. So, we assume nilipat po ito, no? But nakikipag-coordinate na po ang BOC dito po sa pamilya para po ipresenta, which they concur naman po to present all the documents.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, may I direct my last question, Mr. Chair, to the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Ito po mga nangyayari ngayon, ito po mga kontratista po na involved sa 1.3 trillion pesos na flood control. Ito po ba, i-check na po ng inyong tanggapan kung ito po ay nagbabayad ng tamang buwis sa mga kontratista na ito? Kasi malaki-laki pong buwis ito. 1.3 trillion po ito. So, malaki po ang makukuha ng BIR po mula sa mga ito.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. The BIR started looking into the reports compliance of the corporations, and in fact, yesterday, the BIR was given the opportunity to serve letters of authority sa mga contractors po that was present in the hearing yesterday.
Okay, now my last question po talaga. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Kailan po natin malalaman na mga kung nagbayad ito ng tamang buwis o hindi nagbayad po sa gobyerno itong mga kumpanya po na ito? Marami-rami po ito, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with reference to the voluntary declaration of all these companies, we do have the information. We were able to extract information already, but unfortunately, we cannot share at the moment the voluntary payments made by each of the companies, but we are willing to share, as mentioned by the Commissioner, in an executive session. But with reference to the audit and investigation, it normally takes time because we will look into the third-party information and match it with their voluntary declaration if they have properly reported and paid taxes on their earnings.
Okay. How much revenue po nakukuha sa flood control projects ng pamahalaan? For example, ito pong 1.3 trillion po na ito, or dito na lang po tayo sa 500 something billion. Ilang percentage po doon ang dapat makukuha ng pamahalaan? Kasi alam ko po may mga VAT po tayo, Mr. Chair.
Sir, actual information with reference to all these flood contractors, we do not have the data right now, but ballpark figure po, the DPWH as a government contractor is required to withhold and remit to the BIR for all their contract at least two types of taxes, 2% withholding tax on income and the 5% final withholding tax on VAT. So at least meron pong dapat na 7% of the entire contract na napumasok sa BIR, and we are also looking into that, checking into the declarations also made by the DPWH.
Ma'am, pasensya na po. Kaya ako po hindi po ako engineering ang pinuha ko dahil hindi po ako magaling sa math. Pero can you tell me that 7% kung 500 billion plus, magkano nga ba tax po dapat ang makuha ng gobyerno mula sa mga proyektong ito?
Kung 500 billion po times 7% is 35p. Dapat po minimum ang meron pong pumasok.
35 billion
Yes po.
Alright. So, yun pong ina-expect po ninyo. Ngayon,
Dapat po pumasok na siya because all these contracts already been paid. Before the DPWH effect payment, they should have remitted already the withholding taxes, 2% for income tax, 5% for VAT, final VAT sa BIR. So dapat po is merong at least 35 billion po na galing ng withholding from DPWH.
yeah, because it's like around, I think, from 2022 to 2025, 535 billion po ang pumunta po sa flood control. So we're talking around more or less about 35 billion. Tama
Yes,
po?
sir. Yes
Ngayon,
po, sir.
Okay, ma'am, so sinabi ho ninyo, dapat bayad na po yan.
Yes.
So, sisilipin niyo po ba kung nabayaran po talaga ito? Ang tanong po natin, yung mga ghost project po, paano po ito? Mga hindi na po nagbayad itong mga kontratista ito, paano pa ho hahabulin ito?
Sir, with reference to the allegation of those ghost project, as far as BIR is concerned po, kung may binayadan po ang DPWH, whether sa legit contractor or ghost contractor, basta may binayadan po sila, dapat po merong nai-remit na withholding taxes sa BIR.
Will you coordinate with the Commission on Audit pertaining to this matter, Mr. Chair? Kasi po, sila po yung nag-audit and may collusion po. Will you just be satisfied on the report of the COA? Won't you dig deeper? Kasi baka mamaya may collusion na between COA and the district engineer doon sa project.
The intention of the Commissioner is to really look into that. Not just focus on the COA report, the DPWH report, and in fact, we did have communications already from the MLC that they are providing. They said they will be providing us lead as well to help us out in the course of the audit and investigation of the companies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May just one last question talaga, Mr. Chair, to the Bureau of Customs. Sir, meron na ho ba kayong idea kung magkano sa dinami-dami sasakyan po ng Diskaya, mga ballpark figure, magkano kailangan lang bayaran? Kasi I am sure, me and you know, na hindi po lahat yung binayaran nila ng buong tax dahil inamin naman po kahapon, imported yung karamihan po doon.
Mr. Chair, we cannot provide the exact or this small figure at this point unless we see the documents that would give us an information how much would the government would
Pero tama po ba yun? For example, kung yung sasakyan na na-acquire niya is 22 billion, dapat 100% din, 22 million, 100% din po ang tax. Kung kunwari yung value ng vehicle niya is 5 million, yung Range Rover, dapat po nasa 5 million din po ang tax. So that's around 10 million ang total. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yung sinasabi niya Rolls-Royce na po ay nasa 22 million. Dapat plus 22 million po na tax. So that will be around 44 million?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So more or less po, dapat may mga makuha po tayong over 100 million po siguro sa dami po ng sasakyan na yun. Give or take. Siguro give. Mas marami po dahil sa dami po noon. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have this afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. And just to continue, I have a few questions to Secretary Recto, and this topic was asked by no less than two senators earlier, and this is on the topic of national debt. It was asked by Senator Risa and then Senator Legarda earlier, and I understand that you inherited the debt, especially the ones incurred during the pandemic, because during the pandemic we didn't have any choice but to borrow in order to finance our health intervention. So from a average of about 30% debt to GDP, it went up to about 60% to 70% GDP during the pandemic times. And it remained at 60% debt to GDP from then on.
That is correct, yes.
And that's why
we mga 12.8 trillion in 2022.
Correct. That's why we enacted the not enacted, but we passed the concurrent resolution for the medium-term fiscal framework. And this is where my concern comes in. Next slide. Because in the original MTFF, 2025 was the year that we will break sub 60. Meaning our debt to GDP will go 60% and below and onwards. So the trajectory was to go below until 2028, the end of the term of the president. But what happened is the DBCC adjusted the debt to GDP ratio by 8 times during the course of since 2022. I understand why, because of externalities, things that we cannot control. And because of our debt accumulation, next slide, each Filipino now owes about 142,000. That's about 80% of its household consumption per capita.
Or on the other hand, you could also say that you have 140,000 in savings. Because 1 month's liability is 1 month's asset.
Correct. But it depends how you look at it. But just to put it on record, that if you divide that on a per capita basis, it's about 142,000 per person. And that's also, next slide. And I understand that the game plan is to outgrow debt. Meaning grow our economy as fast as we can, collect revenues as big as we can, and spend wisely.
That is correct,
yeah.
yes. Yeah.
But since 2023, debt has outgrown our economy or economic growth. And this is because of externalities again. You have the war in Ukraine, you also have geopolitical issues. So based on our analysis, our debt stock grew faster than our GDP growth. So in other words, we're not outgrowing debt.
With the permission of Senator
Yes,
Win.
go ahead.
Yes. As I did mention, in 2022, the debt to GDP was 62.1. And if we are 61.8, then we're essentially just flat. So it's not increasing. It's not also totally decreasing, but medyo flat lang, or a slight decrease from 62.1 when we inherited it. No? Now, having said that, with your permission, you had the first slide earlier from the original MTFF. This did not take into consideration at that time the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, assuming we were to follow the first slide earlier, Could we have that in the...
He flashed
Yes.
slide 12.
Okay. Let's take a look at that particular slide, the first slide earlier. There, this one. Okay. So if we're discussing the 26 budget, if you take a look, the blue side is 61.8, and the original MTFF was 56.6. Then that means we will cut the budget today by 1.8 trillion. If we cut the budget today by 1.8 trillion, there is no capital outlay, zero. We will not have money to hire new teachers. We will not have money to pay for the salary increase of government employees. Magbabawas pa tayo ng NTA, ng local government units. So that is the problem with the first medium-term fiscal framework plan. In fact, this is the first time that Congress even passed such a fiscal framework plan, right? And it is Congress's first also to not to implement what they passed into law by passing the budget in the next year, in 2023. Diba? So can you imagine, what would be the growth of the economy?
I understand that. That's why, because of externalities, of external, because of the situations that we cannot control, you have to adjust. But what I'm saying here is, because we passed that concurrent resolution to have that roadmap.
Yes.
But that roadmap was moved 8 times, and therefore the target debt to GDP was not met. But I understand that there are things that we cannot control.
That is correct.
Right.
That is.
So, but that accumulation of debt, as on slide 15,
Yes.
is now being felt in our expenditure. Because almost 14% of our expenditure goes to interest payments, because of the accumulation of that.
Yeah.
And that was reached, it went double-digit figures after 2022.
Yes.
So in other words, we're now paying for more interest or higher interest payments instead of spending for our needs.
And that is why we want the deficit to go down over a period of time, so that we can bring these numbers down again.
Correct. So I'll just finish the last slide. The last slide is, I got this from your presentation earlier, and we saw that, of course, different administration will incur debt, but the Marcos administration will incur the highest debt accumulation at 9.1 trillion by the end of the Marcos administration's term.
Yes.
And even though we accumulate that much debt, our debt to GDP still remains the same. So my point being here, ang punto lang natin is, first, the target that we set forth at the MTFF was not met. I do understand that there are externalities, but at the same time, if we don't manage debt, the Marcos administration will end its term by accumulating the highest debt accumulation out of all administration.
Again, let me point out, Mr. President, if you take a look at this, FM Senior 400 billion. President Aquino, 700, she inherited 400 billion in debt. She left with 700 billion in debt. So every administration talaga is higher than the previous. Okay? President Ramos, from 700 to 1.4 trillion. Okay? And then Estrada, up to 2.2 trillion. He borrowed 800. Aquino, from 2.4 to 4.6. Aquino borrowed 1.4 to 6 trillion. And then President Duterte inherited a 6.6 trillion debt. He borrowed 6.8, double what he started. Then it became 12.8. Now, under President Marcos, you take a look at the President Duterte here. He inherited 6, he borrowed 6.8. naging 12.8. Under President Marcos Jr., he inherited 12.8, but he's borrowing 9, not 12.8. Unlike Duterte 1 versus Aquino, he borrowed more than what he inherited. And that's why your debt to GDP is going down as well.
But President Duterte encountered one of the most, I think the world's most difficult challenge, which is the COVID.
But it also shows what our response was compared to the other countries in the region, because they didn't have to borrow that much money. It depended rin sa response mo. Now, that did not happen in the other countries in the region. They didn't have to borrow as much as a percentage of their GDP as well. And today, like I said earlier in our presentation, we are in the middle of the pack. Now, the debt to GDP is not the entire story. There's another metrics. And like I said, kung masama yung numero natin, bakit tayo nagkaroon ng credit rating upgrade?
I do recognize that. We had a affirmation in April 2025, November of 2024, and August of 2024. But
last week.
But I learned one thing from you, Secretary Recto, when I was a new senator. You always have to prepare for the worst.
Yes, that's correct.
And when the pandemic struck, I remember you said, this is the time that we have to use our credit rating.
That's correct.
Tatandaan ko yun.
That's
so, in other words, we don't know if there will be another pandemic tomorrow, next week, next year, but at this elevated level, we're not preparing for the worst.
Senator Win, Mr. Chair, to me, the big difference between previous debts and our debt, because I went through all of this, is that today 70% of our debt is domestic. In the past, more or less, siguro 50-50, or more or less foreign exchange was our debt. Today, 70% we owe it to ourselves. So you can look at it in two ways. You can look at the debt to GDP or savings to GDP. There are two ways of looking at it. One man's liability is another man's asset. So 70% of our debt that we owe to ourselves is actually an asset of Filipinos. It is your pension funds. It is invested by GSIS, invested by SSS, invested by PhilHealth, invested by Pag-ibig. So sa atin din napupunta yung 70%. Or invested by the institutions, our banks, for example. So asset nila, liability ng gobyerno. Now, once the private sector starts investing, government can now pull back on additional or on its expenditures and allow the private sector to make the investments. Today, the private sector lost their mojo, so to speak, because of all the global uncertainties yet. So it is incumbent upon government to take the slack. There is liquidity in the market. Like I said, if interest rates are 6%, and inflation, let's say, is 3%, the real cost of money is 3%. If you can grow by 5%, edi panalo ka ng 2%. So let's take whatever opportunities are available. Ang sigurado, wag natin papayagan, katulong namin kayo, na siguraduhin, wala tayong mga flood control projects na nakikita natin na iniimbestiga ng Senado dahil sayang. The economy could have grown higher. The economy could have grown at 6% instead of 5.7%, halimbawa. Kung wala to mga ghost project o yung mga flood control project na ganyan na problema.
Well, the other way is to manage deficit or to bring down deficit because we're borrowing to finance our deficit.
And that's why we have a deficit plan.
I heard earlier, Secretary Recto, that the unprogrammed funds, if because those are there are three triggers. No? One is new revenue from non-tax. One is new revenue outside of the BESF, and also loans. So if those new revenues coming from non-tax and BSF, we should just use that to pare down our deficit.
That's what I'm saying. For 2025, any additional revenue, well, I started with the premise earlier that if we are to release 90 billion on program, let's cut the program by 90. And any additional revenue from the program or excess revenue, let's reduce the deficit.
Wouldn't it be more prudent to just remove all the items in the unprogram and just use the excess? Because on the average, we gain about 200 billion on unprogrammed new revenues from unprogrammed sources.
That's correct. So I want to use the excess revenue as a buffer just in case we miss our revenue targets. Remember, when we talk about a 6.7 trillion budget next year, hindi ibig sabihin na sa atin yung cash ngayon. Kokolektahin natin yan araw-araw next year. Hindi ibig sabihin nandiyan na yung cash. So, minsan natatawa ako pag sinasabi na, uy, may savings dito binalik sa treasury. Walang binabalik sa treasury. Kasi cash management lahat. The budget is really an appropriation authorizing the president to spend this amount. It provides the president with the authority to spend 6.7 trillion. Pero wala pa yung cash na yan. Kukolektahin natin araw-araw yan. And if we make a mistake in collecting it, if the economy doesn't grow at 6%, grows at 4%, naturally your revenues will fall as well. Right? So kailangan kung ano yung makolekta lang natin, yun lang din natin ang dapat gastusin. Kung hindi, uutang ka.
If we don't have the unprogrammed appropriations and just use that excess revenue, how much is that?
Well, for next year, that's 300 billion.
So we can use that to pare down deficit.
We can use that to reduce the deficit by 1%. Yes.
Correct.
That's
So
correct.
wouldn't it be more prudent if we don't have those
I am one with you.
unprogrammed appropriations?
I am one with you.
Just lipat na lang natin sa program para we use that to cover deficit and then we
I agree
reduce
totally.
borrowing.
Nagdadagdag sa program Kongreso eh.
Well, take a
The
look at
last
that.
2 years, kayo nagdadagdag, hindi naman.
We'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that.
Okay.
On a separate topic to Secretary Balisacan, I'll move to that. No? Yung mga dagdag sinasabi ni Secretary Recto. If you look at the process of including projects in the NEP, it starts with the RDC. No? But I understand this morning that there's a threshold, no? Meaning 100 million? Is it 150 M. No? 150 M and above, it goes to RDC. 150 and below, it goes straight to DBM for budgeting. So the ones that are approved by the RDC, how many of those projects are approved and eventually ends up in the National Expenditure Program, in the NDP?
We don't have those numbers yet already, but
Actually,
I think
I have. I asked your staff, but I just wanted to verify.
500 million to 150 million yan eh. And then anything above that is 500 million ang RDC.
But how many percent of those projects that RDC councils approve and ends up in the NEP and eventually in the GAA? Because the point I'm trying to make, if the RDC endorsed projects are the batting average of those projects end up in the NEP and the GAP. If we have a higher batting average, then we will not have LGUs, Alumni Center Marcus, so LGUs, mayors, governors will come here and give us projects, because those projects should go through the process of getting approved by the RDC and then eventually ends up in the NEP and GAA eventually. But if they are not approved, but if those projects do not end up in the NEP, ang nangyayari, they do nag-shortcut eh. They come to Congress or they come to the Senate, and that's where the problem comes in, because some of those projects are will not have feasibility studies, will not have detailed engineering. So it's important to follow the process. But what is the batting average of RDC approved projects that end up in the NEP?
Quite low. It's quite low.
Do you have that number?
It's almost just one-third. One-third. Yeah. But we initiated some activities over the last 2 years to improve that batting average by getting the national government agencies and the RDC chairs to meet and agree on those priorities of the regions included in the agency budgets. And then we, just to firm that out further, we convened a meeting between the RDCs and these agencies with the President to ensure that those programs that are prioritized by the RDCs get included into the department or agency's budget. I think what we had last year is better than the previous year, and we hope that in the 2026-2027 we'll do better because we will intensify this process, and we intend to also connect digitally the DBM process system with what we call the people system, the PIP, the Public Investment Program of DepDev. It's just creating a numbering system for these two systems so that they can communicate. Because as of now, it's too difficult to see whether a particular project in Region X is included in the pre-NEP submission of the agency, without literally going to the DBM to ask, if the project was included. So what we wanted to accomplish is a more digital system of checking whether those projects that are identified by and prioritized by the regions are actually in the DBM or submitted by the agencies to DBM without traveling to Manila to follow up their projects.
Yeah, well, Secretary, I asked data from Yusek Santos, and we'll show this slide 4. The average of RDC endorsed projects, ito yung mga na-endorse ng RDC, that ends up in the NEP is about 35%. No? So wala pang kalahati ends up in the NEP. And the next slide is the number of RDC endorsed projects that ends up in the GAA is about 40%. No? So I want the public to understand that that's why there are a lot of local governments who come here, as alam ni Senator Recto yan, dala-dala nila folders of projects ranging from basketball courts to bridges to flood control projects. Meron rin iba-iba eh, no? So the point there is if we can improve the batting average, people will be encouraged to go through the process. No?
I doubt very much if 2.5 trillion or 2.3 trillion. Like I said, your capital outlay lang is 1.6 na eh. Or your less pa. For 2026, it's only 1.4.
Well, this data came from DepDev. It was submitted to us. Yeah,
but then again, I'm just saying, 1.4 trillion capital outlay. Okay?
Yeah.
This is 2.3 trillion, 40%. Oh, I just take a look at the different departments here. Clearly, at Department of Finance, walang
right.
regional development. Department of National Defense, walang Regional Development Council yan. Department of Interior and Local Government, wala din yan.
But
Department of
but
Education.
I understand some of the projects here are, let's say, minsan may mga scholarships. They also have soft projects. the RDC also approved sort of project. I think, no? Because I don't have the breakdown, but I just have that.
Yeah, these are not just infrastructure, they are everything.
So the point I'm trying to make, it's just a point I'm trying to make is to avoid quote-unquote insertions. If we can bring up the batting average, then LGUs will be encouraged to go through the RDC process instead of skipping the line, so to speak, and coming here.
If there was a real RDC, then those local government, yung mga local roads na binanggit ko kanina, matagal nang gawa yun. Yung provincial, city, municipal, barangay. Tapos na lahat ng national eh.
Governor ako, hindi ako naka-attend. Wasting time, wala naman nangyayari.
That's true.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
The batting average was so low even before, that's why there's no even interest among the local government executives. And so what we are trying to do, really, I mean, you really need to advance the digitalization in government, and this is one initiative that we are trying to advance, that the system of DBM communicates well with the system of other agencies, including DepDev, and hopefully even with Congress, so that when we ask, is this irrigation project in Ilocos Norte actually in the NGA, in the department budget, in the books of DBM, or already in GAA or in the NEP, we should be able to see that easily without local executives coming to Metro Manila to follow up their projects with their congressmen or with DBM. It's the same thing that we do when we construct the GDP. We have industry accounts. We have numbering for each. There's a number for rice. There's a number for corn. There's a number. We should be using the same numbering system and coding system so that we can easily check whether a project is funded or not.
Aside from that, Secretary, it's really improving the batting average. So I think that is the point I'm trying to make for DBM and DepDev through the regional development councils to improve the batting average. So we avoid as much as possible insertions, amendments, cutting the line. They go through the process. And the process also dictates coordination. Because all the regional councils are composed of governors, mayors, the line agencies, so they talk among themselves.
And sticking to certain standards, like for example, if the project that is being proposed for insertion is not in the public investment program that is identified by the RDCs, it should not be there. I mean, the system should not allow that to be inserted, either in the NEP or in other.
Correct. So we'll just take note of this, because this is something that will help the process and avoid things that we are seeing now, like flood control projects that are not coordinated with the local government units. Lately, I've been reading the news, and a lot of local government units are saying these projects are not coordinated with them. If we improve the batting average, I believe that we will improve coordination. The next topic that I want to discuss is we recognize the presence of Senator Joel Villanueva. It was raised earlier by Senator Marcoleta. This is the topic of ayuda and subsidies. We computed all the ayuda programs, subsidy programs, and can you flash 45/45? So all of these programs, iba-ibang mga programa, you have, of course, the favorite protective services for individuals and families in difficult circumstances. This is AIX. Then you have medical assistance, MAIP, and then you have tulong panghanap buhay, which is TUPAD. So all of that, all in all, we computed, next slide, the amount for 2026 is about 305 billion pesos. No? Tama ba yan, Senator Recto?
I think if you include all the others, papalo yan ng more than 400 billion.
Mga 400? Yeah, ito lang yung what we scanned
Yes,
through,
yes, yes.
through the NEPA.
Yes. Halimbawa yung fuel subsidies for farmers, for jeepney drivers. If you include all the types of subsidies, mga 470 billion.
And then, can you go back up? We saw a notable increase in 4Ps from 64 billion to 112 billion, which is good because I believe in 4Ps, it's conditional. If you go to school, if you go to the health center, then you get support from government. So you have healthy constituency, you have educated constituency. But I also saw notable decreases in some of the programs. And I support the decrease because we also saw a lot of duplication. Senator Amy Marcos mentioned that earlier. Several departments are giving ayuda to people, but that those ayudas are also being given by other departments. No? Pare-pareho lang. No? So I believe that the decrease is rationalization of ayuda, if I'm not mistaken. Tama ba, Yusek Toledo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because I saw some, like for example, sa housing, mayroon din silang binibigay na ayuda. Sa DA, meron din. So I saw rationalization. But I also saw decreases in the protective services, the medical assistance, and tulong panghanap buhay. Those decreases, for example, sa IX, will impact about 3.7 million people, no? Based on our estimates. Sa MAIB is about 1.4 million foregone beneficiaries, and sa TUPAD is about 1.1 foregone beneficiaries. So malaki rin ang mawawalan ng tulong, no? Dito sa tatlong programa, which is the bulk of the ayuda. Is there a particular reason why we reduced it? I believe we increased it in 2025 because of the need. So by decreasing it, we're... Maybe. Is there a particular reason?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as far as the MIX is concerned, the decrease in the allocation is basically due to increase through SICA in 2025. Plus, of course, we consider also the budget utilization ratio of the department as far as this program is concerned.
So this is due to budget utilization, what you're saying, these three programs?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because we want to know, dahil pagpasok dito sa amin, we don't want a scenario wherein we will displace 3.7 million in AIX, 1.4 million in MAIP, and 1.1 million in TUPAD. Did you check the numbers that even with the unutilized amounts, the same beneficiaries will be given support?
As far as the beneficiary, Mr. Chair, of course, given the amount that we provided, magbababa po yung beneficiaries. But given during the preparation of the budget, we look at their utilization ratio, and yun nga po, mababa po yung utilization nila dito. Plus, of course, the increase basically from 2024 to 2025 is basically due to SICA po.
Yes.
But actually, the level in 2025 as far as NEP is 26 billion, and we provided here for 2026 NEP of 24.2 billion, Mr. Chair.
All right. Just to flag the department that we want to make sure that we don't displace anyone in terms of giving support, no? Especially these three big programs, because these big three programs, people are already, kumbaga, alam na ng tao kung saan kukuha ng tulong eh. No? And we don't want a scenario wherein we're going to displace millions of people because we didn't allocate money. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. And My other topic is on the issue of underutilization. We also saw let's- 31. Can you bring that up? Yan. This is the stuck tong computer ko. Yeah. Okay. So we were looking at the SAOB, and we saw that for 2024, the utilization rate of the budget is only 77%. So that means 1.5 trillion pesos was not utilized. And then, if you look at the different departments, that's next slide. The top departments are DOTR. The disbursement rate is only 37%. DPWH, 53%. DA, 62%, and so on and so forth. No, this is for 2024. And next slide. If you compare this undispersed appropriation over our deficit, the undispersed appropriation is almost 103% of our deficit. But we have to take note that we're deficit financing. So we're borrowing to finance our deficit. But on the other side, we're not efficiently using our resources. No, 1.5 trillion pesos is not being dispersed. So in other words, we're borrowing on one hand, but on one hand, we're not dispersing the amounts. So,
If
yes,
I may,
Secretary.
just to comment on this. If you take a look at the utilization rate, as you mentioned earlier, 70% in 2024, unutilized, right? Okay. You know, it's really all about cash management. So let's say next year we collect all the revenues and the borrowing, that's 6.7 trillion. More or less, 50% of that will go to last year's accounts payable. Only 50% will be spent in 2026. So today, if I collect more or less 6.3 trillion today, 50% of that will be paid accounts payable last year and 50% this year. That's why you have a 2-year budget cycle. So it's really cash management. It doesn't mean that if there is an appropriation, we look at the utilization rate based on the current budget, but it's an incomplete picture because we're paying for last year's budget in terms of cash.
But this is only appropriations.
Correct.
So this is only expenditure. We're not talking about cash management.
Yes. But
So-
remember, the budget is essentially cash management.
But the budget for 2024, there's already an expenditure. So meaning you have to spend that amount for that year in order to utilize the amount.
Yeah,
Without,
obligate.
wala pang cash yun, ha? We don't
Correct.
know that
Obligate.
may
Obligate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Iba yung obligation, iba yung disbursement.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. But in the utilization, we use disbursement. In the gauge of, this is disbursement. This is disbursement. So meaning the project has already been consummated. Iba pa yung obligation, meaning you can obligate but you
Correct.
don't start the project.
Iba pa yung accounts payables.
Iba pa yun, iba pa. So
Yes.
this is only utilization for the year.
Correct. So ulitin ko lang Okay. Let's say this year, roughly 6.3 trillion. So we collected the revenues, we borrowed the money, 6.3 trillion, more or less, 50% goes to last year's accounts payables and 50% for this year. And then next year, ganun din yun. Kung 6.7 trillion yung budget, kalahati nun, more or less, goes to this year's 2025 and then pay the 2026 as well.
Yeah. But
Mr.
this
Chair.
is only for the utilization. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, there are two metrics that we use as far as utilization. That is obligation rate, at the same time disbursement rate. So when we say obligation, that is already the appropriation and allotment that were already released and obligated. And that is the obligation rate, the BUR. The second one is the disbursement rate, wherein out of the obligated amount, nabayaran na po siya. So yun po yung dalawang metrics namin na tinitignan as far as BUR is concerned. So yun po yun. Now, as to yung sa undisbursed appropriation, that is also one thing that, di ba mayroon po tayong tinatawag na two-year validity ng ating APROD. That's why, mayroon tayong continuing appropriations. Yun po yung nangyayari po dyan. Although hindi disbursed this year, but we can still have the authority to disburse or rather appropriate or release that allotment next year given the validity period of our appropriation.
The point I'm trying to make here is, even titignan din natin sa mga ibang departments, mababa rin yung disbursement. That's always a challenge, no, for the department. That's why those are one of the things that we look at here in the Senate during the budget hearing, to make sure that government is spending as fast as it can. No? Because that's also a driver of our economy, and also the amounts are given in order to deliver service.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's why we have what we call the agency performance review, the one that I gave to you, the agency performance review. That is one thing that we want our agencies to have it. Kumbaga, dapat assess nila yung kanilang performance even at the mid-year so that they can plan as to ano yung catch-up plan nilang gagawin to meet, of course, the targets that they have set in the General Appropriations Act in terms of financial and physical performance, Mr. Chair.
So, in this case, what the point I'm trying to make is, utilization is very important because we don't want, again, to a scenario wherein we're borrowing but we're not utilizing the funds that we are borrowing. No? So that's the point I'm trying to make.
We're surely utilizing it.
So, that's it for me. So,
ako lang hihingi ng information na naman. Apropos of the mantra of Senator Recto, preparing for the worst, these are among the worst times for employment. Given AI, robotics, the issues of the BPO, ang problema ng labor, pareho naman kami ni Senator Villanueva, yung 19% tariff sa US is hitting the ecozones big time. The pending bill in the US of bringing back home the BPOs, and the threat of 100% tariff on electronics is frightening everyone. And as a result, we saw previously executive order for the NARS, yung National Employment Recovery Strategy. 2021 pa yun. Tapos noong 2023, noong September, may trabaho para sa bayan. Pero pag tinignan mo yung budget na sumunod 24, 25, higit sa lahat yung 26, wala naman po kaming nakikita na bago at sumasagot dito sa napakadaming krisis, ilang dagok na sunod-sunod sa employment. Ano ang masasabi natin na ginagastusan natin, mga PAPs natin, na magge-generate ng additional quality employment? At sa kabila nun, yung livelihood programs na nakasabog na naman, meron sa DOLE, meron sa DSWD, asan na naman yan yung livelihood din sa kabila ng employment? Kaya naguguluhan ako kasi mukhang business as usual.
Mr. Chair, based on sa ating budget for 2026 and even in the past, we have a lot of support for the employment as far as so one is yung training for work scholarship program for the
Dati
under
na
the
yan eh.
TESDA.
Mga dati na
Okay.
yan, sinauna pa yan. O ayan o, nakasimangot na si Senator Joel.
Eating aso. Kaya ako nandito si Idol. Biyahe tayo.
So yes, Mr. Chair, we continue to provide for those programs of our government. Oh yeah.
Sige, pakilista na lang yung dati at saka yung 2026, which is going to be very miserable year, I believe, given the many crises that we confront. Wala kay Senator Joel. Pinangungunahan ko lang siya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Amy, for raising that very important issue that we all wanted to focus on. I think all of us would agree that job creation is perhaps one of the most important initiatives that we can offer our people. First of all, I'd like to put on record my sincerest thanks and gratitude for our resource persons present here today. Of course, our idol, Senior Brad, Secretary Ralph Recto, we miss you very much. And of course, Sec RC, thank you for being here. I just have some few questions, one of which was already asked by Senator Amy. Wala ho akong makita talaga na na nag-reflect doon sa proposed 2026 budget doon sa ating trabaho para sa bayan plan. I would like again to thank Secretary RC and the DepDev family for helping us to immediately craft the IRR and to keep the ball rolling. Gusto ko lang malaman kung meron po at kung kailangan, we are ready to help. For example, the TPB plan seeks to encourage investments in priority sectors or industries with high potential for job generation. So we wanted to find out what significant steps are we taking next year in this direction, and meron na po bang pondo na nakalaan para dito? While we're waiting, just to put on record, yung priority strategies ng Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan organizes its priority strategies to address three key areas. One is labor demand, strengthen businesses and industries so they can create more and better jobs. Two is labor supply, equip workers and relevant skills through continuous learning and training. And third, itong labor market governance to improve job matching, working conditions, social protection, and industrial relations. Yes, Yusek, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. For the 2026 proposed budget, we have provided around an allocation of 3.2 million pesos for the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, Mr. Chair.
And that is to finance or fund what, Your Honor? Kasi yung desired outcome for the TBB plan is to future-proof these three areas. So, ano pong gagawin ng kakapyangot na 3.2 million na madadagdag sa budget para masiguro itong success ng ginagawa ng TPB Council?
Mr. Chair, the amount provided is to cover the capacity building activities and the administrative costs of the TPB Secretariat, Mr. Chair.
I'm not satisfied, Mr. Chair, but perhaps not to belabor the issue, if you can submit to us, and perhaps if you have a wish list to fund a program that is related to this initiative of the TPB Council, we are more than willing to help, especially this representation as we crafted and principally sponsored and authored this measure. Just submit to the committee. Another thing that I'm interested to ask, Mr. Chairman, as I was listening attentively, parang ito yung only time na mapag-usapan natin yung employment, no? You look at the unemployment rate for June 2025, it's only 3.7%, which is a very good number. Perhaps the lowest I have seen in a couple of years. Underemployment is 11.4%, one of the lowest also. You compare it in January of this year, 4.3% ang unemployment, 13.3% ang underemployment. Unfortunately, hindi nababalita po ito. Hindi na ang communications department ng Malacanang ay parang hindi alam itong nangyayari. That there's only one administration in the past so many years, decades, I would say, na nag-take ng cudgels to really look into coming up with a master employment plan. Pero hindi ho na news, hindi ho nababalita. But then again, with this in mind, may we find out from Secretary RC and the DepDev family, yung characteristics po of the 1.97 million unemployed Filipinos as of June 2025. You know, we asked this question during the budget deliberation of DOLE last year, and we would like to get the DepDev's insights this year. Can we categorize unemployment based on the International Labor Organization's different types of unemployment? Di ba yung ILO may guidelines sila, may cyclical, refers to situation where the number of job seekers more than the available jobs at the prevailing wage rate. Mayroong structural, mayroong frictional, may long-term, may specific. Ang gusto lang po nating ma-accomplish dito ma-assess nating husto kung ano ho yung dinadaanan ng ating mga kababayan. Yung suggestion nga po natin before, I remember last year, our suggestion is that we just don't count the number of unemployed persons, but describe the nature of unemployment in our report so that we can better understand and address it. So, yun lang po, and we wanted to get the insights of our DepDev Secretary. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the current practice of the statistical system is to report the unemployment number, but also to report the quality of that employment, and that in our periodic releases that includes the underemployment rate, which is and which also distinguishes between those who are unemployed, those who are fully employed but are still looking for work. You know, that's underemployment. Visible, we call that visible underemployment. There are other ones, the invisible. But we also report the proportion of our workers who are employed as wage or salary workers. No? Because in the ILO system, that represents quality of employment. The higher that ratio is, the better is the overall quality of employment in the country. Wage and salary workers, as opposed to those who are in the informal sector or self-employed workers. Many of those low productivity type of employments are on those informal sector, in the self-employed workers, those who are tending sari-sari stores, for example, you know, peddling cigarettes, they are in the streets, you know, those are classified as employed, but you know, there's a low quality employment.
So we have been adopting this kind of methodology,
yes.
USEC MAPA. And I think it's very important kasi, like for instance, in the ILO guidebook, di ba? Yung cyclical, number of job seekers is more than the available jobs. Yung structural, may mismatch, nakikita na po. Frictional, referred to transitory unemployment. Long-term refers to those who are unemployed for a longer period of time, typically for more than 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. Yun yung, so ito pong metrics na to, ginagamit na rin po natin sa pagkuha. And if we are doing this, again, to not to belabor the issue, if we can also get a copy, especially with this 1.95 million unemployed as of June 2025, makategorize lang po natin para mas ma-address natin yung problema.
We can move in that direction, Mr. Chair. I think that we'll need to develop the protocols for our statistical system for that.
Also, we'd like to find out, sir, from our economic managers kung kamusta yung new strategies natin as we take this problem of addressing job skills mismatch, and what extent will these programs ease our unemployment and underemployment rates. Napasa na natin yung trabaho para sa bayan, napasa na rin po natin yung IBET, Enterprise-Based Education and Training. May we know kailan natin siguro mararamdaman yung impact nitong mga laws na to?
I think that one thing that has to be done is a much more coordinated actions among and cooperation among the schools, the universities, and the private sector and government. You have to have that kind of conversation that allows the school to produce graduates that are needed or required by industry, especially those that are fast-moving. AI, for example, is obviously is a threat, right? But it can be an opportunity for the schools if they can provide appropriate curriculum and training programs for the not just for the current future workers, but most importantly for the current workers. And then the government to come in to facilitate that conversation, even the provision of financing, considering that education, training usually have what they call spillovers or external effects that are benefit to society as a whole, and therefore private sector, particularly private schools, will tend to underinvest in this kind of skill formation that will address mismatch problems. So you need to have government coming in, and the financing is one such. And I think you need to have.
I was just with the Test the Family last Saturday, where we held the closing ceremonies of ASEAN World Skills competition. And I was talking with Secretary Kiko, and we both agree the importance of really looking into these programs, initiatives. I mean, when you talk about artificial intelligence, everyone's, for example, in China, they are already including AI in their curriculums. But here in the Philippines, we're still talking about mother tongue. And I think the economic managers would also be able to help our leaders in the education sector to look into this. One last thing that I'd like to raise, Mr. Chairman, because I was looking at the DepDev's presentation. On page 11 of the DepDev's presentation, there's a total of 4.1 million jobs were generated from the first half of 2022 to the first half of 2025. Ito yung nakasulat dito. I would just like to find out yung characteristics of these jobs. Average salary of these workers, industry, regular or project employees po ba ito? What is the what will be our criteria in determining whether we have generated quality jobs, hindi ba? And ako dito sa Senado, lagi ko, si Senator Recto would know this, lagi ko pino-point out yung security of tenure ng ating mga manggagawa. Ito ba'y napoproduce ba natin quality jobs? Lagi ko ding nire-raise dito sa DBCC yung problema dun sa mga seasonal employment. Kasi dapat matumbok din natin kung paano tinutugunan ng pamahalaan yung seasonality employment dito sa ating bansa na naobserbahan po natin. Tuwing holiday season, mataas, tapos nawawala din po kaagad. No? So, yun po, sana, hindi ko naman kailangan ng, siguro a short answer would be okay, but perhaps if we can get some more data so we could also be of help. So maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Thank you sa ating mga guests, ating mga idol at mentor, Secretary Recto, Secretary Balisac.
Thank you for your questions, Senator Joel. If I may
Go ahead,
Chair.
Senator Secretary.
Just maybe one more data point to Senator Joel. Today, you have roughly 50 million Filipinos working. 65% of them are in the formal sector, wage and salary workers. That's roughly 35 million. So that's another milestone. You have the lowest underemployed rate as well, roughly 4.2 million. Used to be 6.8 million, that's down to 4.2. And of course, the unemployed used to be about 2.8 million, that's down to 2.1 million. And before, the average worker would work 34.1 million. Today, 50.5 million are working. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to our Majority Leader. We don't have any more questions to the DBCC, so thank you very much for coming over. Secretary Recto, Secretary Balisacan, of course, Secretary Pangandaman was here earlier, and also BSP Governor Remolona. Maraming salamat to all the staff who accompanied their principals. We'll see you at the agency budget briefings in the next few days. Maraming salamat po. This briefing is hereby adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Hirap eh, hindi ako magtatanong sa plenary. So, kailangan mo rin mga ako dito. No, wala ka rin.